The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Winning streaks and upsets, consistency and innovation. Yan ang sagot ng ating mga koponan sa hamong itaas ang lakas. And as we enter the second half of our regular season, I just want to remind everybody to brace yourselves for more actions. Dahil ang naitaas na lakas ay siguradong may itataas pa. Magandang araw, Pilipinas, and hello to everyone who's tuned in to witness the strongest Mobile Legends Bang Bang players in the world in action. Ako po si Mara Aquino, and this is MPL Philippines Season 11. The first time these two teams faced each other, the Orcas remain undecodable, and the victory of our reigning world champs seemed to be the jump start to their 7-match winning streak. And throughout the run, Fredrin was a key hero to Carl Tizzy's great performance. At gayon din para sa tagumpay ni Wise. But it seems like as these two were so dependent with their jungle heroes, we saw signs of struggles without it. Can they prove otherwise as they face each other for the second time this season? Orcas, Agents, this is Echo versus Blacklist International. Casters, pasok.
Today we kick off the second half of the regular season, and what better way to start it with this rematch ahead of us. It's Echo and Blacklist International. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu, joined here on the desk with, yes, it's Wolf and Sona, and we did a little flip-flop here, boys. We played some musical chairs. Happy to have you.
I am very excited about this, specifically because it's been a month already since we started MPL, and I can't believe that we are in the literal midterms.
Yeah.
And I can't believe that it went by so quickly.
It's going by quickly, right? I mean, how you feeling, Sona?
I mean, technically, we're running it back, right?
Yeah.
The rest of the teams are going to be meeting each other one more time, and we're going to start it off strong. Both of these teams no longer needed for any introduction, I suppose, but I guess will history actually repeat itself, or will history be different this time around, right?
We're going to find out here, but also everybody watching at home, we want to invite you guys. We're calling all the Smart and TNT users who are watching us right now. Continue to enjoy the power of Smart by registering your SIM. Visit smart.com.ph/SIMREG now and get free 3 gigabytes of data. So make sure you register those SIMs. We know how important that is right now. And also going back to the fact that, yeah, we are now in that second half, right? This is week 5 ahead of us, and there's so much happening. I feel like if you aren't keeping tabs on not only the MPL, but also MDL, right? There is important things happening every single week, and one of the things that we do want to mention specifically is that Blacklist Archer is going to MDL, right? And also Blacklist Owl is going to MPL Philippines.
From the academy.
From the academy. So, and I believe that is happening. I think the trade is happening, but you'll see them next week if I heard correctly.
Yeah, because I think that you register your you kind of turn in
Yeah.
your registration, and then eventually it will be applied for the following weekend.
For the following weekend.
Yeah.
And this is a new dynamic that is added towards the league because we rarely see a lot of, other members being transferred. But for more information, I think they should also look for the other pages.
Yeah, just check out, if you guys want to stay up to date, the pretty much official pages for both the MPL and MBL, they do an amazing job at pretty much putting that information out there. And I know there's a ton of content even created from some of us casters as well that kind of keep up to that date. So, with that being said, going back to this point, right, this specific matchup where everybody is pretty much going to be battling it out the second time, right? Sona put it well.
Woo.
We've seen everybody do it once, right? Earlier in the season up to this point. As we take a look at today's schedule as well, like we mentioned, it's Echo and Blacklist International, and then we see NXPE and TNC play later on. Now, one of the biggest things here, the fact that these teams are playing against each other that second time, how do you think that, I mean, where, especially you being the mostly, sorry, I was going to say the analytical guy, but I got to ask Sona this.
Yeah,
being
right?
the analytical guy here, what is this? How does this play a part, especially now that we're in the second half of the season? What is the significance of the past 4 weeks here, Sona?
The past 4 weeks kind of developed how both Carl TZ and Wise actually managed to get a hold with their junglers and with a hold of their heroes. I mean, when we see Carl TZ, Mara wrapped it up pretty perfectly from a while ago, right? So at some point, with Carl TZ using Fredrin and Wise as well, Carl TZ tends to lean a little bit more with the assassins. Meanwhile, Wise, we don't usually see a lot of the Guinevere's and Alice's, but Wise uses it pretty well.
Yeah, and it's good that you pointed it out because in this week's data dive, we're going to be taking a look at specifically the heroes that shaped the Philippine meta in the first half of the regular season. And also, if you guys want to check out this graphic, it's posted on the official MPL Philippines Facebook page. And I got to say, we talk a lot of, I don't want to say smack, but we talk a lot about, the Philippine meta specifically and how it's kind of shaped a lot of, how other teams even around the globe play. So what do you think about this, Wolf?
Redmar made a video out of it. I watched a full video of it. It's all about like literally everybody is doing what it's like the standard, right? Philippines is standard basically, and I cannot, I cannot say anything about it because it's very true. We're the standard.
We are the standard. We should be proud to say that, right? But also going back to it, and specifically the meta. And even what Mara mentioned, Fredrin, man, he's got like, what, a 98%, maybe 98, 99% at this point, pick rate, ban rate. So what, is the question no Fredrin, no win for Carl TZ and Wise? Because we actually saw this last week. If you guys didn't see that crazy match, which I'm sure at this point you did, RSG had exposed Black and Echo's weakness, and it both has something to do with taking Fredrin away here.
It's crazy, right? Because maybe you can attribute the Fredrin to Wise. In fact, Wise is the first one to do it, like MPL-PH Season 10's finals, when he utilized it. Then eventually, during the entirety of M4, you see Carl TZ just prioritizing it, mastering it even. And up until this point, they want to prioritize it in their first pick, despite, Carl TZ knowing how to play different.
And can I just say how similar the Fredrin picks are for Carl TZ and Wise, but they use it so differently. When you take a look at the kill participation, it goes to Carl TZ in terms of the lead. But in terms of the objectives, you're seeing turtle kills, you're seeing the Lord kills are actually going to the side of Wise. So objective-minded for the side of Wise, but Carl TZ really the anchor of his team in terms of offense.
Yeah, I like this too because, not only is the Fredrin there, but when using pretty much other heroes that are available. Now, we typically see these two players, Wise and Carl TZ, opt for those utility-type playstyles. But like you mentioned, Sona, Carl TZ has the ability to more often than not show or lean towards other of those picks, whereas Wise is kind of set in, right? And that's not to say that's a weakness. That is a strength as well. But this is something to say, like, can Carl TZ bring something else to the table? Because based on these stats, it looks like he can, but is it successful? Well, let's look at the breakdown.
He recently posted a Tank Ling.
Yeah, I saw that. Actually, it's funny that you mentioned that because here's a coach, right? This is Bren Esports coach, Ducky, and he asked him, let me translate for you guys there watching. What do you say about the tanks a lot, right? The tank Lancelot build. Well, what was Carl TZ's response? It was in English there, so you guys all know. He thinks it's boring, right? So how do you guys feel about Tank Lancelot?
You know, if it were just up to me, it doesn't look boring at all because it's still very flashy.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a, a lack of damage, but you get craftier, I would say, because you can sustain more. You stay in team fights much longer. So I don't think it's boring, but it's Crouch Easy. He's got a skin for that hero. He can say anything about that hero for sure.
Yeah, he can, and also on top of that, like I hope maybe we see this tankling. I don't know what you would call that.
Tankling, yeah.
Tankling. I don't know.
I wonder.
We'll figure it out, right? But we are going to be thrown over to the court side. I believe it's Manjin there. Let's see what he has to say for this matchup.
Maraming salamat, Umi, Chantel, and Santi. Pero absent muna ngayon si Manjin Faldas. Ang kausap nyo ngayon ay si Hajin. At ngayon, mauulit muli ang M4 Grand Finals. At na-mention nyo na nga, mukhang talagang ine-expect ng mga tao ang laban na to. This time, kakausapin natin, kinakabahan ako ngayon, kakausapin natin ang Echo. At kapansin-pansin, nakamuntikan na nilang makuha ang straight na panalo. Yun nga lang, kinulang sila ng isa. At kapansin-pansin din na madalas ngang ginagamit ng kanilang The GOAT, a.k.a. Carlito the Great, ang Fredrin. Tawagin natin ngayon si Carl. Carl TZ, hello.
Hello po.
Kinakabahan ako. Ayan. Alright, Carl, ang tanong ko sa'yo, nakikita natin ngayon sa mundo ng MLBB na nauuso ang mga tank assassin. At nung isang araw, parang naging talk of the town siya na hindi mo lang trip, pero gusto mo pa rin, feeling mo naman kahit at nag-post ka pa ng Ling tapos naka-tank build. Makikita na ba natin ang mga tank assassin? Gagamitin mo na ba?
Abangan nyo na lang po kasi halos lahat naman ngayon tinatank na so itatank ko lang din lahat.
Tank na, kaya?
Kaya yan.
Okay. Carl, kanina pinag-uusapan ng lahat. No Fredrin, no win. Totoo ba yun?
Madami po silang di nakikita.
Madami pa palang hindi nakikita. Madami pang hindi nakikita. Ngayon na makakatapat mo, alam ko mataas ang respeto mo kay Wise. Lagi kayong nagkakatapat. Pero madalas din ay nakikita namin nung mga nakaraan ay parang natatalo ka sa retrihan, di ba? Tingin mo ba kaya mong ma-out retri si Wise ngayong game na to?
Try ko po yung best ko.
Tatry ni Carl ang best niya. Wise, kung nanonood ka man, Wise, tatry niya yung best niya. Sure ba?
Sure po.
Ilang percent? Gano'n ka ka-confident? Tatry mo yung best mo. Gano'n ka confident?
100% po.
100%. Carl TZ. Alright. Nung nakaraan ay nakita din natin na nagsalita ang isa sa Big 3 ng NXPE dati na si Renny J. At mukhang sinabi niya din doon na hindi na raw sila besties ni H2O. Kausapin natin ang isa sa Big 3, ang lover boy na si Yawi. Betang Yawi, kinakabahan ako ha. Huwag niyo akong pagkaguluhan ha. Kinakabahan ako. Yawi, alam namin gusto niyong manalo. Ngayon. Alam namin na nanggaling kayo doon sa pagkatalo at nararamdaman namin ang bigat ng loob ninyo ngayon. Pero ngayon kalaban nyo ay Blacklist International. Ano ang message mo kay Renny J?
Good luck sa atin. Sayang, di ka na naman maglalaro.
Ano?
Sayang, di na naman siya maglalaro.
Sayang pala. Nalaman na kasi ni Yawi ang lineup. Sayang, di lang kung maglalaro ka lang sana daw, Renny J. Pero sabi ni Yawi, good luck daw. Maraming salamat, Yawi. At ayan na nga, mukhang naghahanda na ang Echo para sa kanilang laban. Makikita kayo natin ang Fredrin. Alamin natin doon sa isa namang courtside reporter na si Manjin Cutie mula sa Blacklist. Doon sa Blacklist, Let's go! Hello po. Hi. Upo tayo. Ang tangkad mo, upo tayo. Oo. Maraming salamat nga pala, Hajin. Andito ngayon si Manjin Cutie, kausap si Wise. Wise, na-mention nga ni Carl na baka daw magkaroon na ng puro tank na daw kasi ikaw daw kasi isa ka sa mga nagpauso nun na puro tank jungle. Tingin mo ba, nag-agree ka ba doon na lahat na ay tinatank ngayon? Makakita ba tayo ngayon sa'yo ng tank assassin?
May chance.
May
Kasi
chance.
mahilig talaga ako sa mga unique, mga unorthodox talaga na pick.
Gusto ko yan ha. May headline nga kanina no Fredrin, no win daw ba para kay Wise?
Ano ba? Oo.
Aminado. Alright. So, paano pag pinan yung Fredrin? Eagles.
Ayun nga. Sabi mo, no Fredrin, no win eh.
Tignan natin kung mangyayari. Tignan natin kung mangyayari yan. Sinabi ni Carl, gagawin niya daw yung best niya para ma-out Retry ka ngayon. Ilang beses na kayo naglaban. Minention mo pa na si Carl na yung parang nakikita niyong rival in terms of achievements. Kaya mo bang ma-out Retry si Carl mamaya?
Yun din, gagawin ko din yung best ko para ma-out siya.
Okay. Carl, alam ko nanonood ka, gagawin niya din yung best niya. So, gawin mo rin yung best mo. Alright? Alright? Ayan, si Carl. Okay, alright. Okay, kausapin natin ngayon ang isa sa mga nag-trending nung nakaraang araw. Kasi nag-message siya kay H2 eh. Kausapin natin ang The Hitman, ang bomba, Renny J! Hey!
Di ako lalaro. Paano yun?
Ay, paano yun?
Interview, di ako lalaro.
Wala na eh. Ikaw na yung ini-interview eh. Sabi ni Yawi, good luck daw. Tapos sayang daw, di ka maglalaro. Pero kung maglalaro ka, sabihin lang natin, maglalaro ka. Kung maglalaro ka, ano message mo kay Yawi?
Good luck.
Parang nagbago Parang nag-iba.
Hindi ko alam sabihin ko kay Yawi kasi nag-champion na siya eh.
Ayun.
Parang hirap trash talkin ni Yawi, no?
Ngayon.
Kasi napatunayan na eh.
Proud ka sa kanya nung nag-champion siya?
Proud ako sa kanya.
Proud
Pero
na proud.
partida kasi hindi kasi ako lumalaro kaya nag-champion siya eh.
Okay. Yawi, alam mo na? Alam mo na ang side ni Renny J? Alam mo na? Alright. Ayan ang kupunan ng Echo at Blacklist International. Hype na tayong lahat. Alam kong ikaw na nanonood ngayon ay hype na din. Ibato na natin sa ating mga shoutcasters.
Oh man, I love to hear, the banter there, and I'm sure a lot of you guys watching probably are wondering what's going on, what's being said. Yeah. Basically breaking it all down, there's a lot of first, there's a lot of focus on the junglers, Wise and Carl TZ saying, I'm going to out-retry you 100%, try my best. Well, we'll see if they do. And also the debate is Fredrin really that impactful? And then, of course, you have Renajay, who pretty much said, you're lucky I wasn't there to battle them in the championship. So, but yeah, I mean, overall, this matchup here alone is going to be quite hype and heated because what we do know is, yes, Echo might have had their first loss, but they were, on I think a 7-win streak before that, right?
That's right.
And it was actually previously when they first met with Blacklist International that kind of kicked off that momentum streak for them. And so now, is this going to be something like history repeats itself, like Sona mentioned, or do we see a different outcome here?
It should be different. So far, Blacklist International, they haven't won a game against Echo in the last 6 games that they met, including M4.
Yeah.
So I think that should be something that inspires or motivates Blacklist International. They got to get something on the board against Echo for sure.
Yeah, and it also gives some pieces of information with all of the games and the drafts that they've already utilized to at least give them some idea as to what is about to arrive for the next set of matches. So given that, Manjin QT and Hajin kind of really just made the wrap up there, so I guess that's it.
Well, I think both teams are ready to come out on stage. Let's welcome Echo and Blacklist International. After suffering their first loss of the season, the Orcas now look more determined than ever to start up another win streak. Be loud and be proud. It's Echo! For the first half of the regular season, we've seen adjustments to the code. Will the new code be enough in this battle of champions? Give it up, agents, for Blacklist International. And their coaches, Coach Master the Basics and Coach Tic Tac. The epic rematch starts now. And here we go. Let's take a look at the roster. It's nothing, I would say, new that most people are used to seeing for Echo, right? It's Benny Cutie, Carl Teasy, Sanford, Sanji, and Yawi. In this specific lineup, obviously they're defending world champions, but we saw a hint of that weakness last week, Wolf.
Yeah, it really looked like RSG was a team that really prepared against Echo. They disrupted all of their rotations and all their timings because we know that Echo, they have these two, I say these personalities, like the Echo system, quote unquote, and the Echo Express, wherein the latter is where they are very chaotic and the former being very systematic. So both of those playstyles of Echo were countered by RSG.
Yeah, and one thing to point out there is exactly how that draft went towards Echo, where it was a lot of bands focused on Sanford. So we're going to see if actually this lineup, Blacklist International, decides to do the same. And for this, it's Super Red, Wise, Edward, Yue, and Oh My Venus.
I'd like to put the emphasis here on Edward and also Super Red during this moment, because for Super Red, we've had this interview from like the previous wins that they've had, and he kind of had a little bit of jitters regarding the situation that he was in the very first match. Champions right off the bat. So now, given that he already had, a feel of the game, a feel of the league, what will he show us? And this time, Edward also in the XP lane. The question is, will there be another switch incoming for the rest of the members for NJ to go in, or will they go Edward all the way to possibly Game 2 or Game 3?
Well, that's always the kind of question, because that's what we're saying. When people say, the code from Blacklist International, it's been kind of changed, right? But I feel like they haven't really 100% set on something here. And looking at the team head-to-head, you can kind of see this, the statistics alone between these two powerhouse teams, how it all plays a part here. But is there anything that stands out to you?
Really, it's just how what stood up to me is that it's literally the same for Echo and Blacklist since M4.
Yeah.
They literally stuck to it. Since the meta, there wasn't any change in the meta. They just, played their own game.
To Blacklist, it's more of the execution factor, right? They stick to a lot of their heroes, and something that we see time and time again, but in the same way, they would continue to just, boil it down to like the maximum available play available, and then right from there, Echo would just disrupt them basically by just snowballing right from the get-go. So early game meets, the immense amount of decision-making that Blacklist needs to make.
It's a good point, because just, something that speaks out to me there with the breakdown is actually that first blood percentage from Echo specifically. And that's because a lot of the games, they like to be controllers of the game, right? The pacing and everything else. And we're actually going to find out exactly what the keys to victory here for this matchup is. So let's take it away.
Definitely a rematch para sa ating mga teams, pero napaka-importante na ating keys to victory hatid ng Infinix. Para sa side ng Echo, they have to consider an assassin hero for Carteezy. Alam naman natin na pagka merong assassin hero, ibig sabihin magiging mabilis or higher displacement para sa mga teams, and at the same time higher velocity. And we have high velocity, mabilis din ang rotation ng team, so ibig sabihin magiging mas mabilis ang kanilang conversion, and at the same time umuuso na ngayon ang mga assassin heroes na more on the tanky side or binibuildan ng mga tank items. So, ibig sabihin, Carteezy has the option dahil galing din naman siya sa ganong klaseng role before. So, magkakaroon sila ng parang variety pagdating sa kanilang hero composition, and at the same time, kung paano nila i-execute yung kanilang play. Para sa side naman ng Blacklist International, they have to explore XP lane initiators for Edward. Again, if you go back doon sa hero dynamics or hero composition ng side ng Blacklist International, most of their post 5s are leaning towards the support type. So, kailangan nila dito ng tanky or kailangan kailangan nila ng added na tankiness with the help of Edward's heroes para mas maging madali ang depensa para kay Super Red or hindi mapasok ang kanilang gold laner. Para naman sa ating dalawang teams, pick or ban or contest Fredrin and Akai. Stats don't lie. Nakita natin kanina na ang taas ng potential ng mga teams pag meron sila mga gantong klase ng heroes. So it's either assassin heroes or use these heroes or wag na lang nila gamitin at all. Yung ating keys to victories para sa ating mga teams, again, hatid ng Infinix.
Thank you very much, Chantel. It's always good to see the keys to victory for the matchup. And, you know, I kind of have some of my own, but I do agree, especially with one, let's maybe not have a Fredrin game, right? Maybe both teams just ban them out and then they opt for those assassin picks for either, right? But I honestly feel like Carl Tizzy is more likely to go assassin. Wise, on the other hand, he has a ton of utility jungler picks himself, but also, like he said, he has those unorthodox picks that we've seen him pull out before. You know, jungle. He didn't necessarily. Did he start the jungle Atlas? But I know he brought out the jungle Guinevere. He's brought a lot out, basically. So who knows what else is there?
Membership. What stood out for me during the K2Vs definitely was the focus on explainers, particularly in Edward. I think that we've been highlighting Sanford for a long time now. He deserves it, but Edward, you know, he's been the explainer that we always look up to. So I think that he needs to really step up this time.
Yep, taking a look at the player head-to-head right now. It's the two junglers, Carl Tizzy and Wise, and as I've mentioned from the start, you can already take notice of the damage dealt share and the KDA that has been, divided into these two junglers. So at some point, Wise really has a hold of that team fight participation because of the fact that Blacklist tends to play that way. But at the same time, when you go for the major takes, the major clashes, and the Lord kills per game, this is also, again, very impressive coming in from both of the junglers because they know when the time is right to initiate the fight and get the Lord there forward.
You know, not only that, but I feel like this is kind of a testament to exactly how that journey that Carl Tizzy alone has gone to evolve into the jungler that he is today. And, you know, Wise has kind of played that role, that part for a lot of this time and success that we've seen specifically for Blacklist International. But even looking at this is the last time they met, right? It was a sweep by Echo. And look how dominating, you know, that series was for them.
Well, I can't believe that there's a lot of focus on the Faramis from Echo. And the fact that they also got this joy together with the Fredrin, it kind of tells me that there's a little bit of there's a lot of questions from the coaching side of Blacklist International. For example, they were the team who also gave the 1-1 to Brenny Sports, for example. 2 games. They're also the team that gave both Joy and Fredrin. I think that they're giving too much meta heroes to their opponents, I would say.
Yeah, they're trying to give it away because technically it's still the first round. There's still some ways for them to like figure out a possible solution to the problem. So now we could possibly see how it all boils out. I like that you've mentioned the fact that they were trying to pick up the Faramis more, just because of the fact that Diggy and Estes are banned a lot more times than the other ones are. So they try to lean forward with the Faramis and hopefully just deal the extra sustain from there.
Well, here you go, right? Jumping into the first game's draft. It's right there. Diggy, Estes being banned out. It is going to be Echo on the blue. We got Blacklist International on the red. And interesting, too, you know, we see a lot of teams either have to decide, do we leave the Cho open, do we ban it out, right? And I feel like more often than not, I love that ban, too. The Fredrin is taken out. So, but the other thing is, more often than not, when teams leave the Cho open and we see Yaoi just lock that in, it's a very high chance that they're going to have a good game, right? Progressing from early game to mid to late. So already liking the way this kind of first phase is painting out here.
And this means that there will be a lot of variation for our jungler choices. At the same time, you also have a lot of contention onto Oh My Venus, as you should. So you already see what the focus will be. That's probably why Echo will prioritize the Faramis when the last time that they met. It's because you ban out all of these heroes like Lolita, the Joy, Estes, as well as Diggy. And then you pick the Faramis so that there will be not much of meta support picks there will be for Oh My Venus.
And this time, Echo is going to be taking out be a joy for the rest of the members of Blacklist International, which is actually falling into the keys to victory, right? You give Edward a pretty good initiator, and that is eliminated right away by the side of Echo. So this leaves Blacklist International with a, pick your poison type of scenario, because 1-1 is still open, and it could be possibly used by Benny Cutie heading forward. Meanwhile, you still have, a lot of heroes, because Echo tried to go for the ban the Queen strategy, and instead, yes, 1-1 is going to be the last ban for the first phase of Blacklist.
Right. So this leaves to wonder, what is that first pick going to be? Are they going to, because we have Fermis and Valentina both opened, which I think is probably going to be what Echo wants to opt for, but it's neither. It's actually Farsa first picked here.
Wow, what is Echo seeing in here? But knowing that it's one of the better heroes for Yue, one of his mastered heroes.
Right.
Very strong when it comes to generally how Blacklist wants to operate, because we know that they are a team that generally wants the marksman. And we know for sure that Farsa is a kind of marksman. That kind of opens up the idea of Lapu Lapu for Blacklist International earlier on. And the Fermis too.
They could potentially go for the Lapu Lapu with this one, given the stationary heroes such as, the Farsa, but instead they're going to be picking up the Valentina right away, just to copy the feathered airstrike that will be given. But this time they're going to double down on Magic, picking up the Alice early, which is actually very much surprising, because we kind of usually see the initiators prioritize in the early portions of the game, but this time they kind of go the other way around.
This is very surprising to me, prioritizing the Alice. And we know for sure that Blacklist have been successful with this before.
Right.
And the Valentina, again, it counters a lot. Like already, you're wondering if you're Echo, do you pick up the Lolita as Brand Esports did against the Alice? Because you use the Bulwark to cancel that flowing blood. Instead, they go for the Yuzhong first.
I like it. We have seen kind of the track record specifically for Sanford, right? Especially when he gets the hands on this Yuzhong pick, the way that he's actually had opportunities to carry games early on just with it, and then late game he's just, a huge obstacle to deal with for the opposing teams. And then they rounded out too for that first phase. They're going to lock in this Claude pick, which I gotta say, Claude is always one of those heroes that obviously takes some time to build up. He's got to be able to farm. So the only worried part there is he usually can farm pretty safely, right? The way that he works. But Blacklist International is going to know that. We'll see, because right now, even with the Alice pick locked in, and then of course the Valentina, and this is going to be the Fermis, your dive potential is a huge threat to Echo right now.
Here's the status of the roof.
Right.
You can see already it's very difficult to take down the Alice, and then you combo it up with a Fermis. My God, there's a lot of sustain coming out from Blacklist International already.
Yep, that is one of the pros. But if we talk about the cons, at some point there's not a lot of early game damage as of the moment for the side of Blacklist International, so it might be something that they would consider in the later portions of this draft. Meanwhile, for Echo, there's a well-rounded kind of composition here. They're still missing that, one more durable hero for Yaoi, but overall, their damage is very much respected by the other side, and we actually have to take notice here regarding the objective takes, because this is going to be the name of the game for Blacklist International, for them to exactly do that, they remove Akai off the equation. Same with Melissa for the side of the Orcas.
What I noticed about Blacklist is that they're now going to be banning out the tanky junglers. Akai is top of the list. I'm not going to be surprised if something like an Atlas will be banned out too, because it is a Yaoi hero still, and you have that front line that you need to counteract this Alice. And I guess when it comes to other tank jungler choices, you only have the Barretts left. So that might be another ban coming out from Blacklist International.
Yeah, and you remember the last time, too. I think that, if I remember right, it was Carl Teasy when he had to play the Barretts. Or actually, was it Wise that had to play it? They had a hard time, right? Because it was shut down, and I feel like if you're left with those utility options, you might as well just bring something new to the table if you can. There's the Kanja ban, though, right? So they're going to go with that. Options still available here for both teams, obviously. The only thing that I feel like Echo has to do is survive the early game right now. Based on these 3 picks from Blacklist International, the amount of early game damage they're going to have with that magic damage kind of threat will be something they have to worry about, especially as they try to focus on the objectives. We could actually even see Echo not contest them so much, but you know, with that being all said, Blacklist International takes up the Arlet pick, who has been rising, especially from week 4 to where we are now.
Okay, so what would be the choice for Echo? You need a tank. I think Atlas still is good for Yaoi. Great combo with the other heroes that they have. A lot of engage potential if they do consider that. So what would be your tank jungler choice? Like, only the Barretts is left. Maybe the Martis is considerable, but it's not going to be that good. Another hero that we saw in other regions that they use against Arlet is the Edith. Although a very low chance that it will be picked up, but you know, I think it's worth mentioning in there.
You already have initiators at this point, but they're going to throw Blacklist International a curveball. And in addition to that, they're also going to be picking up a Lancelot. It's a fireball.
They threw him a fireball.
It's a fireball. Lancelot's going to be picked up here.
But is it tanks a lot? Or is it going to be, you know, normal damage? Yeah, I was gonna like, what's the name for Assassin Lancelot? I guess it's just Lancelot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Moskov
going to be the choice here.
Okay.
Because again, you're going to be running out of options. I mean, the 1-1, the Melissa, Brody is actually out. And from the rest of the hero pool that we've seen from Blacklist International, you only get to pick up either the Moskov, the Brody, or the Melissa. So Moskov really a possible choice here for the side of Blacklist International. There we have it, the draft.
Yeah, draft locked in.
Wow, Echo.
Predictions locked in. That's a whole lot of Orcas, right? And I got to say, this game 1, the way the draft went here and everything else, I'm leaning towards Echo on this one, right? Blacklist International, they're going to have a huge presence early game, but I also feel like they're going to lack some of that durability if it gets dragged on, right? So I'm assuming this Arlot is going to be kind of tanky build whatsoever. But also, for all you watching, at some point in the game, the Smart Power prediction will pop up and a poll will show up, and all you have to do is, until the timer runs out, it's very short, is comment your prediction with the hashtag #PowerOfSmart. One lucky person who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. So remember to keep an eye out. And with that being said, we are jumping in to game number 1 here, Echo and Blacklist International.
How fitting this is. You see the Lancelot, we were wishing for it, but it's going to be a tank Lancelot. Going to be facing up against an Alice, the Weiss.
And it's not a tanky Arlot either. It's what we saw actually working really well last week, the Unbending Will.
That's right. It's something that you really have to prepare, given that Carl TC, he has, you know, such a rich history with this Lancelot, but this time he's going to be trying to figure something out with a different kind of formula, a different kind of setup from what we're seeing. Meanwhile, Blacklist International, you see 3 flickers right away, so they could engage and disengage heading forward into this matchup, and also adding that sustain factor moving forward in.
Okay, so where is the weak point here specifically for Echo, right? We haven't seen too much of Valir. By the way, there is the poll, guys. Go ahead and make your predictions. But look, I mean, this is actually quite a bit of poke already early on, but where's the weak point for Echo's lineup here, Sona?
If you're going to be taking at some of the weak points, it's the mid game for me, given that the early game is really going to be dominated by the side of the Orcas because of the immense damage that they actually possess. So at some point, if Blacklist International could continue to stay alive while securing objective at the same time, they could go and actually do a lot better than what happened from their previous meeting.
Some pokes and pops coming up from Blacklist and Echo. Yaoi delayed with his teleport, his recall, but he's able to sustain himself nevertheless. And that means that Echo will actually lead by a little bit this time. The turtle fight is going to ensue a little bit from now on, as they are now positioning Blacklist International with Edward and Weiss in good Sanford. Pops the dragon form. There's a fair dare strike as well very earlier on, but the turtle is secured by Weiss. However, he pays for his life. And Blacklist International will get something out of 1 kill.
Actually, very impressive Black Dragon form coming in from Sanford there. He gets the first blood for the side of the Orcas. But Blacklist International also managed to get the turtle on their own. So, again, this is one of the keys to victory for the side of Blacklist International. That's just try to secure objectives as much as you can while not having any casualties. But Echo starts off strong too.
Good start for Echo here, right? And you're going to see them already playing around that, trying to invade here.
Yeah, Carl TZ will be stunned up. Pops the Thorn Rose will ultimate out of there, out of harm's way. Little too close for Echo.
Yeah, I mean, again, going back to this little lead that Echo's built for themselves, they're going to work around it, because even looking back at the stats before this matchup, that's kind of how we know. That was Edward, by the way, looking for a moment in mid lane, not going to find it, but that's how Echo likes to play, right? Blacklist International, again, with this lineup that they have, it's almost, I want to say it's a little odd the way it's going to work, the way it's going to unfold in these team fights. And that's something that Echo has to watch out for.
Solid Feather there, Stark. It's going to be Farsa on Farsa action. And Blacklist International will just be poking. They will not be committing this time.
And they're starting to actually like group up together because they know that one of the weak points, they're starting to notice it, is that tanks a lot. There's not a lot of damage from it just yet. So for right now, they're just trying to figure things out. And Oh My Venus gets away from there. And as I said that, Carl TZ just goes for the engage. What are you talking about, Sona?
And Carl TZ will not be stopped. I think that he favored the tanks a lot again. Judging from the emblem and, of course, the Molten Essence that's available there. Super red.
Just stole it.
A crab. And now Yawi gonna be stunned up and will be taking a lot of damage. In comes the Farsa with the ultimate and the stun. Weiss is low and he goes down. That's gonna be 2 kills for Echo in the first 4 minutes of the game. Very advantageous for Carl TZ, who's now positioning himself into the turtle.
You know, again, we've been talking a lot. Sanford, he should be fine.
Should be, or is he? Oh My Venus is waiting. As for the snag, Sanford is gonna be alive. Carl TZ secures the turtle. Edward is not gonna be reaching Sanford, who recalls in time.
I like this, the battle of the objectives, right? We saw it early during the courtside report. They're going to be trying their best. Well, right now they both have 1 turtle for their team here. But again, it's Echo that's building upon this lead. They're really trying to put pressure where they can. And what we see is Blacklist International just kind of responding, right? They're not really able to find the moments that they want to this part of the game. So, but speaking of, all hail the Retry God, leads all players in total of the pretty much objectives taken here.
And the previous, skirmishes and team fights actually resulted into those objective takes by Carl TZ. And as of this moment, those little things that Echo tends to actually take advantage of, like those 2 kills and at the same time the extra gold that they get from the minions and also the turtles that have been taken, is something that would place them in the lead. Blacklist International, you're absolutely right there that they're just trying to react into what is actually happening around them in the map, what Echo could possibly give them. As we take a look at the items right now, it will indeed be that tank setup that we've been mentioning from quite some time. And the rest of the members of Blacklist International are still trying to figure out their first items, but both the Valentina and the Alice here already securing their Clock of Destiny is going to be massive heading forward in this match.
So this makes me wonder, right? With this Alice locked in for Wise, is this, it is 2 deaths for him. He did get that turtle. Oh,
what a final slash.
Okay, he's going to be fine, gets away. Maybe that's, again, tanks a lot, works pretty well. You get that survivability, you're pretty finicky as on top of it. So going back to it though, oh, Yawi might be in trouble.
Are big trouble indeed, as Edward and Oh My Venus is gone upon, gonna be able to kill out the Valir this time. Sanji pops the Predators, like scouts out Edward, and this is gonna be good for Blacklist as it is. The turtle timing in a few seconds from now, it spawns now. Carl TZ might find an angle, just popping the Thorn Rose at this point. Sanford scouting Wise, pops the ultimate.
Ooh.
Double snag coming out from Oh My Venus. Carl TZ goes in, but the turtle belongs to Wise, and he's gonna be gunning down Carl TZ, bumping into that and pops the ultimate just to get out. It's gonna be safe for now. Final Slash not gonna connect even some of those Vengeance pops. As Carl TZ is masterful with the Thorn Rose, Weiss gets out, and Blacklist gets away with a turtle and gets the economic lead.
This is where we're starting to see the confidence of Blacklist International. Usually if you're 0-2 and 0, you wouldn't really go for the engage as much, but now Weiss has had the best moment of his life right now, as he's taken a lot of turtles, but the craftiness is right there at the same way. And Carl TZ actually almost dying.
Almost dying, but Weiss might be in trouble. The Fram is ultimate in time. Weiss is going to survive with a little bit of Bandit King without a lever to finish it off. Wants to go out to UA. Actually, BMI's out. Oh My Venus left, but 3 men. Final speed. Just get out of there. Edward does have the final slash this time. Carl TZ, my God. Look at him go, dodging everything. Edward will go. The flicker gets out and takes out Carl TZ, but will be punished. It comes Yue with a stolen feather there strike. Yawi going down. Double kill. Making a triple for Yue. As Blacklist International just has the right ultimate usage.
One extended team fight after another. We actually managed to see, Echo started it off strong after the initiation by the side of Blacklist International, but because of the retaliation and fight back that was brought about by Edward's arrival, take a look at this instant replay, right? Ooh. You're already missing Wise in this team fight, but that final slash caught into 3. Edward pays in the process, but still, Blacklist International leads that one just because they managed to get more heroes. Carl TZ and Sanji too. So now the lead is slowly going into the hands of Blacklist International. In fact, they already have 1,000 in gold.
That was beautiful, right? Just how everything kind of unfolded there, even with Edward with that final slash, like you mentioned. He's going to have to deal with this punishment here, bottom side. Should be able to get away though. But look what's happening cross map. They're going to start up that Lord. Blacklist International, like you mentioned, having this lead and everything that kind of fell into place there, especially with Yue making those plays, this could just go over to the hands of Blacklist International.
Yep. Lord low, about 30%. Carl TZ gonna be snagged. In comes the drive from Yue, but Carl TZ gets the Lord anyways. Up deep, Sanford is gonna dive into the backlines of Blacklist and will be punished because of that. All the while, final flash connects to the Yaoi. Flicker out. Still being chased down by Edward at this point. Kautisi on the right side. Nice push coming up from Yaoi. And Kautisi still get damage as well. Benny Cutie. Yue gonna be gone now. Kautisi, with all of those slashes and the punctures, will deal the damage. Edward gonna be chasing down Yaoi. Yaoi goes down. Forward rows. Next to the 2. Wise is back in action. Kautisi doesn't have a dash. Will have it eventually. Will not have a follow-up. As a very sticky fight favors Echo.
Oh man, that was very unfortunate for Wise. He got knocked off by the Lord skill, and automatically, even when Carl TZ was actually away from the fight, in which he's actually closing in now, he was able to get the Lord, but still, Edward!
Edward baited into that spot with Carl TZ starting the fight once again. Everybody's confident in this game.
This is I want to say this is a brawl, basically, at this point, right? It's a lot of back and forth, and we see these extended team fights happening, too. And as the game goes on, we're going to see it more and more, especially with the way this lineup for Blacklist International works. And now their job is to just hold down the mid lane.
Oh, Sanford connects to Oh My Venus. Oh My Venus goes down very early on. He wants to go for more, but he had to jump backwards as Yue is going to be threatening for Kino. Carl TZ actually steals an orange buff. Will use the minion to get out with a free puncture stack. And he's now safe.
Something that we actually haven't seen in the past few minutes of this game is Benny QT. Benny QT has been living his best life onto the gold lane for the first 5 minutes, which is why previously, as we've seen the items and the way the itemizations actually went, he already has that golden staff and also securing the other kinds of extra items here for the rest of the marksmen. As we take a look at the player gold here, you have both Benny QT and Super Red being the anchors of offense here for the side of Echo and Blacklist International, but even so, for Echo, you also have Sanji to assist actually in the offense that is being brought about by the Orcas. So at some point, those 3 assists, even if there is only a minimal amount of kill scores that was given in this matchup, it would really be very vital and crucial for this match, given that there's a lot of team fights going on and those AoE skills really matter in every second in every matchup.
Yeah, especially as the game transitions, right? Now, the amazing thing, too, is how Benny Cutie has managed to have this good of a time on this clan, because originally I thought Blacklist International, with what they had, especially the first 3 picks, they could easily dive and shut down Benny Cutie, not have him pretty much have just vacation mode. He's farmed up like crazy, so now that's another component they have to worry about, especially their timing on that Cold Altar usage, right? Because he's going to use that Blazing Duet alongside Sanford and Sanji. The burst potential is huge. And Yaoi's job at this point is to pretty much just either push everybody back or just maybe land some stuns with the fireball mechanics, right? And that works so well in their favor around these objective takes. So it comes down again to who's going to win those retribution battles. We know both junglers mentioned they're going to try their best. Well, now it starts here because already Echo, comfortable lead. They did grab that first Lord. And with this dance started up.
Wise jumping in. Sanji has to commit the flicker. Already he's going to be stunned up, but will dodge with the Thorn Rose. You see Wise picking up the Winter Truncheon and ready with the ultimate. Almost unlimited now. Not popping out. Conceal play coming up from Blacklist International towards the left. But they're going to be stopped by the steering torrent. In comes Yue with the damage up to Yaoi. Kautisi onto the back lines. But look at that. The final slash connects up to 2. Stanford still wants to fight. Sustains himself. Does have the dragon form. Now be able to survive. Kautisi low, but pops the Thorn Rose. going to be safe for now. All My Venus left in the battlements of Echo, but the rest of Blacklist International are controlling the Lord. It seems like the dance is going to favor Blacklist as Carl TC is very low. The Lord going to be in favor of Wise. Sanford solo. They'll be taken up by Yue this time. The cycle to Sanji, and he'll goes down as well. Carl TC wants to stay in the purple buff against Wise. On the other side, Benny Cutie versus Edward. It's going to be the Claw to win it. Yue going to chase him down. Does something damage. Connects it to Yue, and he takes him out. Double kill for Benny Cutie. And Echo, despite losing that Lord battle, still evens up when it comes to kills.
A massive pull coming in from the side of Blacklist International, but Benny Cutie with an answer just so that they couldn't maximize the opportunity of having this Lord. Without Yue, without Edward, there's not going to be a lot of possible pushes and macro gameplay that will be available to the side of Blacklist International, but even so, it is a wonderful macro mechanic that came from the side of the agents. They've managed to just pull away and try to dish out as much of damage as they could, but they need to also worry about Benny Cutie because slowly but surely this Claude is slowly becoming a problem.
You know, not only to talk about Benny Cutie here, but the fact that Super Red is kind of a very similar situation on this Mozkov pick. You know, he hasn't really had to do too much, right? Just because of the way the game has unfolded at this 14-minute mark. But as we get further on, especially with Benny Cutie just picking up this Malefic Roar, we're going to see more of these extended fights, and it's going to come down to those micro decisions on how are they utilizing these ultimates, how are they utilizing even their battle spells, right? How that all falls into place now. But if you look at just the previous Lord fight between the two teams, Blacklist International played it better, right? They actually took dominance of that area. They got all the resources they needed out from Echo, and then they just dominated that whole space.
Oh, look at that. Yaoi gonna be pulled in after the flicker. He goes down. Now, KarTC wants to make something happen out of this. Going for the damage as well. Benny Cutie with a blazing duet, and now they take out Yue. Oh, my Venus is gonna be safe for now. Benny Cutie is low. Wise is chasing on him. Can he look? No. The sprint is gonna save Benny Cutie for now. As the explosion happens, Blacklist loses 2.
Immaculate positioning coming in from Benny Cutie. I just had to say, with the extra mobility that will be brought up by the boots, and the total damage can actually, you know, attest to that, 72,000 at most. And at the same time, Blacklist International couldn't really go for the team fight because their main weakness, even if their strength is sustained, is the immense amount of damage that Benny Cutie is actually posing. And for the side of Echo, we're starting to notice that the scaling of Yaoi is slowly coming to a close. This is very unfortunate for him because this is not the usual, you know, setup type of hero that we actually are accustomed to seeing Yaoi use and do. So at some point, Echo really needs to find the pokes necessary first before they could go ahead, because there's still the Cult Altar to worry about. After the Cult Altar, you also have Wise that is actually sustaining, and Super Red starting to get his items. So Echo needs one quick matchup here and one quick, you know, ultimate work of art just for them to unleash what is needed. In Blacklist International, they're slowly positioning into the Lord.
We're back to this point, right? Another showing. Lord's going to be half health here.
So quickly, half health. Oh, my Venus is going to be spotted out. Very tanky hero, though. Does have the immortality. KarTC getting the aggro of the Lord this time. Wise just pop in his first kill just to scout out where the Echo members are. He's going to be threatening for that. Lord at 50% HP. Wise is going to take the aggro for himself. Very close fight between two teams in this Lord dance. It's going to be really intense.
Reset.
Both junglers level 15 at this point. They have to reset as KarTC will have to take this purple unless All My Venus takes it. No, not going to happen this time. And you can see KarTC deep into the back lines.
You see what I'm talking? This is exactly what I'm talking about. The way that Blacklist International kind of zones out Echo here, waiting for the moment. Yaoi already flickering out. Using his ultimate as well. So this is the sign Blacklist International was looking for.
For sure.
They might just go ahead and punch this one in if they can grab it. But KarTC is going to be working his best to at least contest this and the rest of the team here as they go and slow things down. Benny Cutie is down.
Final slash again, connects out to Yaoi. It might go down, no flicker for him, and he goes down indeed. Yue now going to be moved low. Sanford onto the back, let's connecting onto 2. But the crowd offers going to be popped. KarTC is here. The damage slows Benny Cutie. Super Red goes down, but Wise still takes the Lord. He is going to be very low this time. Gonna be chased down by Kautizi. Can he use that puncture, that extra puncture? Not gonna be enough. Meanwhile, Oh My Venus gonna be running away from Sanford. Beniguti suddenly is here. Takes out Oh My Venus. And that's a bonus coming up from Meko. But they do lose on the retry battle. This means the Blacklist International will stay alive for a little bit longer.
So, as I was saying, Beniguti was down bot. He made his way up. If he was there a little bit sooner, maybe that could have turned out differently. Wise got away with, what, a sliver of health, but still managed to get that Lord here.
He was trying to go for the extra wave onto the lead, but Oh My Venus is actually feeling the burn here from the bullets that is being thrown around by Beniguti. But as I was saying, Beniguti was trying to form a wave into the bot side so that even if they lose the Lord fight, they would still have a way to defend their base. But unfortunately for them, Blacklist International, with the help of Wise, with an immaculate retribution take, they've managed to take the Lord. But unfortunately for the side of Blacklist International, Oh My Venus was caught in a very difficult position, but even so, 2 of his teammates were able to escape, which is why we are still at the stalemate right now, both having 5 turrets available, or both having 5 turrets taken down, and all inhibitors are still intact.
It's funny because every time pretty much objective pops up, right, you just see with the lineup that Blacklist International has how much dominance they can have in terms of space and zoning out Echo. But usually when those fights break out and extend, and especially when Beniguti comes in later on with the Blazing Duet, it favors Echo here, right? I mean, the sustainability and that kind of extended life play with Blacklist International's lineup only works for so long. But if they continue to get these Lords, it's still going to be difficult for Echo to deal with, you know, as we get down to, what, the 4th, the 5th Lord, and they'll have to deal with it. So the next one, which is still a minute away, they've got to be able to contest that and get space that they need, because right now, in terms of objectives, Blacklist International is doing a bit better on controlling those areas. So Echo might have the firepower, they might have this minor lead, but they've got to be able to play around the lead that they have. Kautizi, though.
From Blacklist International, Kautizi does have the dash, but on the back lines, that is going to be Beniguti and the rest of the gang. Sanford is going to pop the ultimate from his Cult Altar. Going to be coming as well. Petrify got accepted free, and they drop the damage. Shui is low, as well as Super Red, but they're now running away. It comes Sanchi with the flicker, takes out Super Red, while Kautizi makes quick work on Oh My Venus. Yaoi going to be isolating Edward. Fireballs up, and who would have thought that a Valir can actually take on an Ardent? Will it be the case? Oh, Edward with the outplay. Yaoi goes down, but that's enough time as Echo, a classic play, straight into the base to take game 1.
Patience, ladies and gentlemen. All you need is a little bit more time. We were actually concerned on how this is about to go for Echo. Yaoi was about to lose, you know, the scaling, and at the same time, that momentum, but even so, it's Sanford, man.
Sanford.
That Petrify was, oh my goodness.
I think I mentioned during the draft, you know, this man, Sanford, when he gets his hands on Yuzhong, you got to watch out, you know, and it's plays like that. And also, even, you know, some people might be like, oh, check your recall, Yaoi, because you saw him do that. But he knew what he was doing. He was delaying that, you know, to go back to base. And everything just fell into place there at the end there because, like I was saying before that even broke out, it was actually just misplacement, right? I mean, it was misplacement. They got caught out. It started a team fight. It didn't have to because Blacklist International, they were controlling the objective space that they had. They could have honestly just dragged it out a little bit longer. Next Lord came up, probably had the same outcome. You know, they dominate that area. They get the Lord and then march in from there. But this is what we're talking about, man. The defending world champions know how to punish, especially when they find moments like that. And that's why it worked so well for them. And they, you know, managed to grab game 1. So already we're off to possibly seeing history repeat itself here with Echo having one up in the series. They might be looking to get another sweep here on Blacklist International. But still, based on this game number 1, a lot can be learned here. Because if you look at this lineup, and I know Sona's going to break it down in just a bit here, the lineup was interesting that Blacklist International had. But Sona, like I said, you probably have more insights on this. Go ahead and break it down for us.
Another classic has been given to us as Echo takes game number 1 against Blacklist International. There's a lot of things that we have to really consider heading forward into this matchup, especially with the draft that was given to us by both of the teams. As we take a look at the lineups here, there were a lot of magic damage from the first 3 picks that was brought about by Blacklist International. Meanwhile, Echo really relied on that Claude from the early portions of the game, give as much space as possible. I mean, we haven't really seen a lot of news in like the first 5 minutes of the fight. So now, with Benny QT also having that extra avarice as the emblem of the Claude, it really was beneficial for him because he doesn't need to be parts of the fight while also having some extra gold in return to itemize and scale very well in this matchup. Thanks a lot has also been one of the biggest factors towards Echo's game here, building up that immortality and the Guardian's helmet to actually have some extra notion of health and the craftiness that is being brought about by the Prodigy himself. It was something that Blacklist International kind of struggled with because there's not a lot of hold. They have a lot of sustain with this lineup. As we take a look at the team fight participation, Oh My Venus 77%, UA sharing that one as well. And the monster gold stolen is going to the side of Blacklist International because of their objective takings. They were able to secure their very own and not let Echo get the best of those objectives. But at the same time, the damage to the turrets given that Benny QT was also starting to become online, Sanford was getting the better on his lane even when the Arlot had a lot of immaculate placements and plays that were given to Echo that, you know, cost or resulted into the pickoffs possible. It was just something that Blacklist International couldn't really, you know, handle, and this is one of the key players of this game. Yuzhong by Sanford, 5, 3, and 7, and let me tell you, Sanford and Petrify is a deadly duo to have, especially when you have those extra mobility and having those defensive items when you actually go in and try to initiate for the rest of your team. The concern for their lineup is the fact that they only have the Valier, a poke kind of mechanic that could scale from the early to the mid portions of the game. But because of the build-up of Sanford, especially from the 10th up to the 10th minute of this matchup, he really tried to get a lot of a lot of gold to itemize and get the items in before he could continue. And even in the first 4 minutes of the matchup, we already saw him from before immediately using that Black Dragon form just so he could potentially go ahead and get the first objective for his team. As we take a look at the highlights right now, it will really be an action-packed kind of matchup or action-packed kind of review, given that there's a lot of team fights happening, and this is, you know, Echo and Blacklist's identities coming and clashing in the Land of Dawn. There was just a lot of pick-offs that happened here for both of the teams, but also it really boiled down into the counter-attacks that were happening in terms of this fight. Oh My Venus had a lot of, you know, pulls using the skills from the Faramis, and again, they've maximized the capitalization of their very own skill, given that there's a lot of AoE available for the side of Blacklist International, but even so, Echo managed to get the placements done. We have to give commendations here for Benny QT and also to Sanji. Sanji using the Feathered Airstrike was immense and, you know, a huge factor in terms of the abundance of damage through the Feathered Airstrike that was given here to the rest of the members of Blacklist International. And also, you have Carl TZ. Carl TZ is acting as, you know, the frontliner, if I should say, for the rest of the members of Blacklist International, because you can't really try to go ahead and handle the damage because of the defensive items that is being secured by Carl TZ. And this is one of the scenarios wherein Blacklist International was able to take the Lord and hopefully take the win for themselves, because one of the prioritizations that they have or they need to go for this team is the fact that they only need to secure the Yaoi kill, and after that we can go for broke or we can go for the attack right away. But this is the clash that decided it all, as everybody just technically fell low on health, and there was just a lot of, you know, attacks, a lot of damage coming in from Echo. But even So there were a lot of factors that boiled down into this matchup. First was the AOE from the side of Echo that really boiled into the later portions of the game. Plus, Blacklist International had that sustain, but really didn't have that crowd control. Really didn't have that hold for the very sly and very slick Benny Cutie that just went in and out of that fight just like nothing happened, which is why Echo has managed to secure game number 1. I feel like for this time, they really need to have, some sort of extra crowd control for that Benny Cutie and Benny Cutie alone.
Not just that, right? But the fact that, well, one, initially we thought with the lineup they had, they would focus on shutting down Benny Cutie. But, the guy was on vacation mode. And that's probably why he went Claude as well. Because typically when you have Claude, you can kind of do that, right? So I was expecting dive-heavy kind of concentration there on the gold lane. And because really, for the majority of that game, both gold laners, they weren't really like impact, early game, right? Obviously, Benny was later on. But one of the big things here, too, is just the fact that I feel like Blacklist International, even though the game mostly was back and forth between the two, they just had a hard time actually winning these extended team fights.
Yep.
They were the ones forcing extended team fights with team fights with what they had, but they couldn't actually capitalize on that, right? So, again, there's a lot here to kind of break down. Sona did a great job, but also for everybody that wants to join us here, again, it's only week 5. We still have weeks ahead of us. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at the Shooting Gallery Studio. Tickets are now available via ticket2me.net. Get yours now, and you can actually feel the crowd here, because I feel like, when you're watching at home, it's different. You don't get to feel it like here. And even when Echo's playing, man, they've got drums, right?
Yeah,
they got some drum buff going on. Other teams, you got to step up your games, right? Bring drums or saxophones or whatever
squad,
you feel
baby.
like.
Yeah,
Pep squad. You mentioned about Benny Cutie having a vacation mode. I would say he applied his vacation leave through his boss named Carl Teasy, I'd say. And Carl Teasy approved. Why do I say that? Because he made a lot of space. I think that whoever invented the tank slot did not realize that it could be so deadly in Carl Teasy's hands, because you saw how much space he's able to create for his team.
Yeah.
Like he in that last play where Blacklist was dissected, he was the one who forced a lot of commitment coming out from Weiss.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
Because
What's funny?
he's trying to make it high octane. Like
exactly.
He thinks it's boring, so he's like, you know what? I'm going to live on the edge, and I'm going to
all
play
the
this
time.
as high octane as I can. And if that means going in between, 4 or 5 members and coming out,
I don't
alive,
care.
hey, it's not boring anymore.
It's not boring anymore because I'm the one who's using it, right? So there's just a lot of events happening with the tank slot, and I think with this win, Carl Teasy is a firm believer of the tank slot meta, and I can't wait. I can't wait to hear what Carl Teasy is going to be saying, because he kind of had a first-hand experience sharing that Lancelot within, but at the same time, you also have to give it to the rest of the members in, because, it was a huge problem for Carl Teasy, given that he was that person being in the front lines, and it's not the Fredrin that he's using. It's a Lancelot that's just trying to divide the attention of the group.
Well, that's the funny thing, right? Is he's a big distraction, but technically so is Yaoi, because I feel like initially most people are like, oh, it's Valir. He's got like maybe a couple tools in his kit to get out of danger, right? But most of the resources were used on either. Actually, I feel like they weren't used too much on Carl Teasy specifically. He was kind of flashy with them, but they weren't committing too much. It was actually towards Yaoi.
Right.
And so Yaoi was able to, he might have seemed like he had a hard game, but I feel like he accomplished what he was trying to do specifically, right? And this is why, again, Sanji Sanford and even Benny Cutie later on shine so well, because even Sanji, the fact that he was able to do exactly, I feel like he literally kind of flew under the radar a little bit, right? But it's always the San duo that has these moments in every game they play where it's like, whoa, that's why it's the San duo.
Yeah. That's why you also prioritize the Yuzhong as well as the Farsa, right? It's a first pick Farsa followed up by a second pick Yuzhong. They were so on point with it. And even with the min-maxing of the range of the feathered airstrike, knowing where Sanford will eventually land, and then the Farsa is already there. It's crazy. I want to also double down on Yaoi's performance in here as the Valier, because I think that Blacklist International have fallen into that false sense of like, that's a Valier, can take him out easily. But you think about it, that's still a position 5. You still have your sustain. And if you think about it, a Valier has a free cleanse, a free purify with the ultimate, and of course the searing torrent for pushing back. So.
Yeah. All good points, and now we're going to see how it's the adjustments are made specifically for this game number 2 to see if Blacklist International can take it to game 3, right? So they are going to be on the blue side. We got Echo on the red, and my question is, do we see those focus on bans similar to what we had in game 1, or do we actually see them take out those XP options too? Because, yeah, that was something that was brought up even on social media where they said, you know, the way that RSG Slate Philippines gave it to Echo basically was they actually focused a lot of those bans towards Sanford, towards that XP lane. So does Blacklist International do that? So far, not exactly, right?
Yeah. I mean, it could be a possibility, but as of the moment, they're trying to just, you know, eliminate all of the threats that Yawi could impose in this matchup, because from the hero pools that we've seen, especially from Benny QT, there's a lot of heroes that he could potentially use in this game. I believe he has used more than 5, maybe 6 or even 7 heroes in Season 11. So it's kind of no use to just ban out those heroes or just select some of the few heroes that could potentially ruin your game in this matchup. So Joy is going to be eliminated, and so will be the Glue. So again, the Lapu Lapu is available for the side of Blacklist International to try and secure an initiator for their side, as the Estes is also banned out. So there might be a possibility that Echo could still pick up the Diggy for themselves, but still, once the Fredrin is open, you know where it's going.
The F-bomb, I would say. At least in this matchup, no?
Yep.
So it's going to be the Farsa and Lapu Lapu as we kind of expected it to be. Does this mean that Blacklist will actually give Edward Yu Zhong to kind of counter this? Valentina is still good, I would say, for Blacklist International, as it is a good substitute to the Feather Strike. It's been playing it well. But that also means that they will be sacrificing the Oh My Venus hero. So this could be like a Lolita plus Yu Zhong, perhaps? Or Lolita Valentina from Blacklist, maybe?
Yeah, I was honestly thinking of the fact that the Diggy is still open for both of the teams. And Blacklist International is still, or is actually using the Diggy for themselves. So at some point, there it is, right? The Diggy is available for the Queen, and the Queen picks it up, as well as the Valentina that you've mentioned, Wolf. And in addition to that, it also eliminates the Atlas Fact for the side of the Echo, or for the side of the Orcas. So now Hilda's going to be picked up. They're going to try and ruin the jungling of the King of the Jungle.
All right. I don't know how I feel about the Hilda pick, because not only is that a 0% win rate, right? But the fact that the last couple times we've seen Hilda, it was played into the Diggy, and it didn't work out very well, right? Because a lot of the times, you're working around the fact Hilda's job is literally to like regen in bushes. Well, Diggy doesn't allow that to happen, because there's bombs in pretty much every single bush that you're trying to get into. Not only that, but Hilda literally just sprints, right? That's what she does. She sprints at people, she sprints away. And she's don't get me wrong, she's a great roam option, but still, that's her job. And Diggy, technically, Diggy plus the Valentina even. And if you want to throw Fredrin in there too, there's so much CC, and I feel like Hilda's going to have a difficult time here.
This series kind of brings me back to what Echo did in the previous season. It kind of told me that Echo is just operating on their winning conditions in the previous season. First, for example, the Valier. Remember in Grand Finals, it was also a pocket pick that they used and won against Blacklist in one game. And Hilda versus the Bums Bunny earlier on the season, MPL season 10, what also was true. But season 10 is different from season 11. I wonder how they will use it this time. It's going to be the carry.
And I'm actually glad that you've mentioned, the Hilda versus the Diggy matchup, because Hilda pretty much is similar to the Valier. It has that early to mid-game position. Their Echo is trying to gamble here, right? If the Hilda works out and gets the scaling and gets the stacks, then it would be, problems for the side of Blacklist International. But as of the moment, they're going to be picking up that Arlot. It really worked well, not going to lie, for Edward in game number 1. It just really didn't have, that kind of extra dash available for them. But hey, if it works in terms of the sets and crowd control that, again, the agents were missing in game number 1, maybe it would work around in game number 2, especially now that they have the extra kind of retreat factor with that Diggy available. So now Moskov is again going to be picked up here by a Super Red on the side of Blacklist International. So somewhat, it's a little similar, a pretty standard group of heroes that is picked up here by Blacklist International. Meanwhile, for Echo, we're still waiting for that Carl TZ hero. I still don't know what would be the possibility here because Lancelot is now, unavailable. Maybe Martis or the Barretts, possibly?
Well, regardless of what he goes here, I think the biggest problem with Echo for this game is, again, dealing with getting that times journey out as soon as possible. And not only that, but even playing around all the CC. Now it's going to be a Dyroth here locked in. So we're going to just say, that's Dyroth in the jungle. And how do you feel about this specifically, this pick?
So they want to I think that they really want to burst down enemies because Blacklist International are highly sustainable heroes. But when it comes to like the raw HP that they have, even the Fredrin as a tanky hero, he don't have the high HP that can last the burst, the one-hit combo of the Dyroth. So maybe that's the idea, right?
And they're also trying to take notice of the overall damage from the phases of the game because I believe Hayabusa has also been a consideration for that kind of draft because there's really not a lot of damage that was happening. But again, Dyroth, you're absolutely right, just to take care of the damage department and to burst them all down as early as possible, given that Carl TZ scaling is going to be in the early portions of the game. But again, he also mentioned that he's going to make every hero a tank from here on out. Let's see if Dyroth's going to be another addition to the list.
Well, that'll be interesting if we see that, right? But jumping in the game, welcome to game number 2 here. Echo and Blacklist International. Blacklist International looking to extend the series to a 3rd game here. And, as we get adjusted and set in here, the biggest thing that points out to me, too, aside from, the whole CC talk we've had, is also the fact that when it comes to Echo, they're super reliant on the physical damage department. They don't have too much magic damage available to them. So I feel like, especially as the game goes on here, they don't have that mix-up that we see from Blacklist International, at least with their lineup, right? Especially early game, Blacklist International will have a lot of good poke potential. So one of the best things that Echo can do is, you start Yawi early with this Hilda. If he can build those that early pressure, even the stacks that he needs here, that'll pay dividends as the game transitions on.
I think he's going to be mirroring or going for the man-to-man defense against Oh My Venus, starting in the bottom lane, and now they're literally chasing Oh My Venus across the map. Interesting take coming out from Yawi.
He's just trying to, follow the owl that is trying to give more vision and information to eliminate the ticking time bombs and for, Blacklist to not see anyone because Yawi's all that they're going to be seeing. But so far, Wise
going to be popping the ultimate this time. It's going to be Carl TZ going down. And that's the first one for Blacklist International. Yawi low. Wise going to expect the taunt. And that's a double kill for Yue. Great skill usage coming out from Blacklist International.
You see what I mean? It's the CC that's troublesome here for Echo, and that was the exact kind of painting of a picture of how that's going to go early on. Now this all leads into most likely a free turtle take here for Blacklist International.
You know what Yawi has been doing here has somewhat benefited the rest of the members of Blacklist International because they know where the rest of the members are going. So now, because of the scaling that they're getting from those first 2 kills, they've also managed to secure the turtle and also got Yawi in the process.
Venus going to be caught here. Will be bursted down easily with a Farce as well as the Lapu Lapu, but in comes Yue with his ultimate. It's going to be the Feather Strike, copied by Yue this time, poking Carl TZ, and that allows Wise to freely take some of the jungle creeps of Echo.
All right, so early momentum in Blacklist International's favor, right? But Echo trying to find moments where they can. Now, if Oh My Venus is taken down, it's not too big of a deal because that's kind of what is expected, right? Especially with Diggy here locked in. And a lot of the times, Echo is going to have to pretty much expend a lot of resources to at least try to get that upper hand, right? Which is getting the times journey out of the picture and following up on that.
Yue.
Wow.
He smelled that spider senses tingling and he gets out. That means that the Echo's first 3-man rotation will be up for naught.
Yeah, for like it started in the first 3 minutes because again they were just trying to figure out what the rotations of Blacklist International are going to be, but this time it's going to be Wise welcoming them.
Yeah, we're going to be pulled back. We'll be forced to pop the sprint this time, so that's another battle spell out for Echo as Blacklist International are prepping up for the 30-second Lord.
Yeah,
Turtle, I mean, sorry.
Yeah, Yawi's going to need more time, right, to kind of deal with this. He's going to have to pretty much just basically take all that damage, all that CC for the team, and hope that at some point in the game, you know, mid-game, late game here, Benny Cutie is where he needs to be. Sanji has enough burst and everything on top of it, right? But you can see and you can notice just how aggressive Yawi's being here, especially just in the mid lane. So he's pretty confident on the Hilda, but let's see.
Yeah, we got once again. There's the damage from the copied Feather there. Strike it even go easy. It's getting pulled back. That's 2 kills going through Blacklist. Edward will not hit onto Sanji. Sanford still wants to fight this. Will take out on my Venus. Transfers onto Edward. Great usage of skills from Sanford. Low is the Arlot, but he will survive. Gets into the backlines. Even taking out Sanford. Great usage of the Vengeance from Edward, and that's Turtle taken by Wise.
What a wonderful way to bounce back from that one. From the side of Blacklist International, they've managed to get another Turtle and extra kills in the process. This is the best start that Blacklist International would really dream of heading into this matchup, and we've seen moments into that team fight where Benny Cutie was forced to go into the mid lane. Therefore, he had a delay of moment in terms of getting his very own itemizations, which was very different from game number 1. So now, having the lead, Blacklist International gets more late game insurance with Moskov having a faster itemizations with the extra gold that he is getting with a corrosion sight and building up towards that next item. Meanwhile, Benny Cutie is not really falling behind, but if we get to see the later portions of the game, Echo would really rely on Benny Cutie in this matchup, and Yawi, knowing this, he would really have to assist here onto the top side.
Well, I'm just going to say it again, right? The Hilda, she's difficult to pick into a Diggy, right? We saw that based on the stats, and that's kind of what we're seeing here unfold in this game. So they are putting some pressure here, though.
Well, they do transfer up top, and they take out Super Red.
Okay, they make him play.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Caster's Curse onto Naisu.
Caster's, well, we'll call
Jinx.
that the Caster Blessing. Because
Blessing,
at least,
that's right.
Yeah, at least Yawi, you know, he's able to get on the board here. They convert the turret, but they're going to trade objectives, right? But still, they slowly brought down the gold lead a little bit. But it's still, what, 1.6 here that they have to work against. But Benny Cutie, like we mentioned, is going to be somewhat of a saving grace as the game gets to that mid to late game.
Right, and this is the same scenario that Echo had in the very first game that we've had for today. And as of this moment, you know, Yawi trying to get all of the attention from the side of Blacklist International, pushing all of the skills, taking it all in like a sponge. But so far, Sanford already using the Bravest Fighter, and the Turtle hasn't been committed just yet.
Oh, they're going to be tanking through. Sanford is low, going to be stunned up with the final slash and pulled back with the first time. Sanford figures out he's safe. And in comes Kautizi, but now he's in trouble. It's going to be taken out sooner now from Blacklist International. Weiss with the kill. And that's Echo just falling into the trap of Blacklist International. Concealed play coming out from Yawi this time. UM might receive this. Gonna be countered easily. Sanji popping the ultimate too early this time. No contention onto Weiss. Edward actually zoning them out. Sanji might be trouble with a final slash coming up from Edward, setting up for a kill. And now they want to go for Yawi once again, and they do have the damage. Mega kill for Yue. Well, Weiss just stakes everything that he wants.
Objectives, kills, you guys name it. In that 7th minute, Blacklist International has managed to take it all. It was also because of the, you know, goal discrepancy that displayed by another taunt.
Wow, that was like an alley-oop.
Ooh!
Serving up members on a platter here. Look at this.
Goodness.
Beautiful gameplay coming up from Edward with the angle of the final slash, setting up for more kills. Time and time again, we did say no, keys to victory, that he needs to be activated, and here he goes.
He's activated, right?
He is.
The one that actually initiates the fight, and it really, checks the list for the side of Blacklist International, because we're slowly starting to see the Arlot that is being built up here by Edward. In fact, he only has that Dominance Ice, but the extra amount of damage that he possesses has been insane, and Echo couldn't handle it as of the moment because of the engages and the extra dashes that is given. But fortunately for Benny QT, he managed to got that coin crab.
Okay.
But here comes another wave of attacks coming in from Blacklist.
You see Sanji positioned into the bush. I'm going to be setting up for this. Not going to be advantageous for Echo, though.
There's a problem, right? They just don't have enough firepower right now, and there's so much poke just happening, and pretty much space that Blacklist International can take from Echo right now.
Right.
That they don't actually want to get into these fights. They need to continue to buy time. It's only 9 minutes in, right? Echo has to be able to allow Benny Cutie to get to the point where he needs. Carl TZ is obviously struggling as well with this Dyroth jungle pick, not really able to find any of the moments, the targets that he wants, but at least, even as the game goes on, he also loses his purple there. Yue having a monster game himself. But, there's a lot here that has to go in favor of Echo for them to get back into this game.
Commits the final slash, will not connect. This still is Blacklist International. The zoning out members of Echo. Sanji already popping the ultimate this time. A lot of expended by Echo this time. And even Sanford will not connect with the ultimate. And Echo just is disconnected.
Yeah, they were just having some sort of doubts into if they would actually go for the Lord or if they would just try to initiate and fight back, but it seems like now is the time.
Weiss is very tanky and Karltizi is falling low. The orange buff secured by Karltizi. And now, terrified Yaoi will have to back down for now. They face up against Blacklist International. He saves his team. Echo will still have to deal with this, but Sanji and Benny, they do want the damage this time. Benny could be the true damage. Yaoi falls low, will be taken out. Super Red teleports in. Edward wants to find an angle this time, and this means that Echo will have to tuck themselves behind their turrets.
Well, right now they've got to defend this. They should be able to handle this pretty well.
Okay, Karltizi gonna be caught by Edward's initiation once again. Sanji from the backlines. In fact, Karltizi goes down still. And now Sanford is in trouble. Will be taken out by Yue. Godlike is the Farsa. Actually, the Valentina coming out from Yue in Farsa form. Zoning out Sanji as well. Yaoi and Benny QT will not have enough to defend. Edward jumps in. Wants to take Benny. In fact, he gets it. Super Red with the damage. Blacklist International will just scale straight into the base.
Charging. Straight on. Certified Blacklist Classic once again. What seemed to be a very long game number one. Blacklist has made quick work to equalize the series.
Man, game two, I felt like we snapped and it was over. Right? We were talking a lot of how difficult of a game that Hilda was going to have, and that's kind of the case there. And I think that was around almost 11 minutes.
Right.
We don't typically see games end that early on, but with the way that Blacklist International was overlapping their CCs, and literally alley-ooping members of Echo, serving them on a platter, and a lot of that had to do with Edward there, man. The way that he played that Arlot, I felt like we were going to see Arlot rise, especially from what we saw last week, and it's definitely there, right?
Right.
And the way that everything was working, especially even the fact that you have, the way that Wise got the taunts off, the knockups, the reverse times were there. Everything just fell into place so beautifully. And you can't really say that anything was off from Blacklist International. It was just Echo that time getting kind of pulled apart one by one, you know, and they had such a gap to work with that it was just too late by that point. And they didn't really have the tools they needed to even get back into that game.
The greatest strength of Arlot is the fact that his ultimate is very unpredictable. It's very quick. The animation is one of the fastest out there, has great displacement, and if you combo it with the flicker good enough, you can find good angles so that you will really displace your opponents.
We'll see if that happens in the next game. But we're going to be throwing it over to Sona to break down this quick game from Blacklist International.
The Agents managed to equalize the series with a quick, quickness of work, as Blacklist is now tied with Echo 1-1. Let us take a look at the extra statistics that will be given to us right here on your screens, and you could actually take a look at how much of a one-sided game this has been for the side of the Agents. It really boiled down into the early game snowballing and scaling that was on the side, or was leaning towards Blacklist International, courtesy of UA just having those micro gameplay mechanics where there are actually times wherein they've managed to take a lot of purple buffs, and you can actually look at your screens right now, 4-6 for the side of the orange buffs, but 8-3 for the purple, which was actually very important for Carl TZ to scale in the early portions of the game. It was really a very difficult game for Carl TZ because yes, he has that, Abyssum Strike, but he doesn't really have enough damage to suffice after that one, so he was stuck in a kind of team fight that was very difficult for him. Also having that tank build, Diroth wasn't really helping him as much. He was able to sustain and stay in a lot of team fights in the portions of the map, but unfortunately for him, he was there just as a piece of information for his teammates and another hero to kill for the side of Blacklist International. There were a lot of participants in terms of the team fights here for the Agents. You have Oh My Venus that was just giving a lot of information using those ticking time bombs, but also UA being part of it all with an 8-0-7 KDA, also leading in the goal per minute, while also having a lot of the hero damage coming in from the side of the Agents, which was actually very impressive from the get-go, because again, damage taken went onto the side of the Orcas, but because of the extra flavor that was given here by Blacklist International, the X factor being Edward with a 3-0 and 8 KDA, the massive setups using those final slashes were something that we really have to take notice here, and I'm actually wondering if Echo is going to be banning Arlott for game number 3, because Edward from game number 1 and game number 2 has really been one of the catalysts towards Blacklist victory. Now we take a look at the highlights to see how this game went, and pretty much it was a full-on engage coming in from the side of Blacklist International, because when you take a look at Echo's lineup, yes, you have Yawi to give a lot of information to your group, but apart from the information, without any damage and sustainability from the early portions of the game, you can't really do anything with the information and the details that has been given to you. Yes, there were some moments where Echo was trying to find ways to actually retaliate and fight back, but because of the time's journey, the extra shields that it is giving throughout the team fights, there were not a lot of firepower enough to actually, put Echo on the lead, and because of the discrepancy and the gap between the gold and also the items that is given here by the side of Blacklist International, they've managed to take control slowly but surely. Should I say slowly because this finished in just 10 minutes and 43 seconds? Well, they've managed to pick this off in a very stable or a very stable pace, just because of the fact that they were just trying to dish out the damage to whoever was closest to the side of Blacklist International. And I guess this is another variant of the Ubi strategy, because they grouped up immediately in like the first 7 to 8 minutes, and from there was not a lot the Orcas could do to suffice and get the victory, as Blacklist International equalizes in this matchup. We've seen from their previous meeting, Echo ended this one 2-0, but this time Blacklist with an answer and a counter punch. Gentlemen, I do believe that we have a series.
That's right. We do have a series on our hands. History will not be repeated here. And we're going to take a look at the keys to victory, again, the checklist for this matchup, because now either of these teams, with 2 games under their belt, how do they make this adjustment, right? Again, this is the last time these 2 teams will meet in this regular season. And so what we've seen is, there's been a lot of flippy-floppy between both teams, back and forth, but especially the XP lane, man. I got to say, I kind of agree with you. I don't think that either the Arlott is going to get snatched up right away, or it's going to just be banned out, because we have been now witnessing the impact of Arlott so far for 2 weeks.
It's Arlott.
It's Arlott.
It's Arlott. Walked right into that, but we did check out all of the keys to victory, like giving Edward what he needed to make an impact with doing an Arlott.
Doing
Yeah.
he's doing our lot.
Doing our whole lot, right? And of course, Kaltizi picking up the tanks a lot, and finally this time it will be a victory for Blacklist International against Echo. It went up to 7 straight wins for Echo against Blacklist, and now the streak is over.
So my thing is, what do they do differently here, right? I mean, whoever wants to win this this series, this game number 3, specifically Sona, what does Echo have to do to win this series again? Let's start there, right? Because there's something that really points out to me, and that's the struggle that Yaoi has had the previous game. So what do you think they need to do here going into Game 3?
I mean, honestly, if we take a look at the drafting compositions, right, there were a lot of crowd control skills available for the side of Blacklist International that Echo didn't have at that moment. There were ways for them to gather the information through the Hilda and also through the Valir in game number 1, but after that, they're slowly, losing the grasp that Yaoi, or the Yaoi that we know, right? The setup type of heroes, those flashy kind of atlases and shows, but unfortunately, it is all banned by the side of Blacklist International. So for now, they would try to go ahead and take at least one crowd control hero on their area or on their composition, just so they could match with the same energy that Blacklist International is trying to provide. Because again, we're seeing Blacklist International with the sustain in game number 1, and then from here they have ways to get out of those crowd control situations. So they've managed to adjust, and it is a game of adjustment for game number 3.
I like that you pointed out, because from game 1 to game 2, it was very different, right? I mean, especially from Blacklist International, the lineup they brought to the table here. And Wolf, I'm going to ask you, because yes, let's say if we take a look at the points, right? Blacklist International needs these points. I would say a little bit more, right? Echo's sitting pretty, but of course they want to win this series too. But for Blacklist International, if you want to see them succeed here in this series, to possibly be, maybe they're the ones that start this 7-game win streak for this second half with this win, right? And if they get it, if they end the series, what do they got to do here, Wolf? I mean, Blacklist International with 2 versions of different lineups pretty much at this point. Let's say they don't get the R lot. What do they lean towards? Like, what does Blacklist International do?
Well, we saw in game number 1 is comfort for Blacklist International. First, they got the Fred win, so at least there's that. There's a big chance that it will be banned out in game number 3 or maybe contested. So what's your plan B? Plan B is to give Oh My Venus those good picks. I like the banning coming out from Blacklist International. It allowed them to actually get a Venus hero. And this time, the Diggy is such a comfort pick for Blacklist International. You saw how well they utilized it, not only with Oh My Venus, but the way that the entirety of Blacklist International played around it. It's not like comfort only for Oh My Venus, but comfort from everyone in Blacklist International because they have that centerpiece. So, to answer your question, comfort for Weiss and Venus, they're going to be okay.
As long as they get comfort, they're going to be okay. And I think the same can be said for Echo, honestly. Comfort comes down to it. But also, if we look at the previous draft and how things unfolded there, we also need to take note of what side the teams are going to be playing on, right? How that is going to kind of unfold. Because one of the things that I think will work best is, yes, you take out the Fredrin. That seemed to work pretty well for Echo specifically. But I think even with Blacklist International, if they didn't pick up the Fredrin, they didn't decide to even pick it, they still have other options. Right now with Echo, it's like they had a super difficult time dealing with the amount of CC that was in favor of Blacklist International. And I mean, yes, we saw that breakdown too, right, with Edward getting the MVP. But I'm sure people noticed the KDA of UA. UA on the Valentina has been, I feel like UA, again, is a little bit low-key, right? He doesn't have as much of attention. People don't talk about UA as much, but actually, if you're watching the game, UA, he just capitalizes on everything that everybody is doing, right? And that's usually the case. Now, it could be something that I feel like teams also don't think about too much because they're so worried about, hey, Wise, we got Oh My Venus doing this, Edward's doing, Agent Edward Zero things, Edward things everywhere. But UA, man, the guy was like, I think it was like 7-0-5 or something similar to that, right?
Yeah.
And so don't let UA get the hands on the Valentina again because he has the tendency to do that. And the Farsa. So you kind of have a lot of these choices even that Echo has to tackle here for this matchup. But, overall, I think it starts in the jungle. You take out the Fred, take out the Fred, like we talked about leading into this. Yeah, take Fred out. And maybe we see something different here, even for the junglers, because, again, I don't like the I don't like the Dairoth pick. I don't like the Hilda
Same.
pick, man. There's so many other options
Yeah.
they could have rolled with
Yeah.
rather than those.
I want to say, if you're Echo, you have the license to be experimental. You
Yep.
can do those pocket strats.
Right.
But I think you pick one at a certain point in time only.
Yeah.
Because I would accept it if it was maybe just the Dairoth jungle or just the Hilda, but put them together, like it really ruined what they wanted to do.
Yeah. And in behalf of the people, I would just like to say that, a lot of people are expecting Carl TC to use Assassins, right?
Yeah.
Because from the previous moments that we've seen, Carl TC kind of uses those tank assassins throughout their streams, throughout their ranked games. So now the people want to see those assassins come out. But again, in this scenario, we know that those assassins are kind of the ticking time bombs, given that even when the Hayabusa was available in game number 2, it really wasn't picked up because, again, Hayabusa plays really well against the Diggy, but given that you also have the Fredrin onto the side of Blacklist International, it would be very difficult to pull off. So maybe there are some, other situations here that Echo could potentially use those assassins. But again, for the people.
What's Sona's saying for the people? It's time for the Tankling. Bring the Tankling
Let's
out.
go.
Let's see. Right?
Let's go.
We saw it on social media, and now we want to see it in action.
For
but
the people.
already, for the people. But look at this. This is already the kind of change, especially that we were talking about, if it's for Echo to find success here in the series. And this is very similar to Game 1's bans so far.
Right, and when you think about it, what Wolf mentioned a while ago was to give both Venus and Wise the comfort heroes that they have, and immediately from the get-go, Echo has removed all of Venus's heroes in the first 3 bans that they have. So Venus is going to be forced out to pick something out of his bucket once again, or to just try and figure something out, because Fredrin, which could potentially go into Wise or potentially go to Wise's side, is not going to be part of it anymore because they are going to be on the red side. So the possible first pick here is gone for them. So a possible choice here for the 3rd ban is going to be 1-1, because if it's not,
you don't give it.
you just don't. Right?
You can't. Blacklist learned that lesson. Echo, what if they first pick the Valentina this time? Just to deny pick it?
Yeah. Well, it
the
happens to
Joy
be
is available. So
who's open here. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Game 1, Joy was banned out, right?
That was right.
Right,
That was
so
right.
she's open here, locked in. Again, still flexible, right? Joy is still a hero that can be flexed, but typically we see her being placed in the XP lane.
Yep. Speaking of XP lane, though, I mean, there's still a lot of options here. You have your Glue, you have your Lapu Lapu for the side of Blacklist International, but given the flexibility of the Joy that is being placed here, they might just go for another route here, or maybe the Valentina is going to be picked up here again for Blacklist International, given that EUA has had some stellar performances using this mage. So we're still waiting for it now. But oh my Venus, yes, there you go with Valentina, and they're going to be, running it back with the Alice. It really didn't work for them in the first match, but who am I to say that it didn't work, because it lasted for more than 20 or 24 games or so.
Yeah, you know what's funny about that is, like, even if you look at Game 1, it worked, like, what they had, it worked in a sense that they were dominating the space around objectives.
Right.
That was the biggest thing about that. And I feel like that's kind of, we'll have to see what they decide to pick next, but that's kind of the story here. Right now, on the flip side, Echo was having a really difficult time kind of getting through that zoning potential from Blacklist International. And now, again, very similarly, we have Benny Cutie picking up the Claude here.
Right.
He's going to be doing the same thing he did in Game 1. And you have Sanji with the Farsa again. So far, this only difference is, you have the Joy locked in here.
Yeah, that's the only difference. Like this means that Blacklist might consider Fairness, but knowing that the Arlet might be a target bat in the 2nd phase for Echo, the decision will be, who do we prioritize? Do we give Edwards comfortable pick, or do we go for a comfort pick for Oh My Venus? I think that they will prioritize Fairness this time. Instead, there you go, the Arlet that we talked about.
Yep.
I was about to say, because Arlott, if they don't get to pick this up in like this specific moment of the draft, it's going to be banned out by the side of Echo. And given that there are already 3 picks or 3 heroes that is banned out for the Queen, given the hero pool that we know Oh My Venus possesses, it is a possibility for them to pick this up. But instead, they're going to go for the Atlas ban that is targeted towards Yawi. So now, the roamers or the roaming position is slowly running out of options here for both of the teams. But you still have the Moskov here and the Brody available for Super Red to utilize in the later portions of the draft.
So what if Blacklist bans the Valier this time and then pick up the Faramis as their 4th pick?
Right.
Could be a
Is it
really
worth
good
the
addition.
ban though? Do you feel like it's?
Yeah, I guess just because of the fact that Echo was successful with it before, and if they do want to pick up the Faramis, that might be the direction that they're headed towards.
I'm wondering if, whether they ban it or not. Okay, it's not going to be. It's a Kufra. I was going to say, based on the 2 games that Yawi has kind of had, even though they won game 1, I would say he had a difficult time, even with the Valier. Like, it worked in certain moments of that game, but still it was naturally a tough game for him. So now even further, you don't have too many options left, right? Now, I don't think he leans towards the Kadita pick. We've seen him, play before. If they do go that route, that's going to be a lot of burst potential and set up for that surprise factor. But we'll have to see because now, they're still playing against this Kaja locked in as well. And even the Arlot, like we've been talking about up to this point. And so still, you're kind of faced here with a similar kind of obstacles to deal with for Echo.
I think Akai or Tanksalot could be good for Echo. Just because of the Kaja. What I like about the Akai is that if you go, if you want to counter the Kaja, you just, shove them away from your team. Save your team. Peel for your teammate.
And in addition to what you've mentioned, this Kaja is also kind of a good portion given that the Atlas and the Kufra are banned. So there is room for pick-offs here and also the setups that will be coming in from Edward. So with not a lot of heroes available for the side of the Orcas in terms of roaming position, they're going to be picking up this Ruby. Still a good setup hero, somewhat similar to the Kufra and the Atlas, but does, things a little less given there's not a lot of stunts with it. But Brody's going to be the pickup here for the side of Blacklist International. They're going to be relying on the early to the mid-game scaling, which is actually different from the Moskov that we've seen in games 1 and 2. So Super Red will be activated in the early portions of the game, and we've seen them dominate that game number 2 because of the early game snowball that they've had with, UA and Oh My Venus leading the charge. So now with Super Red having that early game scaling, how could Blacklist International take control of the early game?
Not only that, but the question here for me is the big change up, at least, from the draft from Echo too, is the fact that you have Joy, right? How do you utilize this Joy, especially against the amazing performance that we've seen so far from Edward, right? Who's playing literally the same hero. So now you've got this, again, a matchup that you're going to have to keep an eye on because Joy alone can do, I would say, similarly in the way she basically causes havoc against the team, right? Whereas you have to work around the setups coming out from that Arlot pick from Edward. So the work is going to be cut out here for Sanford as we take a look at both of them on this matchup. But game number 3 is upon us. And now who's going to take this series in the matchup? It's Echo and Blacklist International.
Severe lack of crowd control coming out from Echo. They only have like 1 reliable stun or 2 coming up from Yahweh. And then Sanji, not so much reliable. But they do have a lot of damage. For Blacklist, they have both. A lot of wave clear, as well as, sustain that they have, and that hard, reliable lockdown coming out from Oh My Venus.
Yeah, the only disadvantage that Echo has at this point is the fact that 4 of their team members just needs the items. So all of them are going to be sharing these minions that you see on your map, while on the other hand, Blacklist International could possibly be activated, especially Super Red, using this killing spree just to have at least an order of late game insurance on to the later portions of the game because of the extra HP that it gives whenever it has the kill. So now UA and Edward are also going to be, one of the main focused heroes for the side of Echo, as Carl Teasy and Sanford already prioritizing on giving pressure onto the bot side.
The biggest thing that bothers me too about this is Blacklist International, again, the performance that UA has had. if he just takes Yawi's I'm Offended, again, we're going to see an overlapping of ultimates that just work so well together, right? If Yue takes that, he's got that CC in his option. It's followed with having the Arlott in Edward's hands. We've seen that. And then you have a sure lockdown, too, with the Divine Judgment. So there's so much just lockdown CC available once again for Blacklist International. And like you guys said, Echo needs time. They need quite a bit of time, actually, to get to where they need to be. But now, first turtle of the game, the battle ensues.
Oh, Edward just picking up Simon comes easy. Gets the turtle from the left side from a long distance. The Wise going to be snagged by Yawi and eventually taken out by Echo. And in comes Sanjay with a flicker. Feather Strike connects up to Edward. And now by Venus as well. Yawi, can he take him out? My Venus escapes. But the two other members of Blacklist won't. Yawi still threatening for this. And be careful. My oh my, Carl Teasy from the parking lot.
3 punctures in a Phantom Execution was all it took to get them to it. First, he was hanging out with his friends. Next, he was already taking out the turtle. An incredible showcase of display and another I am offended play, but it seems like Super Red's still alive.
Our thievery is there.
Yeah, that was very tough for him to get away from, but hey, already Echo showing that, they don't need time to build up these items. They're going to be able to overlap their own CC potential and also just rely on Carl Teasy to do Carl Teasy things, right? Coming from down under, stealing objectives, and he's going to continue to do that. So, Blacklist International now has to respond to this. It's only 3 minutes in, but 2K gold ahead here in the Department of Echo.
Oh, it's massive 3-0 start from Echo. Means that they now have the confidence, and they're going to be utilizing Sanford into the bottom lane, or coming Carl Teasy to the bottom lane. This could be good as they're waiting up. They have a lot of minions in here, so a lot of stuff for the puncture. They do have a lot of damage, but they will not start.
And again, this is the same scenario that Echo has. Actually, it's very much different because Blacklist International's, first 2 heroes here, both that UA and Super Red possesses, is something to do with the early game scaling. And unfortunately for them, because of Echo, getting the first 3 kills of this matchup is really not going there for them so far. But Sanford is going to be surrounded. And with that, Blacklist International takes their first kill. There's still 1.5k separating these two teams, but at least Blacklist already has one in the bag.
There's a great punish there, right? This might actually just allow them to get this turtle, but what we just witnessed, right? Carl Teasy going to get in zone here.
Oh, the damage. Yue goes down. Carl Teasy has a level advantage this time, but will be poked out. He gets to the turtle. Retribution goes to Wise as Carl Teasy pops it way too early.
Well, he tried his best, right? That's what they were talking about early game. He's going to try his best.
Yeah.
You know what? It's secured there for Blacklist International, but still, Echo with a little bit of a lead here. They're going to continue to put pressure where they need to. But as you can see, even from previously, Blacklist International really trying to answer, even with Oh My Venus having that Divine Judgment available. If they can get the picks off they need, they'll be able to whittle down this gold lead. But even taking a look at the items here, how's it looking, Sona?
So far, when you take a look at it, only Benny Cutie has secured at least 3,000. Super Red making that mark, unlocking the Blade of Despair for his arsenal. But so far, Benny Cutie, again, has been having the time of his life here on the top side. And Blacklist International taking note of this, already establishing 40.
Yeah, we catches two with the Thorn Rose. Puts Super Red low. Carl Teasy chases him. Here comes the ultimate. The tournament memory take a 1. In fact, there will be a trade-off. Roam for Rome, but a turret falls to Echo. That was very scary from Blacklist, but they still recovered.
Imposing their dominance straight away, knowing that Benny Cutie already has an extra. But Carl Teasy still manages to escape, and the rest of the members of Blacklist International are just trying to find ways to at least get the pickups. But because of the movement and the ability of Echo's composition to go from one place to another, Blacklist is actually having a hard time, so they're not utilizing the Divine Judgment just yet. I mean, I don't think we have seen like 2 to 3 Divine Judgments so far.
We've seen maybe a couple where he's able to grab Carl Teasy, but so far, I gotta say, this has been somewhat of a redemption game for Yawi from game 1 and 2, where he was having not a good time, right? So now, in this Ruby, he's making plays left and right, and that's what's really starting to allow Echo to build up on this lead that they had. Even Sanford here, just kind of annoying and whittling down Edward, is proving to work really well against his Arlott.
Yeah, it actually attracts the attention of 3 members of Blacklist as Carl Teasy works onto the turtle. It'll be Edward jumping in. Even through the Radiant Armor is taking a lot of damage from Sanford. Goes in, pops the ultimate once again. Kaltizi takes the turtle. And in comes Yawi, will not connect with the ultimate, but still stuns Edward. Still sustaining through. Surviving for now. Whoa! But Sanji finishes him off. They'll have to recall back now, but they will claim a turtle as well as a turret.
Edward bought some time there, though, you know, and if he would have been able to escape, that would have been great. But unfortunately for them, it doesn't happen. And yeah, they lose the objectives around the map. They do trade for one up top. But still now, again, Echo building on that momentum they already had early game at the 7-minute mark. Looking for a lockdown here for Sanford.
Yep. They will have the damage eventually. Weiss is actually in here. Yawi will try to save his teammate. In fact, the rest of Echo will be here. Sanford will pop the ultimate plus the vengeance. Weiss now stuck in a bad position. Stunned up, will be surviving even through the damage over time. As Echo will fight back once again.
We're starting to see the gold lead coming into full effect for the side of Echo with those extra items. Blacklist International's Wise needed to just go back, and because of the lack of damage that they possess, now Echo wants to go for the purple.
Oh, in comes the Divine Judgment of Sanford. But Sanford very tanky. Wise wants to be there, but Yawi with the ultimate connects onto Wise. -1 for Blacklist International. And their own ultimates are not working towards their favor. Edward missing the final slash, and Oh My Venus just not snagging the right target means that they will not have any kill. Oh My Venus actually stuck in a hard place right now. Yawi will not be able to stun him up. That's Blacklist defending.
Well, good kind of just micro decisions coming out from Echo, the way they're really playing around this. And even the fact that they're not afraid to, you know, even before they had this 4K gold lead, they're not really afraid to just go to toe-to-toe with Blacklist International at this point, regardless of how much CC is in favor of even Blacklist International. So with everything that's happened, they're doing a great job here.
Also establishing this lead. Sanji trying to get away now.
Edward did force the flicker out of Sanji. But they have to back down for now. Oh My Venus just threatening for Yawi. This means that the Lord fight will have a little bit of advantage for Blacklist as they force the flicker onto Sanji. Oh My Venus is going to be snagged this time. Will they commit to this? Benecutie will have to back down for now. Just some pokes from both teams.
Just waiting for the Lord right now to commence, and so far it's been surrounded by the rest of the members of Echo, as Blacklist still 4.4k gold behind. Not a lot of items to back up their damage, but hoping that their early game scaling is going to be enough here. Wise makes a move.
Sanford also makes his own move as Kaltizi is 2 levels ahead of Wise, being poked down. Lord belongs to Kaltizi. This time Wise is low. Sanji with the ultimate. Wise super low, will be taken out by Sanji this time. As 2 people dropped. Sanford 4, Wise, but the Lord for their side.
Torn apart memory here being given by Super Red, but just Echo asserting their dominance into that Lord pit, making sure that they would be able to pick off at least 1 or 2 heroes. And not only that, they've also managed to take down the jungler, and it's all because of the anchor of offense, Yawi, from the side of the Orcas.
Oh my goodness. Connects onto Oh My Venus. Already committing the flicker. Still goes down. Yawi once more. Super Red gonna be shoving them away as Kaltizi will steal an orange buff.
This is tough because this is exactly what Echo likes to do. They get this lead and they don't let go of it. And so now Blacklist International on the defense. You're gonna have to deal with this first Lord. They should be able to make quick work of it unless, again, keep an eye on Yawi. He might be looking for any moment. Doesn't have the flicker available though, but still, they're gonna go ahead and convert this into more space to work with as they further that gold lead. 7K, if not 8K by the end of that next turret.
Not only that, you also have to take a look of the KDA of both Sanji and Benecutie, possibly the damage dealers coming in from Echo. They've already managed to secure a lot of their items. You have the Corrosion Scythe, the Golden Staff, and the Demon Hunter's Sword for Benecutie for increased attack speed and critical chances. Meanwhile, Farsa, the Farsa by Sanji, 304 as of the moment. At least, having that 75% in terms of KDA or kill fart participation given here to the Orca. So Blacklist International, they're just trying to find more ways into this map to get a lot in their gold, but Echo's not having any of it at all. Wise being forced out to go outside of his comfort zone, to go outside of their base just so he could get, a crumb of what is left of Orca's plate.
Literally at this point, it's a crumb, right? There's not much here that Wise can work with. And even look at, I mean, how much time was either, you can say it, how the patience was, or how much time is actually wasted from Blacklist International, just kind of waiting top side, looking for a moment for them to get the Divine Judgment off. But, you know, no one's going to be there for them. So they might look for a sandwich play here, but Sanji and Yawi also have their own plans here.
They know for sure. They know where Super Red is, and they are actually making the beeline towards the Brody, and they take him out. That is a massive takedown from Echo. It feels like they want more. The rest of Blacklist International will have to back down.
Great anticipation coming in from the rest of the members of the Orcas. They knew that Blacklist was about to make a big move, and from there, they've also managed to hide themselves, conceal themselves as much as possible just to get away from the fight. But Wise here is going to be pulled again.
No, they do have the damage. Winter Truncheon is available for Wise. Will not have to use it, but the damage is enough to fend off the Lord hands coming up from Blacklist. Echo will just take this so low.
Yeah, this is just going to be a free one. Nothing really that Blacklist International can do about it. 9K now. Favor of Echo, 10K. They're going to march into the base as this next Lord spawns here. And if you're looking at the items, you know how much work is going to be needed from Blacklist International to successfully defend here, Sona.
Yup, locking in that Athena Shield and Dominance Ice is possibly what Yawi just needs at this point to take control of Blacklist International, because he has more gold than at least 3 of the members coming from the side of the agents. So he has all the confidence in the world, backed up by the items as well. And also having Benny Cutie to an almost entirely full build, just missing 2 more core items, is something that Blacklist International just needs to worry about and take into consideration in this fight, because there's a lot of information, 12K gold lead, and Blacklist just needs to defend at this point. They have enough wave clear, but do they have enough damage and defense to take control of the situation?
Well, they're going to have to deal with this as Lord marches top side. Conceal play going to be committed here.
Yep. No avail so far, but they do want to go for Sanford, but they still lose their turret up top. Connects up the 3, and there's a better attack with the flicker as well. Final Slash will not stop Echo, even when it connects to 3. They want to go for the base this time. They're trickling it down. Defense from Blacklist International will not be enough as Echo takes the series once again.
Loud and proud, they defy another tainted history for the Orcas. They defeated the agents once again. It may go the longer route, but it's still the win for the defending world champions.
Well, in a way, history's not going to be technically repeated the same. It wasn't a 2-0, wasn't a sweep. They got to 3 games, but Echo still looking darn good, right? And that time, too, I got to say, Yawi especially, again, after Game 1, Game 2 struggles, he came out swinging, you know, and really secured a lot of that momentum here for Echo. And it just, again, it comes to say Echo's weaknesses are very hard to find.
Yeah.
But teams are starting to show signs of that, right? Obviously, with what we saw previous week. And even with Blacklist International, man, it looks like they've settled into, again, that code or this play style. And they're also showing signs of brilliance, honestly, in some of their play. But still, the struggle is there, especially against a team of this caliber like Echo, who just, it's so hard to find a weak point for Echo, right? And that's exactly why they were so dominant even the first half of the season. They went on a 7-game win streak before eventually getting beaten by RSG Slate Philippines.
Right.
So, but still, even if we look at this series, you know, where it was a Game 1, it was a back and forth, quite extended. Game 2, super quick, decisive victory from Blacklist International. And then even this one, I think this was timestamp on this third game was that the second Lord? That was the second Lord.
Yeah,
that was the second Lord. So still a rather, you know, quicker game here for Echo, because again, they're a team, when they have you in their hands, they will not let it slip, right? They know how to take the momentum that they are holding in a game, and they just don't let it go. And that is something that every single team that has dealt with that Echo Express. Again, that's why we use that term a lot, even from previous seasons, because when they go on the Echo Express, man, it's really, they don't stop.
Man, you know what I want to say about Cartesi and the tank slot here? I've seen a lot of versions of it. I've seen it through MDL, fewer games with Ryzen.
Right.
Seen it in other regions like MPL in Indonesia, in Malaysia. So many versions of it. This tank slot is a beast. I think it's just built different. I think that Carl Tizzi is just way too good with the hero. He knows it, and now somebody gave him a gold mine on how to itemize with the Lancelot, and he's a beast. I think that he single-handedly made a lot of space for the entirety of his team and was a big problem for Blacklist all throughout, games 1 and 2.
Right, and in addition to what you've mentioned, if yours is Carl Tizzi, mine is the fact that Yawi, whenever you give him a crowd control type of hero, he just wreaks havoc, right?
Yeah.
You have the Valier that technically made a good impression towards the MPL fans, but when you give him those Atlases, those Kufras, and even the Rubies, where we were actually concerned as to how it would actually perform, it stood out among the rest.
Just not the Hilda, right?
Just not the Hilda.
So, jokes aside, we're going to be hearing from Echo and Mara Aquino on stage on this victory here against Blacklist International.
Echo is showing their strength in that series. Congratulations! Okay, hold on. I don't know kung na-notice mo kasi may headset ka, pero nung pinili mo yung Lancelot, buong crowd dito nagsigawan. Because the last time you pulled that out, Week 5, Season 10. Before that, I don't even remember kasi doon ka nag-transition from Assassin to Tank. Pero wait, akala ko ba ayaw mo ng Tank Celot? Anong nangyari? What changed your mind?
Ano po, meta po kasi, tas kahit naboboringan ako, nagalit po yung manager namin eh. Gamitin ko daw.
So sabi ng manager mo, you have to basically adapt. Uy, that shows maturity, ah. Okay, so what do you think? What do you think about Tank Celot?
Ano siya, boring siya sa scrim tsaka rank game, pero sa tournament masaya gamitin.
Sa tournament masaya gamitin. Pero alam mo, ang daming nag-comment na kahit yung galawan mo, iba kumpara sa mga gumamit ng Tank Celot. How would you compare kung paano mo siya ginamit? Kasi hindi ka lang makunat, nag-a-attack ka rin. How would you compare your way compared to others?
Siguro po, mas makulit po ako maglan sa kanila, ganun.
That's right. Siya ang nagpakita at nagpatunay ulit kung bakit malakas. Siya ang nagpalakas sa Lancelot. Give it up for her. Carl Tizzi. Ito naman. Last week, the first time that you guys experienced a loss for the season, naapektuhan ba kayo doon?
Hindi naman po. Nag-adjust na lang po agad kami tsaka nag-move on po.
Speaking of that, paano kayo nag-adjust? What are the things na na-realize nyo from that loss? Because coming to today, tignan nyo, binaba niya yung pride niya, ginamit niya yung ayaw niyang gamitin. And it seems like you guys changed. Paano kayo nagbago pagkatapos ng loss na yon?
Pinag-aralan po namin yung mali namin. Like, isa draft po, na-out-draft po kami. Tapos, malakas lang din po talaga yung RSG po, no? Yan, malakas po sila.
Would you say na blessing in disguise na na-experience nyo yon halfway sa season?
Opo, kasi malaking bagay po yun. At least nalalaman po namin kung saan ba po yung kailangan namin i-improve as a team po.
Dahil ba doon kaya ka nag-tank? Nag-tank Celot? Yun ba yung reason?
Yan din po. Kasi po si Ate Mitch po, nagagalit na po sa akin, gamitin ko daw.
Marunong magalit si Mitch. Sobrang bait ni Mitch. By the way, Mitch, thank you so much for this jersey. At gusto ko rin malaman, Benny Curie, you've been so amazing throughout the season. A lot of people don't know how much time is put in playing for the biggest esports league in the country. Ilang oras kayo nagde-dedicate per day?
Per day po, 8 hours po.
Mga 8 hours. And what people don't realize, it's very time-consuming also other than rewarding. It's also stressful. Having a new baby, being a father, how do you balance it out? Dahil may 8 hours ka na sa work, tapos kailangan yung might mo nandun sa tournament, and then now you have a baby. How do you balance that?
Siguro po, simula po na naging tatay na po, ang nagbago po is yung after the practice po. Usually, everyday naman po, 8 hours na sa bootcamp pa rin po ako nagpa-practice. And after po nun, thankful ako sa management namin, kay Boss T, kay Coach Tre, pati kay Ma'am Mitch na pinapayagan nila ako mag-uwian para umuwi ako sa family ko. And then, dun ko pa i-spend yung time So, ganun po. Doon ko po binabalance yung pagiging gold laner pati pagiging daddy.
Tatay Benny, did anything else change other than that? May nagbago ba in terms of your life? Like just
Opo.
what else changed?
Mas motivated po ako ng sobra-sobra.
Tatay Benny, motivated! Once again, congratulations, Echo! Echo now claims their 7th win for the season. At paalala lang din, sa lahat ng nandito sa Shooting Gallery Studio, meron tayong weekly na feature natin ng iba't ibang teams. And today, for this weekend, it'll be Echo. Thanks to Echo for this jacket. Now, if you guys want to check it out, go ahead to the front and you can claim yours. Ngayon, himayin natin kung ano bang ganap at balikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok!
Thank you very much, Amara. And also, I gotta say, that's Daddy Benny. And Daddy Benny. He pretty much talked about how his life has changed since he, now has a child to take care of. So 8 hours of practice in the boot camp. And then he's got to go home. Luckily, the Echo staff, very great the way they work with him. And he can still be there as a family man, Benny.
Yeah. I gotta say though, 8 hours of work,
No joke.
it is no joke for sure, but it's also not the standard of. I mean, I've been part of professional teams. It's 8 hours is not gonna be enough. It's usually 12 hours. The sacrifices Benny's doing, in compared to his performance, it's amazing to look at. I don't know how he's doing it.
Well, he deserves it, man. Especially after what he said back in M4 to where he is now. It's great to hear. But now I want to hear what Sona has to say about how Echo won this series 2-1 over Blacklist International.
The motivation is real as these motivated players have claimed another series win to fortunately and hopefully start another run for the Orcas defeating Blacklist International. Let us take a look at the itemizations and how the lineups have gone here. We were actually expecting Blacklist International because of that Brody pick to have at least an edge in the early portions of the game. But because of the fact that there's a lot of damage dealers from the side of Echo and Carl TZ just gathering a lot of attention with the use of his Lancelot, as he mentioned a while ago during the interview, he was very much of a slick and very energetic kind of Lancelot compared to the other Tankcelots that we've seen here in MPL-PH Season 11. Not to mention or to add to the fact that Yawi was also there to assist Benny QT right from the get-go, which was actually very different from the very first 2 games that we've seen, because they want to just have Benny QT isolated from the rest of the members of Echo just so they could gather and go for the team fights right away. But as of this moment, you can already see the rich guy being Benny QT having that 838 gold per minute is something that really stood out from everything that we've seen here. Not only that, but you also have the extra damage turrets. They've managed to control and get the kills, which is 11-4 in terms of the kill score, while also getting the objective takes here. And not only that, even when Blacklist International has a lot of, hero damage here, Echo has managed to double it for their side. So given that there is just a lot of, or an abundance of skills here for the rest of the members of Echo, there was nothing that Blacklist International could do. And the MVP of game number 3 is going to be none other than Yawi using the Ruby with a 2-2-9 KDA. And especially during this few minutes of the matchup, you can already see him roaming around the Land of Dawn, trying to find and figure out the rest of the pickoffs, and while also emphasizing on that Lord Pit and the gold lane, just so he could assist Benny QT in terms of the future skirmishes that they would want to possess and achieve in the later portions of the game. With the help of the averages that Benny QT actually holds within, it was also an extra boost in terms of the gold department that made Yawi's job also easier. And as we take a look at the highlights, right, Echo had a mix of macro and micro mechanics displayed here against Blacklist International. They've managed to take a lot of kills while also taking care of their very own turrets, which was, again, the essence of the game. They didn't really let go of the snowball factor that they've had. Blacklist International had some ways to try and figure out how they could get the kills, but because of the abundance of the gold department that Echo possesses, there was not a lot that Blacklist could do about it, because every single time that there were clashes that were about to happen here, whether it's in the top side or on the bottom side. It was just the gap and discrepancy of the golden items from the side of Echo that really led them to the victory. And Blacklist International, they were trying to figure out something in terms of the clashes because of the abundance of AoE damage on their side. Unfortunately, they didn't have the items, and it was Echo that was continuously making a rampage all throughout the base, and there was nothing that Blacklist International could do to equalize and maybe take the series, as the Orcas won it again 2-1 in their second meeting of the season. Gentlemen, it's been a wonderful, series, but Echo was just, on a different level in this match.
They were on the Express, right? And you saw it there. And that was, again, that third game especially, BennyQt, Sanji exactly popping off. And even when you took a look at that itemization there, I think BennyQt was about 4K gold ahead of Super Red. So even if the game extended on there, I don't think that Blacklist International would actually been able to go toe-to-toe with that firepower that they had. So also just a deserving game MVP, again, for Yawi, with the kind of struggles that he had from Game 1 and Game 2.
Gonna have to also commend what Edward was able to do all throughout the series. Was amazing, and of course VYs were always, you can expect a lot from them. But I guess the real standout today is Yue. He performed so well compared to the previous games that he's played with, and really turned a lot of heads in this game. So watch out for that kid.
Can't wait to see how they adjust going forward in the regular season, but also the next match for today, day number 1 of Week 5, is NXPE and TNC. Another story of two teams pretty much looking for that kind of redemption. There was a lot of expectations, I would say, for both of them. And now that we enter that second part, they're going to be looking for the redemption, and it starts after we go on break here. So again, I'm Naisu. This is Wolf and Sona. We'll see you after this break.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Inumpisa namin yung game na aggressive. Yung key factor para sa mga ganitong play ay kailangan ng timing at communication ng teammates. Ang gusto kong makaharap sa Echo ay si BennyQt. Hindi pa kami nakabawi at mas patunayan namin na kaya namin sila. Hi, ako si Super Marco ng Ben Esports at i-breakdown ko yung play na nagawa ko nung week 4 kalaban ng Blacklist International.
Minions na dumadating, pero ngayon sisilip na naman sila. Yue, nabitawan na yung Dawning Light, may huli dalawa. Hahabol ata si Wise. Gusto ata talaga mag-hero, hindi nila papansin yung Lord. Pero mukhang si Owen dito medyo delikado. Numinon Blast, aabot nga ba pero hindi nagagamitin pa. May counter dito si View! Huli! Lahat ng nakaharap! Pero tuloy pa rin talaga yung pagdidilan damage sa kabila, pero medyo nalugi ata yung Blacklist.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Magandang gabi, Pilipinas! You're still watching MPL Philippines Season 11. When the Neon Tigers introduced that their lineup was going to be composed of the kings of the amateur scene, expectations were at an all-time high. But after the first half of our regular season, it seems that Goyang DR's squad have yet to live up to the hype. Pero di pa naman tapos ang laban, and the same goes sa biyaheng tagumpay ni Escalera. So paano kaya nila itataas ang lakas? Yan ang ating alamin as Nexplay EVOS face the TNC Pro Team. Eto na, casters, pasok!
You know, when these two teams first met, there were a lot of expectations for the biyaheng tagumpay of TNC as well as Nexplay EVOS. But it was Nexplay EVOS that actually surprised the entire world of MPL Philippines. However, there's a lot of struggles afterwards. So this is going to be a different story, but let's see how it goes. My name is Wolf, and I'm going to be joined here by my man. It's Naisu on the analyst seat. And of course, play-by-play brought to you by Sona. You know what, gentlemen? This is a must-win, I would say, for both teams because they wanted to get points. Is this also what you feel about this particular series?
Yeah, definitely. Given that both of the teams that we have right now are in the lower half of our standings, which is again very unfortunate. But for both of these teams, right, there's no other way for them to go but up.
Yeah, for sure. And then what they have to do now is to enjoy the power of Smart, because when you switch to Smart without changing your number via the mobile number portability or MNP, you can, by visiting smart.ph/switch to Smart, you can know more about what is happening all around the globe, and of course, through the power of Smart. You know, I want to ask Nisa here from the opposite end of the scene. You know, typically, you're going to be seated here, and I'm going to be seated there.
Yeah.
You're not dreaming. So far, what can you say about this matchup? How important and what are the stakes of this particular series?
I thought you were going to ask me how it feels to sit in this chair. You know,
that is for later.
It's I have a lot of hopes, I would say. Like, if I had to think about this matchup specifically, it would be I'm hopeful, right, for both teams because Mario put it well, right? There was a lot of expectations, especially on NXPE, and, you know, being the kings of the pretty much underground scene, right? The amateur scene, and they had the hit list, right? And like people heard about NXP having a hit list and the fact that they had these teams that they wanted to take out, but unfortunately for them, they only managed to take out 2, I believe, of the teams off that hit list.
It was, if I'm not mistaken, it was Omega, which was, you know, they were struggling a little bit. And of course, TNC, when they first met. For TNC, there were so many experiments. I personally did not feel comfortable about what they're doing, but it is what it is. It is their own experiment. How did you feel about the idea that TNC were just, you know, really trying to pick up all of these things? Before you answer that, though, this is the hit list that was assigned to Nexplay EVOS. Unfortunately, they weren't able to take all of them. What do you think was the reason why they weren't able to do so?
I mean, given their lineup is already there, so the chemistry is already built up, but I feel like they were also shocked by the competition that there is here in the MPL Philippines. It kind of took some time for them to like go ahead and get their very first victory. But again, this is one of those major starts that we will be expecting coming in from NXPE, given that, you know, they're in the middle of the pack also when it comes to the ranks versus the league in terms of averages. So at some point, there are some rooms for them to improve, but at least they're not the last in it. So so we know that they're still stronger against some of the other teams here.
Yeah, you know, when it comes to the ranking, they're almost in the middle, as Sonav said. Naisu, is this something that is also causative on the standings of Nexplay EVOS? The fact that they're in the middle when it comes to these important stats?
I think it's hard because when you look at it, and again, when you have this kind of vision for NXPE with, you gotta say, they were hyped up coming into Season 11, right? And a lot of people, again, had these expectations. When you look at these stats and how they kind of fare through the rest of the league, you're left wanting more, right? You know, you're left wanting to see more from NXPE, and hopefully they have that gas that's in the tank to really help them propel themselves and live up to some of that hype, especially second half of the season ahead of us.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do have somebody who will take us through the court side where everybody is going to be talking about more about a match. And we know for sure that we will be finding out more about these teams. What happened in the previous weeks, what we can expect in the next series that they will be having. So I'm very excited for this. I think that we are going to be throwing it over to Mr. I actually don't know because previously it was Hajin.
It was he went by two different names,
Manjin
man.
Cutie, right?
Yeah.
So there are two players.
I wonder who it will be, but I'm very excited about the information that we'll get out of this. So why don't we throw it over to whoever it is, to whom it may concern. Courtside, take it away.
Well, I think the person still that is supposed to be talking here, whether it's, what was it, Manjin Cutie? He's going to have to figure out what outfit he's supposed to wear.
He's him.
All right, take two. To whom it may concern, take it away.
Doon nga ay nakita natin ang hit list ng NXPE. Pero ang team na ating makakausap ngayon ay hindi na papayag na mailista sila sa mga pwedeng matalo man ng NXPE. This time, goods na goods pa rin dahil gustong-gusto nila mabawi ang late game ngayong second leg. Nandito ang TNC Pro Team. Kausapin natin ang kanilang support mid lane na si Escalera. Escalera, hello!
Hello po.
Ay, parang confident pa rin kayo. Pansin ko sa TNC na kahit na nandoon kayo sa pinakadulo ay para bang lagi pa rin kayong masaya. Na-mention nga noong isang araw, sinabi ng inyong coach na si Coach Lift na nahanap nyo na nga ang tamang timpla ng adobo. Ano nga ba mga recipe para sa adobo?
Siyempre, una-una yung meron yung babae, toyo.
Toyo?
Opo, toyo.
Ay, alam niyo na yan, girls, ha? Alright, may toyo. Okay. Next.
Sunod po, hotdog.
Hotdog. Hotdog sa adobo.
Opo,
Pwede.
adobo po yun eh.
Okay,
Ako,
pwede. Tapos?
Ano pa ba? Papaya?
Papaya.
Opo.
Papaya. Ano yung laman? Yung laman ng adobo, ano ba yan? Chicken adobo? Pork adobo?
Ano po? Chicken po.
Chicken adobo. Alright. So, sure kayo, kita nyo, they're joking around. Ganyan kasaya ang TNC kahit na ganoon yung naging result sa mga laban nila. Ngayon, magseryoso na tayo. Ang makakatapat mo sa lane, ang makakatapat mo ay si Goyong DR. Ano masasabi mo sa kanya?
Masabi ko kay Goyon DR, nagkalaban na po kami nun sa amateur eh. Isa rin siya sa mga nire-respeto na mid laner nung nasa amateur pa kami hanggang ngayon. Kaya masabi ko sa both teams, good luck. Enjoy lang namin yung laro.
Enjoy lang. Kailangan nyo, parang kayo na nag-i-enjoy. Speaking of nag-i-enjoy talaga ako kapag pinapanood ko ang kanyang mga Ben Tips sa TikTok. O sabi natin this time, si Ben Things. Hello, Ben? Oh, wow. Pansin ko, nag-gym ka na ngayon, ha? Konti lang. Ben, para bang marami ng mga fans mo, hindi ka na daw nakakapag-upload ng Ben Tips, ha? Totoo ba?
Focus muna. Mga basic lang muna.
Basic. Dahil nga ba, kailangan nyo munang manalo? Yun ba ang dahilan o talagang nabisi ka lang?
Pag MPL, medyo busy talaga. Kaya pag off-season, doon lang may Ben Tips na
Pag off-season, Ben Tips. Ngayon, ano ang Ben Tips mo sa team mo para makahabol kayo? sa mga puntos. Ilang puntos kailangan nyo abulin? 5? 5 points. 5 points lang. 2 panalo lang yun. Anong tips mo ngayon sa TNC?
Biyahe lang, tuloy lang. Mag-focus lang kami sa mga bagay na kaya namin kontrolin. Pagiging madisiplina, tsaka pagiging patient sa in-game.
Patient sa in-game. Si Brusco, ang setter ng side ng NXPE. May masasabi ka ba sa kanya? Brusco?
Good luck.
Good luck. Brusco, good luck daw. Sabi ni Pentings, kung ikaw ay fan ng Phoenix Army, alam mo, for sure, pina-follow mo ang kanilang mga TikTok at kanilang mga Reels. Ngayon, meron din silang tinatawag na the TNC Dance Troupe. Tatawagin natin ang TNC Dance Troupe, si Goyo, si Ninja Kila, at ang kanilang leader na si Jesu. Ayan, kita mo, sumasayaw na agad. Sumasayaw na agad. Ayan. Ang TNC Dance. Ay, Jesu, turo mo naman sa amin ang dance step nyo, yung pinaka-basic na dance step. Paano ba? Oh, yung gano'n. Paano? Okay.
Single, double lang yan, boss.
Okay, paano? Gawin mo.
Single, double.
Okay. Alright ha, sabay-sabay tayo ha. Uy, kasama ka dito, Escalera. Tsaka Ben Tips. Ayan. Okay ma? 5, 6, 7, go. Single, double. Single, double. Single. Lower. Sige, itutuloy na namin to. Kayo na bahala dyan, mga casters.
Oh my, it's great to see TNC just having fun. It's great to see that they allowed Manjin to dance as well as Bentix and Escalera. They have that aura that they're very serious about stuff, but them joking around, and even after the fact that they have been struggling when it comes to the points, they're still having this positive attitude, and the biyaheng tagumpay, the road to glory, is still there.
I don't know how we went from a weird version of Adobo to like TikTok dancing, man. And then like the question of what do you have to say to your opponent? Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, nothing else left to be said there. But I honestly like what Ben Things mentioned from a while ago. He was like, focus on the things that you can control. It was just like another, detail he took from the Ben Tips TikTok. But yeah, that's it.
Wow, I'm excited to see how TNC will bounce back. This is the second half of the season. The first half might not be in their favor, but maybe this is the time that they can turn it out. Same can be said to NXPE, which kind of tells me that in this series, they will give everything that they have, particularly because they badly need the points. Biyaheng Tagumpay and Nexplay EVOS, the Excellence Inherited. Let's look as they walk into the stage.
The Neon Tigers still looking to scratch off targets on their hit list. Their chance for another shot starts today. Give it up for Nexplay EVOS. After a struggle in the first half of the regular season, the Phoenix looks to rise through the standings in this second half. Will this be the start of the Phoenix Army redemption? Give it up for TNC Pro Team. And their coaches, Coach Lift and Coach Josh. Who will rise above the other?
The team with a hit list going up against Biyaheng Tagumpay. It's going to be looking at Nexplay EVOS right now, still having Doming, Boyet Ding, Goyong, and Brusco, all with all those DRs. Sona, is this, what have they been missing so far?
I guess it's the fact that all of them are trying to, stand out the most compared to, I mean, everybody's like really standing out in their specific weeks, but there's no complete standout from the rest of them. So I feel like there really needs to be one that could be recognized and someone that could really set the pace for the rest of the members of NXPE. I mean, it's a lot of PhD.
The biggest thing there is that, they have the synergy, right? They've played together for a very long time, but one thing that really stood out was the hesitation that they play with. And now, even looking at TNC here, Innocent King Kong, we got Jesus Escalera and Ben Things. This is a team that has gone through their own growing pains up to this point in the season. And you're just, again, you're hopeful, right, that they've figured it out.
Right.
And that this is going to be the start of them rising because, if you've been following this team, if you've been following even each individual player up to this point, they've had such an amazing journey. It's just now, in this season, Season 11 specifically, they've really struggled to find their footing.
Yeah, it's very difficult to even think about what TNC has been, studying all throughout the days that we are off when it comes to our broadcast. Like week after week, you always ask, what is TNC's lineup gonna be? Nobody had 100%, playing rate, or but it might be good or bad for TNC, but who knows it better? The keys to victory going to be delivered by Chantal from the Tagalog broadcast.
Napaka-importante ng execution kung paano nga ba talaga gagawin ng ating mga teams ang kanilang pagkapanalo dito sa ating laban. Kaya naman importante din ang ating keys to victory hatid ng Infinix. Para sa side ng Nexplay EVOS, cleaner team fights, after Boyet DR secures a neutral objective. So again, para dito sa side ng Nexplay EVOS, may kita natin na merong struggle pagdating doon sa pag-finish off ng team fight pagdating sa mga other objective taking. So after taking that objective, pwede sila mag-finish off ng play and then move on to the next objective. Dahil minsan, para nagkakagulo ang side ng Nexplay EVOS pagdating doon sa next step. So yung checklist nila ay from 1, 2, 3, minsan nagiging 3, 4, 5, or minsan nagkakabali-baliktad pa. Para naman sa TNC, cleaner late game decision making. Again, if you go back doon sa naging previous performance ng TNC, nandun yung spark. Pero pagdating sa dulo, yung spark na yun ay nawawala kung saan hindi na nila natatapos yung laban. Again, cleaner execution, cleaner decision making, lalong-lalo sa late game, very crucial dahil sila din ang isa sa may pinakamahabang laro dito sa ating MPL Season 11 nung una silang nagtapat. That is 27 minutes. At yung moment na yun, pwede sana nabaliktad ng TNC ang laban pero iba ang naging outcome. Kaya naman pagdating sa ating last key to victory, lean on what you're good at. Kung magaling ka sa team fight or pagkuha ng objective, pwedeng i-capitalize tapos after nun ay dumiretso na sa iba pang pwedeng kuhanin para manalo sa laban. Again, yan ang ating Infinix keys to victory. Sino nga bang lalamang? Casters, ano kaya sa tingin nyo?
There's a lot of emphasis on cleanliness in that K2V. And even the third point is also related to those two parts. I mean, Sona, what should be the standard of cleanliness that we have to, uphold in the coming series? What does it mean, and how can it translate to a victory here?
I mean, when you think about it, it's more on the execution mixed with the overextension factor. Given that both of these teams, when you take a look at the match recap, and the last time they met, NXPE had it 2-0, and in the same way, TNC kind of fielded two different teams here.
Yeah.
So there were a lot of confusion surrounding NXPE towards this gameplay, in terms of how would you even kind of like approach this kind of gameplay being thrown around by TNC. So now that they fielded in a 5-man lineup that they fully trust and believe in, maybe that's the start of cleanliness that we'll be seeing, not only from TNC, but also from the side of Nexplay.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things that we've seen from teams who, whoever field a deep roster, right? When they have multiple members to choose from, you kind of see these moments, these weeks where they struggle to really find footing on what they want to play with. But like Sona put it, this could be a good chance, a good opportunity to see more of, a set roster for the most part with TNC and exactly what is their game plan going into these matchups ahead of them. Not just this one, right? It starts here. Yes, it starts here with NXPE, but the entire rest of the season ahead of them, they have to start making things fall into place for them here because essentially time is running out.
Right.
We start with the draft completely different from what we saw in the previous series. This time it's going to be the Fanny for the priority. It's going to be the Digi and the hygiene ban on the 1-1 for the red side. What can we expect here, boys? What do you want to see from both teams? At least, Fredrin, Glue, perhaps?
Yeah, I think, let me put my analyst hat on.
Okay, I'm excited to see that, my friend.
So I'm just going to wait for all the heroes to pop up and be like, yeah, I'm thinking. No, I'm joking, right? But so far, there's the Fredrin ban. I was going to say that if Fredrin is not banned out, we can highly see him prioritized by Boyette. We know that he likes to play that. So now, again, the question is, what do you prioritize? Is it the Farsa? Is it the Valentina? Do they decide to lean on something else? But it's going to be neither. It's actually going to be the Glue. So this is interesting because we typically don't see Glue first picked that much, right? I mean, they are going to be willing to trade across from them. So you could probably see TNC pick up a Farsa if they want to, park that into the mid lane, or even secure their own XP option, right? The Yuzhong is still open to Lapu Lapu as well.
And in addition, I don't think I've seen a lot of Ding and Glue gameplays altogether. I mean, this is very different from what we've seen Ding use, like the Benedettas, the Yuzhongs, which is actually pretty similar to TNC's XP laner, who is now going to be Hesu. Again, a very young talent here for the rest of the members. And as I mentioned, Benedetta is going to be picked up here by the rest of the members of TNC. We're still not sure if this is going to go to the XP lane, but from the trend of it, Hesu going to be very comfortable using this hero.
What I noticed from Nexplay EVOS is that they really prioritize Doming and his, wealth in the gold lane, which kind of means that this could be a priority. In the games that we saw from Nexplay EVOS, it's like the second phase pick or the second and third pick for Nexplay EVOS when they do that. Do you think it will be the case this time? And if so, what will be the choices of gold laners for Nexplay EVOS in this pick?
Gold laners, we'll see if they're actually locked in because actually we've seen kind of a trend now where gold lane, especially the marksmans, are locked into this first phase. But there is the Farsa, which is they're going to lock in here. We'll see if they want to pick up that gold lane pick before they're banned out, right? With 1-1 already being taken out, it's not. It's actually going to be Kaja. So, meaning to say, NXPE is okay with that, right? They're willing to be pretty much backed into a corner if that's the case, or even let TNC use more bans towards that marksman or the gold lane option, when most likely NXPE, that lane matchup should be okay, right? They should be able to match up well because so far from actually what we've seen from Domeng specifically is he even likes to lean towards some of those safer picks, marksman, right? Like the Claude, he's actually done pretty well on that too. So does that mean TNC picks up their own marksman pick to allow Innocent to have a favorable matchup?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question.
There it is, right? So yes,
you got it. Good job. Got him.
Good job, me. Right?
Yeah.
Because here's the logic behind that, boys.
Okay.
Right? You pick the Claude, you go vacation mode, later on you're big damn.
Okay.
Yes.
It's that simple. That's exactly what you have to do, actually, because the fact that you're going to be able to farm up as safe as possible, as long as you can avoid getting dove on by NXPE, because this is what I was saying in the previous series, right? With what we saw across the board and every time Claude was picked across from it, you have the tools to actually dive the Claude. Yeah, he can get away with BMI and whatnot, but especially with a Kaja, you should be able to lock him down, get those kills early on, and look at that. We've got a really young audience member here.
Wow.
Checking out the game.
Man.
All right, so the idea for TNC right now is to limit the marksman options as well from Nexplay EVOS. We did mention the Melissa that was that could be picked up by Nexplay EVOS. Sona, what do you think will be the target of bans here for Nexplay EVOS? Is it going to be the Roamer or going to be the EXP?
It is actually looking like the Roamer is going to be a possibility here. Try to remove Ben Thing's heroes as part of the composition. But when I take a look at Nexplay EVOS' composition, I think that Show would really be a good here, given that the Claude is available on the other side. And also, given that Boyet DR is more of a utility jungler, so the Kaja might be a possibility for him to also use. So there's still some sort of flexibility towards the composition in the lineup that Nexplay EVOS has, even when these 3 picks are already available going into their side. So Beatrix is going to be banned out by the rest of the members of TNC. I'm also looking forward to maybe a Melissa ban or a Brody ban, perhaps. No, none of the above.
Okay, well they go that route, which means that specifically TNC doesn't want to have to deal whatever roamer option they have, right? And that's going to go in the hands of Ben Things here. They don't want to be shredded. They don't want to be taken down so easily with this carry pick. And you can see, right, these options, these last bans here from NXPE are obviously targeted towards Ben Things, not because when Ben Things plays the roams where he can really find the sets that he needs. Handsome man right there, by the way.
Yep.
It works out really well for him, right? And he's usually able to find the sets. So one thing on the table here is the Lolita. We've actually seen a lot of Lolita come out in a lot of these series lately and find a lot of success here. Now, that could be an option they want to pick up now. Also on the table is, do they lock in their jungler option? Because they don't have to, actually. They can save King Kong for now, because if they don't pick up the roamer, I mean, okay, let's see. There it is.
Got it.
Got him. Got him.
2 out of 2.
You belong in that seat,
Yeah,
bro.
Man, I'm feeling good.
Yeah, you're feeling good.
There it is. But that's the question. Even though the Lolita's locked in, will Ben Things be able to find the setups he's looking for against this lineup? Paquito, who we saw kind of have a showing again last week in the hands of Navs, and quite the performance on it. You know, this is the work cut out for TNC.
Will we go the classic Karina last picker or the Martis? What do you feel? What do you feel about this Sona? What should be the answer to imminent jungle Paquito from Nexplay EVOS?
Yeah, I mean, what you've mentioned from before, the Karina is actually looking good here, or maybe the Martis, just to like get a hold of the knockups that the Paquito will be imposing here. So it might be a possibility. It is also part of King Kong's hero pool. So at some point, he might go and use that, or somewhat the classic that TNC is always using is to just go for the assassins to try and just go for the split push and increase the mobility. And the answer is about to be presented to us right now. The quest that is actually going to be the Akai picked up here. So what we're expecting was Nexplay EVOS would be picking up the Akai. Instead, TNC goes for the Akai themselves.
So much control coming out from TNC. You have the Lolita as well as the Akai, and potentially a stolen Kaja ultimate by this Valentina. You have the damage as well. Now for Nexplay EVOS, allowed to like engage potential, good early game. You predicted, Naisu, that Lolita will be picked up, and in combination with the other heroes of TNC, do you feel that they have the advantage this time, or is it the other way around?
You know, even looking at the predictions here, I'm putting this in TNC because, again, I felt like we saw improvement previous weeks, right? And NXP obviously is still looking to knock targets off their hit list and also gain these points at this point in the season. But with TNC's specific draft here for Game 1, I'm kind of worried at how strong this early game looks from NXPE, right? Now, if they can get to late game, they can find especially the Newman on Blast, which have been proving a huge component for a lot of teams with success with Lolita, then I think TNC can grab this game here.
There he is! Game number 1 of this round 2 matchup between Nexplay EVOS and TNC. The last time it didn't go in favor of TNC. Nexplay EVOS would want to repeat that, this time with a jungle Paquito that might have debuted in this season. Now look at the start of the post there, Sona.
Oh, it's actually hurting for the side of Goyong DR and the rest of NXPE, although they will be able to retreat. Just take a look at the rest of the support emblems over there, Naisu, brought about by, NXPE, just for them to scale a little bit faster.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to scale. Like I said, though, too, they should be able to do really well early game.
Right.
The burst should be there. Also, when it comes down to that first turtle fight and everything else, they should set themselves up. You're packing a Paquito jungle, right? Which we haven't seen for quite some time, I feel like. I mean, he might have popped up once this season. I'm not 100% sure if it's in the jungle, but the fact is, a lot of people kind of forgot the Paquito burst has to be respected, right?
That's
It is something that definitely teams have to worry about, especially in the hands of someone like Boyet, who also likes to contest these objectives. So King Kong, now the upside here is the fact that the way this Akai is going to work and lock down is you can either zone people out, you can lock people down, you have bend things on the Lolita. But is that going to be enough is kind of the question as those objectives start up. Nice little juke, by the way.
Yep. Yeah, he almost escaped there, but apparently not so. Boyet's still gonna, pack a punch there, but Innocent still managing to escape.
Might be denied of the gold card this time. No, he will not. Great movements going from Innocent, but now in comes the turtle spawn. Let's see who takes it, as Ding and King Kong are gonna be arguing for the turtle aggro.
Yep, there you go. Split actually happening right now. Ding tanking a lot of damage coming from the rest of the side of TNC. Split. Shampoo making it happen as well, but Divine Judgment is not going to be there, as well as Akai. King Kong bumping his chest makes the turtle slay, and NXPE is going to retreat.
You see, that's the beauty of an Akai, right? Even with Ding attached to him with a split, he just heavy spins his way, gets the retribution off, and quite surprisingly able to take the turtle here. So already a nice kind of counterplay with TNC, because NXP had that kind of control in that turtle pit. So they give that up, and now again, we'll see. Because it's still even across the board, although they have secured that first objective.
Yep. Great placements coming out from TNC, but also good positioning from Nexplay EVOS.
Right.
He did say, so it will not be a one-sided affair. In fact, Doming actually picks out the corrosion side. Great start for this Melissa onto the bottom side of the map. Whereas Innocent is still, being pummeled in the bottom. We know for sure that Melissa is one of those stronger heroes in the laning stage.
Right.
And Doming is actually proving that to be true. Now, heading into the next objective, which is going to happen in a minute from now, what should be the goals from both teams?
Well, for both teams, they're looking actually for their own setup. This is what we were saying TNC has to do, right? Especially with the Lolita. It's going to charge
setting up here, landing onto 2, and it's going to be the heavy spin also commencing, mixed with the Blazing Duet as well as the Feathered Airstrike. It's raining here in the bottom side of Land of Dawn, and everybody's going down. Brusco for the price of Ben Things. A roamer for a roamer. Nexplay still holds the hundreds in terms of gold lead, and Doming DR is actually looking for more. Innocent trying to defend his lane, and that is going to be the end of the team fight. But apparently King Kong still wants more, as Goyong is going to be the recipient of the damage. And Boyet looks forward for another one. Escalera stays with a shiver of help. And Hasu is going to be able to take him down. Boyet goes out.
Well, very important coming off TNC to counteract that, and Hesu just being in the right moment with the Petrify. Now it's going to be another turtle fight, which TNC will have the advantage, knowing that Boyet is going to be so far away after dying first.
That's actually pretty impressive coming in from the side of TNC.
So just like that, right? TNC cushioning themselves pretty well too. Grabbing another objective here. Slowly building on this little lead they have. One of the big things, though, is the fact that Innocent got that early kill on. This makes things better in his case, right? Especially on this Claude. You can see they've even switched lanes, right? So they're still going to park Doming bottom side. They might make their own switch if they decide to. But even looking at itemization, right? The scaling is already there, especially with Goyong. He's got that Clock of Destiny. The burst damage is going to be kind of something that TNC has to worry about. But the great thing that they have is actually CC themselves. They can force that Wings by Wings out. But look at this play they're trying to make here. And just like that, Innocent should be fine, but they lose this turret. There might be a counterplay here coming from TNC.
There's been a quick switch happening here for both of the members of the side lane coming in from TNC, but it seems like they have other plans in mind as well. They're not showing themselves so far. They're being patient, but nothing is happening just yet.
That means that TNC will lose their turret, and the Nexplay will collect some of the bounty, which means that they will now be evening up the gold. In fact, 300 gold at 5 minutes, that's almost nothing at this point. However, Nexplay does have some map control advantage over to the bottom lane. In fact, they will switch up. Gold laner gonna go up top to face up against the XP laner. Meanwhile, in the middle,
countered failed airstrike is gonna happen here. King Kong, Brusco tries to land on the other one, but no avail, and the Kaja has been caught with the Numinum Blast, and Escalera tries to escape for that one. He uses the flicker to get away as Ding still manages to land the grab. Blazing Do It manages to catch out all of them, but the Valentina goes down, and no casualty for the side of NXPE. Escalera goes out.
That was a great play by Ding. I mean, you know, we don't typically see him too much on the glue. Like we said, it was prioritized pick, but so far he's doing a great job. This is kind of the way he plays Yu Zhang or even Benedetta. And now this might secure NXPE this turtle here. First one of the game for them, last one of this game. Already going to lose that turret, though, too.
Oh, Electro Final Blow is going to be committed here by the rest of the members of TNC. Hesu makes it, but boy, it has this return for the counter-attack. Ben Things won't be able to land the Numinum Blast towards two members of NXPE, and the Neon Tigers extending their lead, especially onto the bot lane.
So this is the trouble, right, for TNC. They now are at a deficit. It was just, what, 300, 400 gold a little bit ago. And even though they're making some of these plays across the map, it seems like they're just waiting for Ben Things to find those Numinum Blast setups, which is kind of the case when a lead is locked in. But what's happening is you're losing space, right? You don't have any turrets down. You might have those two turtles, but what has that translated to, right? So if you're TNC specifically, as you get ready for this next big objective, right, the Lord here in about a minute and a half, you either got to find a pick yourself, and that's why Escalera has the Divine Judgment copied version, if they can find one, or just get ready to go for a full-on fight for that first Lord, right? But all the while this is happening, my guys, Domeng is just free farming, right? Domeng is doing pretty good.
And as we speak, they're about to attack Domeng, and Domeng actually standing alive. Ben Things is taking a lot of damage. Brusco making it happen as well, and Ben Things is going to go out as well.
No
King Kong and Escalera, the only ones left on the top side, and Brusco, Ding still managing to land it in. He's trying to land the damages out, but Ding is going to be caught in the process. 2 for the price of 1. Make that 3 as Goyong DR lands the damage towards Escalera, and they continue to fight once more. Brusco using the flicker to get away, but Hesu is still in the chase. He will retreat for now, but with those breaks, NXP got the win.
my God, you see Nexplay EVOS, Domeng, almost caster curse Domeng, Naisu. But
no,
then
caster blessing. I was like, he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, you're actually doing pretty good. And speaking of doing pretty good, it's Hesu actually escaping, but there's a lot of damage for Nexplay.
So, caster blessing, because as I was leading into that, Domeng was just farming up, right? And he was really profiting off that. And surprisingly enough, he stayed alive in that previous kind of skirmish up top. And now you see him picking up the DHS. He's got that available to him now. So TNC is really having a hard time even getting to Domeng, or when they actually do, they expend a lot of their ultimates of battle spells and everything else. So now they're in a situation where they've got to do this dance.
Divine Judgment is going to be committed, and Valentina goes out. Blazing Do It's going to be committed by Innocent, though, as well as a Feathered Airstrike landing into Bentix. Unfortunately, there's no follow-up happening, so Bentix will be taking a lot of damage, and Innocent has been caught by the grab. Hesu from the backside is not happening for the rest of the members of TNC as 4 members go down, and King Kong is the only one alive. It seems like Nexplay will be the ones to get the first Lord of the game.
A must-win Lord for TNC after trailing behind by a lot of gold and a lot of objectives, but Nexplay EVOS snatches it away from them. Started, of course, by Brusco DR, and now they have taken the turret in the mid lane, exploding when it comes to their advantage. 5.9k right now. Naisu, how bad is this of a situation for TNC?
This is a very tough situation to be in for them, because now even further do they have this divide between itemization across all boards, right? I mean, realistically, it's very difficult, especially with Ding being this confident. You know, he's got already the items available to him to pretty much be that front line, right? Athena's shield, he's got that dominance ice on top of it. So when he's playing this way and finding the targets that he needs to, you don't have really the tools for TNC to actually equal the firepower being thrown at you, right? It's really difficult to deal with here, and that's why the 6k gold lead is so massive. You're going to see them convert this into more turrets, more space around the map. Now the question is for TNC, who do they wait for, right? Well, honestly, at this point, it's Innocent, because Escalera, even with the damage that he has here in this this Valentina hero, it's not enough, right? I mean, even to deal with the front line of NXP, it's not enough. So Innocent is kind of your last card to play, right? But he doesn't have the farm that he exactly needs to get to that point.
Yup, Conceal Blade gonna be committed here, and Brusco pulls out Hesu. But Hesu still managing to escape. What a wonderful way to start off this team fight as the Lord is being pummeled onto the bottom side, and they still have all 3 inhibitors intact. NXP had a good plan to just pick off one out, but TNC with the defense.
We see TNC defending gracefully against Nexplay EVOS. They did lose all of their outer turrets anyways, and the lead is still massive coming out from Nexplay EVOS. In fact, there's
a mirror move coming in from the rest of the members of TNC, and the fight about to ensue. Dominic DR catches a lot of the members, and the turret damage is just absolutely insane. No one can get through the go away, but still the chase is about to happen. There goes the Electo final blow, and it catches the Blazing Duet as well. Ding is still alive. Innocent low to health. Goyong DR just being caught up by Hesu. A crossover move. Benthink's just trying to desperately get to Goyong, and he will be able to do so. Ding DR versus Hesu. Benthink's versus Boyet, but Boyet still has a lot of health. What will happen here is a tag team matchup, but add 3 to the mix because King Kong and Innocent is part of the lineup right now. They're just trying to dish out a lot of damage. Boyet trying to fight them fist for gun. Gun to fist, and Ding stays alive. Boyet is still rocking them on. Boyet versus everybody, and he finally goes down. Electo final blow has been cancelled. The Ding will be the ones to end it once and for all.
And now down to 3.8k after all of that chaos. TNC definitely won that engagement. They lost a lot, but they gained even more than Nexplay did. The fact of the matter is, Innocent stayed alive. How important was this, Naisu, on the road to comeback for TNC?
Well, you know, surprisingly, there's the caster crystal. I was like, do they have the firepower to go toe-to-toe here with NXPE? And in an extended kind of messy clash like that, yeah, they do. But now they go again.
Speaking of the mess, they're going to go through it once again. Heavy spin just to be able to escape, and fortunately for them, no casualty is going to be committed here by the rest of the members of NXPE, but they have all the space in the world to get this Lord.
That means I want to come back though.
Speaking of space though, Ding DR apparently caught once again. He managed to stay alive. There goes their models catching onto Escalera, and he goes down. Hesu from the backside making it happen. Boyet catches the Lord. Brusco cut off to at least 25% of the health, and the Numinum Blast is cancelled. Boyet is just showing off against the Phoenix Army.
The overextension in the mid lane coming out from Nexplay EVOS was duly punished by TNC, but this time Nexplay EVOS played their part. Great snag on an important hero for the counter. They forced King Kong out of the Lord for the Lord Dance, and when TNC still tried to fight, they lost the battle afterwards. This is very bad for TNC for sure.
Wow.
Doming.
Leading the damage.
Yeah.
What is that, 36% I think at this point, but he's unrelentless, right? And that's a big component here to this game. And now it's TNC on the defense.
Predator Strike's going to be committed here, but apparently the pull to the flicker. You just welcomed yourself to your own death wish, and the rest of the members of NXP are going for the base. But still, Electo Final Blow is going to be committed here to at least remove the rest of the minions away. They're still hanging on, but how long could they do just that? As Ding is going to be able to escape using that grab. Innocent is taking a lot of damage from Boyet. The rest of the members catching on to Muddles, and Muddles is just giving away their prey. Innocent lands onto the Blazing Duet. There goes your Numinum Blast. But who's going to be the one to defend the base? Apparently everybody else is so focused on attacking everybody that they forgot the base, and because of this, the Neon Tigers are still actually not able to finish it. Will they actually be able to do so? Goyong hanging on, and just in time, NXPE secures game number 1.
After a very, very close tug of war in the early stages, up until the second turtle in a snap, Nexplay EVOS took over the map, and then it went in their favor easily. But in the last chaos that we saw under the base of TNC, there was a little bit of a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for the Phoenix. They still cannot find the victory against Nexplay EVOS, and boy oh boy, it was that good for the Neon Tigers.
Honestly, that was quite a messy ending, right? I didn't think that they were going to actually be able to end it there, but then they somehow did, and it was a good effort too. Hesu trying to, buy some more time, clear the waves with Electo Final Blow, but eventually, like Sona mentioned, they just kind of forgot, that someone was whacking away at the base. Either it was Boyet or it was Ding, and, Ding on glue trying to destroy the base. It took them a while, but eventually they ended up doing it. And it was a good game there for the most part, but NXPE, they just kind of took off at the end.
Yeah, and you know what's so funny about the previous team fights that we've seen from these two teams? Like, the keys to victory mentioned more about the cleanliness.
Yeah.
And we've seen nothing but a lot of chaos happening during that fight, which is actually pretty interesting and impressive because they've managed to take control of the situation.
Yep.
But again, there's some sort of complexity between these two teams and what they could do in terms of the team fight.
Yeah, to be fair, the first set of minutes, like the first 5 minutes of the game was very, very close. Everybody's doing their job. Unfortunately for TNC, Nexplay found an opening by taking turrets instead. There was a lot of like tug of war between the turtle. First turtle going in favor of Boyet with an outplay, and then eventually second turtle going in favor of Nexplay EVOS. Afterwards, we'll see how Naisu breaks this down.
Welcome to the Big Dam Report here. It's me, Naisu, for the first time breaking it down. And I got to say, man, this game is quite a surprise because it's two teams pretty much looking for that redemption. And, with TNC, we had a lot of hopes for them. You could say the same for NXPE, but it all started especially with the lineup that they had, right? Looking at it early on, they're going for pickoff potential. And mind you, they took the glue first, right? They prioritized this glue pick. And you're probably wondering, why did Ding do that? Well, if you look at the way this man played later in the highlights, you'll understand why. Because he was finding every single moment he needed to. Brusco honestly did a great job, but it wasn't about all the divine judgments. It really wasn't the thing that caused things to fall into place like they did for NXPE. And not to mention Domeng here, right? Domeng on this Melissa pick, how many times did he actually stay alive for the most part when it was TNC, in fact, doing what they had to do? They played around this Lolita that Ben Things had. And even though I called it in the draft, that's the downside of Lolita. When you draft it, you are just waiting for Newman on blast. You're forcing yourself in these situations because we saw it earlier on too. Ben Things found Newman on blast, but there was no follow-up there, right? Now, as we take a look here at the stats specifically, look at Domeng, right? The guy is rich. He's got the ace as well. He's doing a ton of damage. We actually saw the little note there in game 2 that he has some of the highest damage in the league right now. And you give this guy this Melissa pick, he's going to be able to do that. And also, if you just look in terms of entire statistics, even the damage to turrets, monster, gold stolen, it's all in favor of NXPE because you even remember, looking back, TNC didn't have that much room to work with. They didn't get turrets down until later on in the game when Hesu was pushing the mid lane. He finally got tier 1 down, but they struggled fighting for space. And the game MVP, of course, is Domeng on this Melissa pick because the guy was a monster. Not only did he stay alive when he was being pressured on, but just the way that he moved around the map, the way he moved around skirmishes and team fights, it just worked so well for his favor, right? And a lot of it had to do with the way his team is playing. Domeng, if you guys remember, it was Wolf across from me that said Domeng Nation, by the way. All right? This game might not have been Domingnating, but the fact that he had such a good time in this game because of the way his team played and the way that they set him up, and just the fact that he's also a mechanically gifted player in terms of skirmishes and team fights, you can see it, right? And now we're going to be taking a look here at the highlights exactly. And this is going to be, the early game was actually quite even. Ben Things finding these sets, but look at Domeng here. Domeng actually just sets up on this wall, unleashes damage, potential, pops the Inspire. TNC's running for the hills. They don't really have a response to that. And Boyet, again, we don't see Paquito jungle too often, but he does it. And even in moments like this, how does Domeng stay alive? The guy is gifted at the skills that he puts in this, especially in Melissa. He does very well, and that's what TNC had a hard time with. This point in the game was when things kind of slipped out of the hands of TNC. And slowly but surely, NXP continued to dominate team fight after team fight. This is the extended team fight here, where TNC had a little bit of hope because, honestly, they were out-itemized at this point. They were, 5-6K gold behind? But that team fight was so messy. It was not clean, right, as we talked about the keys to victory. that they were actually able to find some kills. And so NXPE struggled, TNC struggled in firepower and team fighting because they were just outgunned at this point. And you see it, right? When they were pressed to make a situation happen, they can actually fight. And even this, it looked good for a second, right? Ben things again, finding that setup with a Newman Blast, but no follow-up there needed. And then at this point, they just couldn't contain the pressure on the base here, where NXP looked to end it at about the 15-minute mark, right? So this is something to say that NXPE, they are a very momentum-based team, right? They can work around momentum, and you guys saw this here. We actually talked about this team specifically on how much time they've spent playing together in the amateur scene, and now they've had weeks to kind of find adjustments here. And I feel like this is now that refined version, the hype, the hope that a lot of people had for NXPE.
What I gathered from what you just said is that they were just doing whatever they have to do. They're just literally doing their job. By the way, thank you so much for the Big Damn report.
You're welcome.
Naisu. Sona, how do you feel about what happened in the game? As you look back, what was really the reason why they won that match?
You know what?
As Naisu tries to recover.
I mean, okay.
My gosh.
I mean,
my IQs.
Hey, used everything there, man. I mean, did a pretty good job. And at the same time, I actually noticed, like, during the instant replay, that moment that Farsa, when he was about to, like, you know, die, he unleashed that one single basic attack to just finish the ball game, and it was like a cinematic moment. But going back to what I was about to say, it was just there was just a lot of concerns with the level of damage that they could put off in the early to the middle portions, just because of what you've mentioned from the start, right? The burst of the Paquito is needed to be respected. I don't know who actually said that, because
I see,
it was me.
The brain of the
I see
desk.
two analysts with me right
Okay.
now.
I know, it's
right?
we're still getting used to it too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So at some point there is that, you know, there is that kind of mechanic that kind of really gave TNC a hard time, because who do you actually target first? And when they actually tend to target Doming, they just end up, you know, losing their HP.
Yeah.
Just losing their HP, man, you know?
That's Big Damn.
This is Big Damn. That's how I explain it.
Dude, you literally have the doll. You don't see the Melissa around you, and Escalera just died out of nowhere.
There was an engagement of the Lord where they were just literally just using models.
Right.
On the left side, and then on the right side he was attacking the Lord.
Models is him.
Yeah. All of a sudden that happened. Well, you know, why don't we stop talking about the game first and look at how we are enjoying here in the stadium. I want you guys to really go here, right, guys? Team Shooting Gallery, be the next smart game face of the day winner. Just flash the hashtag PowerSmart on your devices in green background. And when the camera is pointed at you, put your game face on to win redeemable in-game code. So this is what you actually can get when you come here, Shooting Gallery, every week. We invite you every day, and that's the game face of the day. All right, they won it. Literally the game face of the day. All right.
Man, he keeps some wings going, man.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, you better not disturb him, bro.
Whoa. Okay.
Why is bro so zesty?
Wow.
Zest.
Even
is some
after
zest.
winning,
I
he
think
still
that's
wants to win.
I think that's what you call Riz.
Riz.
Is that
Right.
Riz? Is that the term?
I think that's the Riz factor playing in right there, man. Congratulations to you, though.
I feel like you're a kind of guy that rizzes.
Yeah.
I mean,
You got
she.
you got a lot of Riz for
I
sure.
mean,
Yeah.
that's how I'm gonna do, man.
All
You
right.
know who
Nothing
needs Riz this time?
Who?
I would say Ben Things. All right.
Yeah.
This Lolita, it was a great pick. Face value, there were a lot of connections with the ultimate, but when it comes to actual value, I saw in that game that there weren't any follow-ups after 2 Minuminum or 3 Minuminum
Yeah.
pass. Even sometimes it could be late or mispositioned. Face value, it connects, but when it comes to the actual value, it seems like it doesn't really propel TNC to a good team fight. Is that what you also saw in that game?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the in-game Riz, if what you would say, is something that needs to really step up for Ben Things here. I mean, he catches a lot with those Numinum blasts that he had, right? We've seen a lot of highlights that unfortunately didn't either, as you mentioned, didn't have enough follow-up, or maybe it would really boil down into the communication factor for the team. Because again, once those setups really tend to land, it could be a huge catalyst to how you can turn the game came around, and unfortunately, they didn't get to maximize that one so far.
You know, not only that, but here's the thing. You got it. Let's talk about it, right? Melissa, Claude. Melissa can literally just auto attack.
Yeah.
And sometimes she doesn't even have to be in range because, you know, you got the doll doing your thing. Claude, on the other hand, how is he going to follow up when Ben Things sets up? Because Claude, the way that he works, especially early on, the damage isn't there. Like, Claude's job is literally to go in, blazing duet, get people really low, and then maybe capitalize later on because, you know, he has that corrosive scythe and then he's slowing people down and whittling them down. But if you're comparing the two heroes alone and just how far ahead technically Domang even was, even though Innocent had an early kill on him, it just doesn't pan out the way you want it to in terms of those skirmishes because, you know, even with Ben Things getting those lockdowns, he had a couple good ones, but there's no follow-up because it was so hard for TNC to actually get in range to follow up. And that was also due to the fact that you had a Paquito jungle in the hands of Boyet across from you who was coming from weird angles to just kind of shut you down if you did overcommit.
Right.
And, you know, that means that we will have to adjust with the draft. The way that is, you know, the way that I understood it is that there's a little bit of a draft issue, perhaps, or, you know, some parts of it. I don't know if that will be, if you will agree to that. But that means that we have to correct it with Game 2's draft. Does this mean that TNC will have to snatch the Melissa away from Nexplay or you know, react to it? What should be the reaction here for TNC so that they can at least force Game 3?
I think one of the biggest things is, take out the Melissa. You know, it seemed to be, and this has kind of been somewhat of a trend when Domang gets to play the Melissa. Like, he usually unleashes havoc on the enemy team, right? So it's something that you could be like, do we actually want to prioritize it, give it to Innocent, and play with that as a card, or do we have something else? Because really, even again, when they were actually putting pressure on the Melissa pick, they couldn't capitalize on it, right? They couldn't get the kill that they were looking for. So unless you can ensure yourself that kill, ensure yourself that lockdown, then sure, let it slip through, right? But you can already see the bans that TNC is focusing on this first phase. It's that XP lane and then, of course, the jungle. They don't want to deal with King Kong. Or, sorry, they don't want to deal with Boyet rolling around on the Ikai.
I mean, just to add to what you've been mentioning, I think TNC had a quick grasp of the early game lead from a while ago because they've managed to take 2 kills for themselves. What was missing from that early game snowball that they've had was that they weren't able to secure it or to translate it into the objectives as well.
Yep.
We didn't see a lot of turrets being taken down by the Phoenix Army, so if you would ask me, I would really prefer a hero or a set of heroes for the side of TNC Pro Team that would get a lot of objectives or would deal a lot of damage to the objectives just so they could have more space to go in the map.
Yep. Okay, boys, should I say the F word now?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
The Fredrin.
The Fredrin.
It's time to drop the
Oh,
F-bomb.
there it is.
There it is.
There. Jeez.
102.
We're breaking statistics here. I don't really know how to break this down. Well,
It's out of this world.
We need help, bro.
breaking boundaries.
We have transcended. This is how broken Fredrin is. But Farsa and Melissa is going to be the answer for
right.
Nexplay EVOS.
Oh.
Is this something that we like for Nexplay?
You know, I don't like it because you have now, well, if you're TNC, you've given up Farsa, you've given up Melissa, right? Technically, you want to be able to see, like, okay, if we do give up Melissa, we at least have a Farsa to kind of counterplay into that. But now, even so far, the Fredrin doesn't answer what was the problem from the previous game, right? You still need the tools to be able to catch this Melissa. Now, do they lock in the Kaja this time? Do they actually want to utilize Kaja possibly in the hands of Ben Things? Now, that could be something they consider because still, you want to be able to find the lockdowns here. But instead, they also lock in their marksman choice. They go with the Moskov. Good firepower compared to the Claude we saw previously, right? And now it's the Faramis locked in here.
This is kind of like an answer to the Melissa, but again, it is very interesting because there's not a lot of damage coming in from Innocent in the early to the mid portions of the map. So this is a hero that you really have to take care of in the early phases of the game. And I guess, you know, the Faramis really just helps and assists to that, given that he has a lot of sustain But given the abundance of damage coming in from the side of NXPE, with still having one more pick to go, you already have a very reliable hero in Farsight, an early engaged hero such as the Lapu Lapu.
Lapu Lapu, a hero that teams now favor against the Faramis just because of the fact that you have enough damage to whittle down the extra HP, and with the stun that happens when you do take out the extra HP from the Cult Altar, you have a free stun, which means it's a free setup for your additional stuns, right? Bravest Warrior, of course, the blades to eventually have the Earth Shaker? Land Shaker, it was called. So, now, when it comes to the bans, TNC might be, one hero that I always look at when there is a Melissa picked up is the Kadira. It could still be picked up by TNC. Would you think that it's also a hero there that could be banned out?
That's the thing, though. Like, do you see that in the hands of Ben Things picking up the Kadita, or do they even do some kind of switcheroo, right? Because yes, Faramis is here, but it could possibly be flexed, right? It could possibly be flexed here, and you again, I gotta say, from previous game, you got to be able to control this Melissa here. And not only that, but you also need to actually have a good XP lane option in the hands of Hesu to really go head-to-head with the Lapu Lapu because, again, seeing how Ding plays, knowing how he likes to take command of not only his lane, but the transition into the game, it's tough. Again, Hesu has his work cut out for himself, and even the Benedetta, like previous game that he played, it didn't really do that much, right? In face value, Benedetta can work, but in that game, the previous one, it didn't do that much. So what do you want to take going against this Lapu Lapu? There's the Kadita ban, though, just in case to cover the bases, right? So that Domeng doesn't have to worry about getting pretty much blasted from waves.
How do you now answer it if you're TNC? There's also that option of the Diggy, right?
Right. I was about to say. I was about to say, like, could you even imagine what if they go a different route and just go double down on the support department and take care of Innocent as much as possible? I mean, you have to sustain, and for you to dish out an insane amount of damage in the early portions, you need to have that Diggy to just dish out the information. But for now, the Kadita, as Naisu mentioned, is going to be eliminated, and so will be the Franco. And as of this moment, again, the Diggy is still available for both of the teams to pick up from because Brusco still doesn't have, a roamer of his own from the first 3 picks available. But given his hero pool, will he settle for a Diggy or will he go for a setup hero knowing that the Diggy is still available?
They could go the Diggy. That's okay. Actually, interesting, right? They're really feeling this Paquito here, so they're going to go that route again in the jungle. And now this leaves the question: do we actually see this Faramis go in the mid lane? But right away, the Arlot's going to be picked up, who surprisingly has been doing really well. Right now, that's the thing. I was saying we got to see this matchup go in favor of Hesu here versus Ding. And that would be a good start leading into taking them to a game 3.
Yep. Curious to see what will be the choice here. There's an option for TNC to put the Faramis in the position 5 role and just get a nuke mage so that you'll answer both the Farsa as well as the Melissa. But there's also that option where you can put this Faramis in position 4 and just go for the Diggy or the Cho to defend your Moskov. It's a nuke mage option. So this means that Nexplay can really go back to the Diggy just so that they can get out of the real-world manipulation.
There it is.
Well, okay. So it's all about protecting the Melissa this time, as well as the Moskov. Do you think that this will be a closer game compared to game number 1, boys?
I think it's, I think it could be. It could be. But I think one of the biggest questions here is, can TNC actually utilize the objective control they should have, right? Like, you have an Eve, you have an Arlot.
Yeah.
You should, like, so far from what we've seen from Arlot, especially previous series and even last week, you should have that advantage to you. But then again, you got to work across that Diggy and really kind of, after what we saw previously, Domeng shut him down. And then I think it will be a better game, especially in the hands for TNC. Now, I think early game 2, it's going to be quite even, and it just comes down to what team sets the pace first. But I do like the fact that there's at least a Mozkov in the hands, right? And the scaling should be much better and much quicker.
All right, into game number 2 we go. Game number 1 was a one-sided affair from Nexplay EVOS, where there was a messy team fight, you saw. But in the grand scheme of things, it was one-sided for Nexplay EVOS to take game number 1. In game number 2, TNC drafted this all-in strat on King Kong and Innocent. Let's see how it goes, if they can force game number 3, or will this be the end once again.
One thing, too, I want to point out is Hesu is playing Tenacity Arlot, right? He's playing this so different. I guess if you've been watching, not only today, but even last week, you saw a lot of Unbending Will Arlot. And a lot of people argue that maybe that is the best way to play it. The damage is also very respectable. So now Hesu's job with this kind of tankier version will be to find those setups alongside bend things, and then, of course, just kind of forcing those situations in that real-world manipulation. Like, that is your mindset. That is what you want to do if you're TNC, and especially around objectives. So you should be controlling that. Now, that's going to be the work cut out for NXPE as they deal around that. But they do have the tools themselves, number one being obviously Brusco here on the Diggy. And so better yet, TNC will have that advantage if they can somehow find a way to get the times journey out before that even breaks out.
Shoutouts to our friends from One Esports Philippines who compared the Arlot from Nats as well as Edward. Edward wants the Unbending Will. Nats favors the Festival of Blood. And even the itemization that they are choosing is different. This time, another variant we are going to see with the Tenacity. Well, this is not the first time that Tenacity was actually used. I believe it was Renzio also utilized it. So in comes the first turtle fight. The dance has started. King Kong getting the aggro first.
Yup, and King Kong swaying the turtle onto the TNC, but so far different kinds of fights are happening, and Innocent is going to be taken down to first blood, but the turtle might just go into the hands of NXPE. Still double down on the win and retreat for both of the squads.
That is not what you want to happen if you're TNC, right? You give first blood to not only the man who got the recent game or the last game MVP, but goes in the hands of this Melissa again, and you lose the objective. So that is very tough here for TNC, and they're going to probably pay for that now early on. And they got to allow Innocent to kind of catch up here too, because he's going to be working against Domang, who with this kind of early lead, that one kill already, it's going to be really hard to lane against.
And it's also the same rotation that we've been seeing from them. Just tried to protect Doming, but so far King Kong's taking a lot of damage, and because of the reverse time, it's going to be King Kong going down.
My God, a chain stun coming out from Nexplay EVOS. The control was there, and this meant that they will get 2 kills. That will actually amount to 1.3k when it comes to gold advantage. As you saw, 2 XP laners just battling it out. Boyet, a very active Paquito, will not reach Hesu this time.
That is just the disadvantage of having the Tenacity build Arlot, right? You don't have a lot of damage to back up, especially going up against a Lapu Lapu who's very high on sustain. It's something that Hesu needs to worry about, especially when he goes for the engages such as that one. Because right now, as we speak, Hesu taking a lot of damage there, and Ding DR using that Bravest Fighter, but so far is being ganged up on by 2 of the members coming in from NXPE, and he will not stay alive for long. Another conversion by the side of the Neon Tigers.
Man, that was a great job of just juggling, you know, not like turret aggro, and just the way they kind of dove their top side against Hesu, because given the way that even Wolf mentioned, Boyet very aggressive on this Paquito jungle. He's very active, actually, the way he's flown around the map, too. So now he's just kind of setting up. Next turtle's going to be up here in a couple seconds. You can see, though, TNC knows their game plan. They should be able to control these objective areas, but even given that, they have a numbers advantage. Let's see if they can actually secure this turtle here.
Same turtle dance is actually being applied here by the side of the Phoenix Army, though Ding taking a lot of damage, using that Bravest Fire to get away, but again, NXPE dividing the fight. Fortunately for the side of TNC, they were able to take down that turtle, but a lot of the energy shields will be going into the hands of NXPE. Another conversion has been taken here, but Innocent taking a lot of damage. The Pharaohs go down. Same thing, Doming DR once again. This time, it's domination for real.
My goodness. 3-0, just picked up the golden staff, has 4.4k gold at this point, pretty much 1,000 over Innocent here. And this is what I was saying. You know, you got to have the tools you need to handle this Melissa if you're willing to give it up. And unfortunately for TNC, yeah, they got the turtle that time. But look at what they gave up. And now you have NXPE with a 3K gold lead at this point. Everybody pretty much locking in some of those first and even second items here already on Domeng, having that corrosion scythe, having that golden staff. It's even going to be more devastating when TNC actually decides to fight against him, because so far Domeng's just been hanging out in his lane. He hasn't really been in any of these skirmishes or fights.
Right.
Just like in the previous game when Nexplay EVOS found the opening in the first 5 minutes of the game, they switched up the lanes, parking Domeng up top. This time, gonna be running into TNC's 3 members, but it seems like Domeng just is feeling this. He will not show himself unless the other members of TNC have shown themselves first.
It's a matter of patience here. Patience for the boys in blue. And Domeng on his own. Oh man, they're not. This is awkward.
This is not ideal, right?
This is not ideal for both of the teams. But apparently for TNC, not ideal as well because you're not getting it. But Domeng DR shows himself finally because he knows he has help. Escalera shows himself first. Hesu is next. They're still not aware that Ben Things is right over there, but the damage dealers are already shown. No. It is a failed operation. TNC backs away.
Massive fail.
That's the thing, man. You know, NXPE has multiple ways to check these bushes. So even if they have a sense that someone is there, they can just easily check it. So TNC maybe staying a little bit too long in that bush, prolonging the time that they need. Now it comes down here to this fight where, once again, Escalera holds on to that real manipulation. Who's going to grab this third turtle here?
Yep, no Moskov available for them, though. Feathered Airstrike and the real manipulation is going to be available for both of the squads. There goes their models taking a lot of damage, but King Kong still manages to take the turtle for the side of TNC. 2 turtles now secured. NXPE still leads in the gold.
Gonna have to hand it to TNC. Because King Kong still stealing 2 turtles back-to-back. However, they will still lose a lot of their influence around the map. In fact, they will lose 2 turrets. And bottom lane, you see the burst down. Ding already being activated. This means that Nexplay EVOS will take 3.1k. What else can TNC do? It is clear that Nexplay EVOS are leading when it comes to the gold, when it comes to the map advantage, and when it comes to like the spells, the way that they're throwing. So how can TNC come back from this?
TNC, the way they got to come back is protect Innocent, man. He's died 3 times at this point, but the pressure, like I said, NXPE knows how to play around this pressure. They won't let up. They'll continue to find marks. Another couple big items being picked up here by the team. Domeng now having 3 items. You know, he's got the corrosive staff, he's got the corrosive scythe, he's got the golden staff, and then he just picked up the DHS. So this is at the point where we see him just kind of pop off, right? And across from him, Innocent, it really isn't in any kind of situation where he can actually go toe-to-toe with him in the damage department. So now you're relying on Escalera, really, to just kind of set things up. But they're making a play here, bottom.
They're going to be doing exactly just that as Ding DR uses the flicker to get away. There goes Circle Altar as well to at least zone the ball out. Ding DR is going to be surrounded here. I mean, might be the one to be taken out by the rest of the members of TNC, and they will do just that. And also add that turret as part of their prey. But at the same time, another cross-map play is going to be given to us by NXPE with Hesu left to defend. So there's a move being made here by TNC, but NXPE still extends their lead.
Oh, this is going to be looking really bad for TNC. Nexplay EVOS have already established their spot around this Lord area. You can see the Diggy bombs already setting up space. Ben thinks we'll have to absorb some of that, and fortunately, he is a hero that can actually do that. For the rest of the squad, it's just due diligence. It's just waiting for their timing.
Best thing they can do here is actually secure this Lord somehow. But so they get the Feathered Airstrike. Hesu's quite low too. And right now, it's probably just going to come down to at least a little bit of a reset. They know they have to get healed back up here and get some of these ultimates back online. Also, Innocent just trying to find anything he can bottom side, any XP, any gold. He's trying to work from that deficit because Innocent is still that trump card here for TNC, especially if they can make it to the late game. That's the biggest thing. They have to get to the late game, right? So if they just extend these out, that's best case scenario.
Yeah. Look at how aggressive NXPE is actually playing right now. They have the information that the Moskov is actually missing, so Boyet DR goes for the kill. Feathered Airstrike's going to be committed right here. There goes the Spear coming in from Innocent, knockoff from the Lord, and no casualty is actually going to happen for both of the teams as Innocent is still trying to rack up the gold from the bottom side. The two other members from NXPE are on their way to it right now, but King Kong still dancing with the Lord.
Interesting that Nexplay kind of let go of this advantage that they do have. TNC will have 5 members eventually onto this Lord dance.
Oh, Bentings.
Going for the conceal though, Brusco DR using that flicker to pick it away, but Doming DR catch with the final slash, but Brusco still manages to stay alive. Fatamix catches the Thingy. Bentings taking a lot of damage. Boyet DR still dancing, prancing away from the rest of the members of TNC, but the Lord, who will be the one to get it, is actually King Kong, still making it happen for him as Escalera tries to stay away and he escapes and does just that, but Boyet DR goes for plan B. We may not get the Lord, but we'll get every objective they have.
Wow. It's just like in game number 2, Doming was just phenomenal in his positioning, the way that he manages himself popping the go away. Fortunately for TNC though, they still get the Lord after the fact. They did have more heroes against Nexplay EVOS in that area, but Nexplay EVOS found the opening one after the other. TNC fell. I thought for sure that eventually King Kong will be taken out before the Lord fight or the Red Tree battle happened, but managed to gather himself. And now Nexplay EVOS are only leading by 4K. Still a massive lead though.
Oh no, Bentings got out here. Is he gonna pop off the Cult Altar? It's actually not available just yet. Bentings is gonna go down. Brusco pulls King Kong. Ding joins the party and everybody else is going ham on the bot side. Ding DR uses that Bravest Fighter, cuts us out to no one. And King Kong is now wreaking havoc for them. Doming finally goes down. Innocent is wreaking havoc and unleashing the spears on every single member. And a triple kill. Who's Innocent now? Not me. King Kong popping it in and the pause is about to ensue. NXPE going down 1 by 1.
Okay. I was going to say, now, before we took this little break here, this little breather, unfortunate, too, because the way that team fight was going, man, that was a huge blunder by NXPE.
For sure.
I don't know what was going on there. And the fact, too, that you had the Lord there, right? And Domeng, again, he's massive. He's huge. Before this, he was, I think, 4-0, right? He has all the items, well, most of the items that he needs to really shine on this Melissa pick. But they were just in a really bad position that I don't feel like they had to be in, but they kind of forced that situation. And this, if we get a check to get back in game here, we can actually see that the way that they played around that for TNC, the way that they punished NXP for that, is actually, it was relevant that they could pull that off from the last previous Lord take, before this Lord was marching down the bot. And I don't know, again, if it was because Domeng was, I don't know if he was locked onto the Lord a little bit, or he just couldn't get the damage he needed off, which is kind of surprising. And he couldn't reach the targets he wanted to because TNC, surprisingly, given the gold difference and everything else, they held their own there.
Yep.
But again, going back to this Lord fight, before it was marching down, you saw that TNC was actually able to get a lot of the ultimates out from NXPE, where they had favorable pretty much outcome in terms of resources available to TNC.
Right.
And yes, King Kong was able to get that Lord despite how that team fight went. So now it's kind of a surprise, right? Because this is not what you're expecting with that kind of lead. Again, this was about a 4K gold lead, I think, before this all broke out. And it just looked like a forced team fight that technically NXP didn't need to take.
It wasn't just me, or now we see why the Moskov is being picked up by versus the Melissa. First, that he did not, he didn't get hit by the second skill, the models.
Yeah.
But also, he utilized somebody else in front so that the passive will proc.
Right.
And eventually, you damage the Melissa through the go away. So that might be the choice why it was the case, and why it will eventually be a Moskov versus Melissa kind of duality that we have right now. Great in laning was the Melissa, but Moskov can have an outplay in team fights. So
well, that's the thing, right? He, in terms of laning, he had a hard time. Innocent had a hard time because there was so much. 0 and 3. There was so much focus too, allowing Domeng to get to the point where he was before this team fight happened. So when we get a chance, like I said, to see how this unfolded, Innocent did a great job, right? Crawling back from some of that pretty much deficit that he had to work from, because he's going to be a huge, I mentioned earlier, he's kind of that trump card. Like, Innocent has to get the items that he needs.
Yeah.
And then not only that, but Mozkov is just a very mechanical hero, right? You have to be able to get in the right positioning, because you can easily get taken out too. So this is going to be a big thing for Innocent if they just turn this tide in their favor. Now, even though the Lord is going to get taken down, and then I think we still had Goyang was still alive, I believe, from NXPE. So at this point, however this unfolds, NXPE just got pretty much checked. They got checked, basically, with the lead they've had. And TNC found a little bit of hope. Now, can they play around this kind of big play, this big blunder that NXPE just caused?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, right? What can TNC take away from that win, right?
Oh,
wait a minute.
Okay.
So Goyang, coming back here, Goyang actually took out a couple members. I think it was 2.
Yeah, he took out a couple of members.
Okay. So we were sure that TNC won that fight already. They still lost Innocent for some reason because, Goyang was on point, but that is still a victory for TNC as far as the game is concerned. What could we take away from TNC's victory that they should be applying in the rest of the match?
You just probably try and bait out the rest of the enemy skills.
Okay,
that's
that's
what I've seen from a while ago, because you necessarily have the information available to you, and also for NXPE to just commit those overextensions once again. They knew that the Fatamis wasn't available on their side, especially looking at the items right now.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at the items there, you saw. Okay, so that's what we saw. There was a Malefic Orb being picked up by Innocent. This was massive for Innocent. Again, he was 0-3. He was doing his best farming, but he was having definitely a hard time. So he's got the Malefic Orb. He picked up 3 kills from that previous fight, and so now he's a threat, right? Now he's a big kind of contender, and you can even see the total damage that Innocent's been able to do. He's just there, with doming. So at this point, Innocent is that trump card. He's available to them at 13.5 minutes in, and they can play around this. Because, as I was saying before, even with their team composition, their lineup, they should be commanding these objectives, right? They should have control of these Turtle and Lord pits as the game goes on. And so now that you can force NXP into this kind of death box situation, and you have Innocent, as long as he is safe, as long as he is able to move around, maneuver around the way he needs to, then the damage is going to be there, right? And on top of that, Ben Things, the Cult Altar really helps with that. So they got to whittle down NXPE, possibly get these ultimates out the way they're doing. But look at Innocent. He's not even here.
Yep. There's your first task, is to eliminate the Feathered Airstrike, and they did just that. Brusco DR, though.
I thought he was going to go push.
Right, that was also the same scenario, but knowing that was the main idea, the Lapu-Lapu went down, so Ding is going to be answering to that split push tactic brought about by TNC. The dance is still on and happening as the rest of the members are still trying to figure out who to attack. There goes your ticking time bombs being planted here by Brusco, who's going to be the one, the sponge to take it all in, as King Kong is standing in the middle of the Lord and NXPE. The zone is there. Concealed Play is making it happen. Ben Thing's not able to catch anyone, so now NXPE, knowing that the Conceal is no longer available, this might be the kill that they are waiting for. Brusco there's going to be committed, but the Moskov goes down. Innocent is out, and the rest of the members of NXPE are now going in for the kill. King Kong is the only one left in the middle, and Ben Things goes down as well. Escalera too late to arrive, and NXPE extending their lead this time.
What a wonderful set of events here for Nexplay. EVOS, here's what I observed. They utilized Brusco and by finding Innocent. We know that Innocent doesn't have like a flicker or a purify, so that the reverse time is going to be great, which means that it has great combination with a Farsa ultimate at right at the edge of Feathered Airstrike. That's what I saw. Is that what you also saw, Naixu?
That is 100 IQ what I saw.
Okay.
Oh. Speaking of what you saw, this is something we will see, because now NXPE is starting to become a little rushed as they want to finish this game once and for all. The Lord is successful in taking the inhibitors down, and they will wait for the right time. All of the members of TNC are alive, and if we're talking about wave clear, they have it. Innocent, though, cut to half health. So now it's go time for the side of NXPE Boy at DR versus Hestu. It's Arlot versus the Paquito. Retribution has been used here for the side of Hestu, and they will actually manage to defend, but how long will they do just that? Boy, it has been pulled, taking a lot of spears, and they will be able to stay in the game. NXPE from 1.2k in terms of gold, now 7,000.
7,000 gold ahead here now for NXPE. They pretty much at this point made up for, well, actually, even with Goyoung, the way that he ended that kind of blunder before he took that little break, they made up for it, right? Now they could actually just try to march into the base here, and it looks like that's what they want to do.
Yup, unleashing that circle, the Squid Game tactic now. As King Kong's taking a lot of damage here, there goes Ben Things using that call out to be able to get away, and this Time's Journey as well for them to retreat. So Ding taking a lot of damage, though, also committing that flicker. So that is something that TNC will take in the long run.
Well, still some resources forced out by TNC, but they managed to defend only their bottom lane turret. The middle and to the top lane, they have to be careful about that. Nexplay EVOS does have the economical advantage that we are now heading into the territory we're in. The economic lead might not matter as much. Maybe around 23 minutes it wouldn't matter. As it stands, though, the important, the inhibitor turrets, there's a lot of importance into taking that away so that the map control will belong to Nexplay EVOS. We still have 28 seconds remaining before the last Lord, or potentially the last Lord. What should be the way for TNC to, at least get that? Or is that going to be their goal anyways?
100% should be their goal, right? I've been kind of saying this from the beginning. They should be able to contest these objectives with the lineup that they have. And like you mentioned, Wolf, at this point in the game, itemization-wise, they're mostly where they need to be. You can also notice that majority of the members all have Athena shields, right? Aside from Innocent. The problem is if Innocent goes down. Look at bottom, too. It looked like, see, Ben Things and Innocent are bottom. They already got the Colt Altar out. And now this is going to most likely go in the hands of NXPE here.
Yep, honestly going to be very difficult for the side of TNC now that NXPE is surrounding the Lord Pit. King Kong taking a lot of damage. Escalera forces to use that real world manipulation, but King Kong still gets it! And now he is being surrounded and he dies in the Lord Pit, and the rest of the members of TNC will now bow out and go away as they've managed to secure the Lord. But NXPE out looking for blood, using that feathered airstrike to be able to at least pressure them out. As TNC, they're still getting the objectives in this later portions of the game.
Ooh, that was a sheeshable moment.
Oh my
King
goodness.
Kong, how many objectives has he stolen right now? And that's very important for TNC. They will live to see another day. Is this what we want to see from TNC, Naisu?
Yeah, this is what they need, right? Regardless of kind of how the game has progressed up to this point, 19 minutes in, you got to say, King Kong's been doing a great job. I feel like he's really been having a battle in terms of the jungle alone, but he is what is keeping TNC into this game. Now, Escalera, like I said, he should be a force to be reckoned with, right? He hasn't died at all. He's been actually doing a pretty good job at just kind of putting up that death box, and sometimes it works out to just be a defensive play. Sometimes it's an offensive play. But what I'm wanting to see here from TNC is, yeah, across the board, you have mostly every item you need, except maybe an item or two for some of the members, some of the roles here. But pretty much Innocent and Escalera should be able to help you win some of these team fights. The biggest problem, though, is just getting past what NXPE has, right? You have the damage, you can whittle people down, but so far, Brusco's been doing an amazing job at timing those times journeys and disengaging for NXPE. Now, TNC, surprisingly, like I said, has been able to survive at this point of the game. They should be able to even things out, right? As we even see members picking up their last couple items here. There's also an immortality for Ben things. So this is where, yes, those two inhibitor turrets being down is going to come into play, because now you've got to park someone there, especially when this next Lord comes up, and hope that you don't get pushed in, and hope that you win that team fight for the Lord. But, I mean, even Brusco's damage from these pretty much the bombs bunnies are going to hurt the other members that aren't, King Kong, aren't tanky, because he's also got the Divine Glaive.
Will now come to the point where critical mass will be reached by all of the members of both teams, despite Nexplay EVOS leading by a lot during the early stages of the game. Thanks to King Kong. He's the savior of TNC so far. And now with 33 seconds left before the Lord fight, Nexplay EVOS are looking to up the tempo. Maybe they get a pick-off before the Lord Dance happens. We'll see as they are now setting up. Look at Brusco and Boyet. Might find Hesu in this case. Do they have the damage for this or the initiation?
Oh no.
They find King Kong though.
They find King Kong and pull him through. But King Kong!
Wow!
The savior of TNC is just making every right move so far.
Wow!
The
that
moves.
was amazing.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the moves indeed. And this means that it will be a 50-50. Although Nexplay EVOS does have the advantage of the lanes up top and in the middle. It seems like TNC will be answering that first. Nexplay EVOS will not keep the aggro of the Lord as King Kong is actually taking it away from them constantly.
They're just trying to pressure it away. Brusco also busy planting those bombs bunnies onto King Kong, and King Kong catches it all with pleasure though. The dance is still happening. Pretty glad it's March Madness right now because the dance is also happening over there. And Brusco DR is going to be taken out here, and he might use that time's journey to be able to get away. There goes your real world manipulation, but no! Escalera goes down and Brusco stays alive. What a better way for TNT to land the team fight, but it seems like Innocent is actually busy. Who gets the Lord? It seems like King Kong is going to be letting things go because Doming catches him out.
Or is it?
It is. Ben Things is going to be going away. Innocent is out here. Boyet catches him using the bob and weave to get closer. And he probably wants to get closer a little more. This time, NXPE secures the Lord.
Okay, crucial pickup there. And also a great call from NXPE to send Ding back. Because I'm sure you guys had your eyes. You were watching Ben Things and Innocent crawl their way up that top lane. So if they didn't actually send Ding back, that probably would have been an ended game from that push, right? Especially with a Mozkov who can just demolish these turrets. Now they've got to defend here to stay in this game.
Innocent, the spear of TNC. Doming taking a lot of damage from the backside. King Kong also doing that as well. Appraiser's Wrath is going to be crucial in this matchup as Innocent is just throwing darts at that Lord while also getting the damage on NXPE to the process. So TNC, because of Innocent having that full arsenal of his, is going to be staying alive in this competition.
Oh my goodness. And Nexplay EVOS just cannot penetrate through that. TNC managed the lanes well. Defended well as well.
Oh, Brusco DR going to be using that time's journey. It seems like go time is now for NXPE. They're going to be locking it in, but no, Doming is down. They're trying their best to lock it in. Ding goes forward for it, but the 5-man TNC. Innocent with a double kill, and the Phoenix army is still burning and on fire right now.
Costly mistake for Nexplay EVOS. You're feeling it. This could be the turnaround. 45 seconds without Doming as well as Ding. They do have Goyong though. Massive wave clear. This could be their shot. TNC are not letting go. 5 versus 2. Will have the advantage for now.
Moment that they are waiting for. Next up is Minions. King Kong versus the turret. King Kong versus Boyet. King Kong versus the punch that is brought about by the Paquito. There is not a lot of skills anymore. Goyong wants to go for it. Hesu locks it in. Boyet's still alive. The Minions are not on their side as nothing else is trying to go for it. They're going to go all the way. They're locking it in. And the Phoenix army equalizes. We're going to game 3.
Wow.
Wow.
That's exactly what I was talking about. I said Innocent is their trump card. And look at that.
He's him.
He's him. TNC Pro Team doing an amazing job at crawling back into this game. And also on the mistakes that were made by NXPE there.
Or was it a mistake though? Well, we don't know. We have to look back. Maybe if we see the highlights once again, because to be at least from my perspective, it was the Arla just showing how potent that ultimate is. The instant initiation that really just allowed for the rest of the squad to close in on Doming. They isolated Doming because of that, put him inside the real-world manipulation.
Right.
The thing is, real-world manipulation, it's a very strong ultimate.
Right.
Great counter to Melissa, but very short range. We even call it the small world manipulation nowadays.
That's true.
Small world.
Yeah, because it's a small world now, right? But you saw how the Arlot played as a very good instrument to initiate that. And I think that's also the part of the reason.
That's true.
Late game really did favor TNC though. Step in the right direction. They will not be swept today. It looked very dicey, but they managed to win. I think that's very important.
They said, Manjin asked during the interview, they needed, what, 5 points, I think, or something like that? So at least they've got they secured a point. Let's see if they can get another, when they, hopefully, TNC, and I'm sure a lot of the Phoenix Army is hoping that they can win this series here because momentum is needed for them.
And it's definitely momentum that TNC has found, especially after winning in that kind of fashion. But it comes nice with a big damn report to analyze the game for us.
Thank you very much, Wolf. Welcome to the Big Damn Report. I'm Naisu, and I'm going to break down game number 2. And a lot of people probably thought, you know what? This looks like a game going to the hands of NXPE. They were looking to sweep it. Well, it turns out TNC had a different story in this one, right? And it really started badly for TNC because even Innocent was at one point 0-3 on this Mozkov, and Domeng on the other side was 4-0. And that's kind of the problem that they had in the previous game, right? Where Domeng was able to just kind of pop off on the Melissa. They didn't really, TNC didn't have an answer for it in the previous game. Now, in this game, game number 2, things looked a little bit better, but not right away, right? They had to kind of get to that point. And Escalera specifically, I was saying when you lock in this Eve, you're going to want to really focus on that objective gameplay. You want to lock those down, right? Now, I got to say, Escalera did a great job staying alive, but King Kong, man. King Kong, in some instances, you don't even know how he was able to secure some of those turtles, some of those lords. The guy had the work cut out for him, and he did it very well, right? So everybody in this pretty much this game, TNC pulled their weight here. Even if you look at the stats, though, they favor NXPE, man, right? A lot of this favors, a lot of this is red because NXPE had such a big lead at a couple points in this game. And if you will remember, which we'll take a look at the highlights in just a bit, NXPE probably had some bad decisions, too, in terms of letting things slip out of their hands here. And look at this. Innocent, like I was saying, was that trump card for them to find success, for them to actually be able to get back into this game. Even though the guy started 0-3, he still gets the game MVP here, ending up 5-5-3, kill participation 73%, but the guy was a monster. Not just in the fact that he was able to crawl back from the deficit, but the fact that, see, he even dies early on to Domeng. So the whole early game was rough here for Innocent, but with his immaculate pretty much placements, positioning, decision-making, he was able to get back into this game on this Mozkov pick. And like Wolf mentioned, maybe this is a thing, right? Melissa and Mozkov matchup. So TNC, you can see this Escalera doing exactly what he has to do early on with that first Lord of the game, setting things up with that death box, the real-world manipulation, and things really just working out. Again, King Kong, like I said, even able to secure these objectives was crucial. Even if the guy went down, he was still securing objectives. This is the big play here, by the way, where NXP kind of overstepped. Look at Innocent, right? He is able to literally bob and weave out of there, getting the kills, gets a triple kill. Goyang ends up getting those kills too, but then it proceeds on, right? NXP is monstrous in some of these team fights because every time they won these team fights, it was because they didn't have an answer. TNC didn't have an answer to shut Domeng down. There's King Kong again stealing or grabbing, securing another Lord, and he does this multiple times. And eventually, NXPE does secure their own Lords. This looked very close to where they would end it. But what a defense here from TNC and everybody a part of this, right? It worked out so well for them, and they end up turning the game around despite the lead that NXPE had. And they worked their way back to the point where now we have a game 3 ahead of us. Now, going back to the keys to victory, too, you guys remember then what we talked about here on Desk was it's got to be clean. Well, to be honest, game 1, game 2 has not been clean, guys, right? I mean, It's been rather bonkers, I would say.
It is.
And who knows? Maybe game 3's the clean game. Or maybe it's just as bonkers as game 1 and 2. But I will say this, TNC worked back from a crazy deficit early game because they really struggled, specifically Innocent, right? And this is, again, where I really like the fact that Escalera did what he had to do on this Eve pick. He didn't die, so he did a great job not dying. and allowing, maybe that was a part of that component to allow King Kong to secure some of those objectives early on. But overall, it was great to see TNC bring this to Game 3 because like we painted this picture leading into this series, both these teams need that rising, need that momentum here for the second phase of the regular season.
What we learned from watching those highlights, and of course the post-game stats brought us by Mr. Nice on the Big Jam report, is that there's a lot of grit between these two teams, particularly for TNC in that particular matchup wherein we know for sure that they are really scrambling for points. They wanted to really win this, and they found that grit. But that can also be said for NXPE, EVOS. The reason why they made those mistakes that they were really, really wanting to get up to the scoreboard. So both teams not getting the cleanest of games just because of the fact that this matters to them so much.
Yep, and in addition to what you guys have both mentioned, I feel like it's TNC stepping up for game number 2. We're not only talking about Escalera dying, we're also going to be talking about, you know, King Kong actually managing to get those two lords that if they didn't even get to that point, if King Kong just missed, you know, just a little bit more, a second too late, it would have been game over for the side of the Phoenix Army, but they didn't do just that. Instead, the Lord was actually, you know, the catalyst to them staying in the game, and it also resulted into Innocent having a lot more time, getting a lot more items, and getting, you know, his positioning and building his confidence all throughout is something that we should really commend TNC for.
King Kong's such a fitting name. You know, it's such a fitting name for this type of jungler because honestly, he's kind of scrappy, right? He is scrappy, but usually King Kong is able to secure objectives, and this ends up kind of working really well for TNC even when they're down. And then the rest of the team can kind of follow up on that. So, you know, I like the name, King Kong, man.
It's starting to be one of the king of the jungle. Is King of the king of the jungle? Well, at least that's the goal, right? Eventually, the way. This is his rookie season. A lot of hype surrounding this guy. A lot of like news that we already heard from his performance in the amateur scene, and now he is proving himself worthy of that jungler position. So far, it hasn't been the cleanest for TNC. Not even the most dominant. In fact, they were not really dominating. They weren't finding those games. But at least in this game, have shown himself, right? They have shown that they can get something, and King Kong have shown that he is great at retribution, to say the least.
And this is, again, very impressive coming in from TNC because that was, you know, a team fight that was full of pressure into how you would actually maneuver, how you would adjust to the adversities that is being given to you by your opponent. And as of that moment, NXPE, we've seen them lead from 7K, and that is actually something that they need to take control of because from game number 1, they've managed to do just that. But even with a kind of, you know, some sort of split that would happen for NXPE that would get them to lose control, it would be very difficult for them to bounce back because that is where TNC actually gets the snowball and turn the tides around.
You know what I'd love to see for Game 3 is like TNC start off strong, and then like TNC has the lead. Like they have the momentum in their favor, and because I feel like when TNC does, and this is to even go back from, you know, previous seasons, when TNC has a lead, they usually play really well around that, and they were a team known for like their fundamentals, right? That's why we always used to say
TNC.
Textbook TNC, man. Open up that book, and you know, there's not too many pages, but they know those pages really well. But now it's kind of different because with the changes that they've had as a team and the roster and everything else, it is still a fundamentally sound team. It's just I feel like they've added so many portions of their book that they really had to like find out the flow of the book, what works well for them. And you can see moments of brilliance from TNC, but specifically I want them to come out swinging for a game, you know, and like get the momentum going, get that lead going, and then see that TNC like really shine because we know that it's especially there, even with the veteran players that they have.
I do agree. Because this is the thing, right? We are at the second half of the season, and we are kind of banking on the fact that this will be a lot of competition. There was so much hype for TNC as well. They had a banger of opening video, intro video when they did before the season. We're so excited about that. They have a 10-man roster. If I were just, you know, thinking about the position that TNC is put in, there's a lot of pressure already. But we know that they should be looking for a way to get to that area.
Right.
To get to that area. And this means a lot. No matter what the result will be, if they have shown a lot of their grit, come out swinging, that they still have got a lot of fight in them, that is the more desirable result for TNC.
And for them, this is actually a better result from their first meeting from before because they were swept by Nexplay EVOS in their very first meeting that they had. So now, with NXPE being on the blue side and TNC moving forward onto the red, it's still actually going to be some sort of the same bans, but with something a little different because they're going to be banning out 2 heroes that have been used in game number 2, which are the Jiggy and the Faramis. So at some point, this is going to be a new set of lineups for both of the teams when we're talking about the roaming position, because both those 2 sustaining and team fight reliant heroes are out of the game.
So there's the glue ban too to round that out.
Okay, you know what it is? Do you know?
Fredrin time. It's Fred time.
You have to drop it, man.
The F word.
Fredrin. That's the thing though, is like, even I think they're okay with it. Like, we give up the Fredrin, and like if you're TNC, maybe they take the Melissa this time. They take the Melissa.
That's actually
they
true.
They could take the Farsa, because that's typically what we see. And not only that, but also this time, or unless it got to a point where it's like, all right, Innocent is happy to play Moskov against Melissa.
Right.
Like, as long as we secure ourselves the Farsa, then we don't have such a hard time dealing with Melissa, because at least we have the Feathered Airstrike, right? So let's see. But they are going to take the Valentina this time, because they know that if they take Valentina, then NXPE can opt to take the Farsa, and then at least we can copy the Feathered Airstrike. Pretty much same thing, right?
Yep. Farsa Valentina. Instead, it's wow, a very early Arlet pick. All right, I guess the stock for Arlet has been raised after today.
Yep.
Teams are now prioritizing it, and I would say yes to that. There's a lot of innate value of the hero. I think the fact that you get instant initiations. It's not like, for example, when you go Fatal Links, you kind of see it coming when there's a hook, for example. Yeah. And even the Kaja ultimate, right? But for the final slash, it's so instantaneous.
Yeah, it's almost surprising.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Like when you see, even whether you're using it, like playing him, or you're seeing it happen.
Yep.
It's something that happens so quick, and the value of it too, the fact that you can literally bunch up also a bunch of members, and you pair it up well with even the Valentina, man. Like the way Terrify works, and then it kind of gives you that momentary time to get the final slash off. It works really well.
Okay, so they're going to be not only doubling down, but they'll be tripling down.
Tripling on the setups, man.
Yep.
Just take a look at this. I mean, it has worked for King Kong. The Akai has worked for King Kong in game number 1, given that he had the early game secure of those turtles that have been very beneficial for them before their downfall in that very first game. But we've also seen the Akai being picked up here by the rest of the members of TNC, and as well as going up against the Fredrin here for the side of NXPE. This will really be a retribution battle. I feel like King Kong would really have to use the heavy spin very, very well, just so he could get the main objective, because when you take a look at the first 3 picks here by the side of NXPE, there's 2 heroes that have at least either a taunt or a knockup. So there's a lot of other things to consider for the side of TNC.
Karita, the answer. I think that this prompts Nexplay to ban the Melissa.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is surprising, because Nexplay actually prioritized the Beatrix over the Melissa this time. I guess we saw Doming actually pick this up before, and he was very dominant with it.
There it is.
There's the ban.
Okay.
So that plays the part, right? Because you don't want to leave it open. You know they're going to ban that Kadita out. But good point too, right? Why, like, some people might be like, why the Beatrix? Why do you pick it up in this pretty much first phase here for NXP? And I feel like part of that is just Domeng doesn't want to always be in a situation where it's like, all right, I have my ultimate, and that's about it, because he takes Inspire, right? So now at least with this Beatrix, you can choose to kind of feel out the situation. You have guns for every situation at that point, right? And also, with even the Yuzhong and the Fredrin, like, at least you can just rely your team to find the setups you need, and then if you have to fight from a distance while you're kind of getting that information, you can do that. Whereas, yeah, the Melissa, you have like you have the doll to help you out and everything, but you literally it comes down to your ultimate.
Yeah.
Once that's gone, you're kind of just a sitting duck.
Yeah. Okay. So what will be the other answers? Maybe something like a Brody for Nexplay EVOS as the ban, so that they
Yeah.
force TNC to pick up relatively bad hero. Wow, Franco ban.
Unless they go carry.
Yo.
Yeah, that might be the case here for them. Carry works well against the Fredrin too.
Maybe just last pick it. So they know.
Yeah,
that
you
they will
could.
be-
Yeah.
Maybe just pick up something like a Troll maybe for ban things.
That is a possibility too. I mean, King
so-
Kong has also managed to use a Cho jungler from before, right? But it
yeah,
doesn't work this
I
way.
think so you need a little bit of front line here for TNT. Well, you do have like Ardot as well as Akai in the tank department, but they want to beat the next after, so it's gonna be the Kaja.
Oh,
wow,
That's interesting, right? You lock in Kaja. The Arla, I'm assuming, is, you know, if you really want to in this scenario, you could also play him Tenacity Arlot, right? Like you mentioned, there's a couple of variations you can play him as, but I think in this case, you're gonna want to play him probably Tenacity, I would say.
Yeah.
Play him Tenacity. You have your Divine Judgment lockdowns there. You also have the Valentina, and I could see them just picking up if they want to lean towards the. I don't know if they want to pick up the Mozkov here,
There
but
it is.
the carry. There is the Chodo from NXPE along with the Farsa. Kind of what we were expecting. We were expecting that Farsa to pop up here because, yeah, we are going to be seeing that version, right, coming out from Valentina. So now, down to the last pick, marksman choice here.
or maybe a Harith for TNC, just because of the fact that having to face Yu Zhong, Cho, and Farsa all together kind of makes you uncomfortable to get a marksman here. Even a Melissa will not have a good time. So I think something like a Harith, which is so mobile, can pop the Purify.
I'm sitting in this chair.
Yeah, that's why you're sitting on that chair.
That's why
I'm sitting here, Wolf.
Yeah,
I think
that's
think
why
if
I'm here.
If I want to rewind about 10, 20 seconds, I probably said Karen.
Yeah,
You did. Not probably, you did.
Yeah, you press the left side of your screen like multiple times, and then you'll hear Naisu
Big
say,
damn analysis.
Yep, that big damn analysis is on point.
But no, I actually agree with you. I said carry because of the fact that obviously she's there to shred down the Fredrin even, the Cho, the Yuzhong. But yeah, it is true. It's going to be a hell of a game because, one, carry's range sucks. It's not that great compared to other marksmen.
Yep.
Her damage might be great, but, her range is not ideal. And the fact that now you have to literally work around all these initiations being thrown at you, not to mention the big, Black Dragon form, it is going to be tough. But if you can do that, and I'm assuming, they're confident in themselves, the mechanical skill here, it should be able to work out for them, and they should be able to utilize this carry pick.
Which kind of tells us that it falls to Innocent to play so well in this game. Whereas for Nexplay EVOS, all they have to do is to play it according to their win condition, which is just to initiate one person, burst him down, and just make sure that you're not going to be countered. There's so much of those one-hit knockouts, one-hit combos. Yeah, that term exists, right?
Yeah, one-hit knockout,
one-hit combo.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, one-hit combo. Yeah, that's like the one-hit combo is a thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't doubt yourself, Wolf.
Yeah.
No, the moment that I got here, it's like, wow,
Why
what's
are you
happening?
doubting yourself, man?
What is with this chair? I'm just kidding. But yeah, that is definitely what the expectation should be looking at. Well, TNC, it's going to be a lot harder from the carry department. But when it comes to the other heroes, you have so much control, though.
Right.
It's one thing that they can really propel from.
TNC, as I was saying, they need to be, for this game number 3, they need to be the ones setting the pace here. Now, do they have the tools for this? Yes, to some extent, but NXPE actually did a great job at having their own tools for it, right? And that's in the hands of Brusco right now, especially when he gets level 4. So it's going to be kind of that battle between the roams, Brusco and Ben Things. Who do we lock down? Do we actually capitalize on it?
They also have a similar kind of mechanic as flickers are going to be, driven away here from the side of NXPE. It's Goyong using that flicker to get away from that situation. And TNC are now actually being aggressive enough to, go for those kinds of rotations that would benefit them. Hesu still not level 4 just yet, but the turtle is about to spawn right now.
It's the level 4 rotation as Escalera will get to the XP lane. And everybody will have their ultimates up.
And Hesu will get to the extent of it as Ben Things is now going to be helping them. But a taunt is not going to help the rest of the members of TNC. They will go down. King Kong still busy with the turtle, and he will be able to take that one from Boyet. And Ding catches the panda away, unleashes the fangs, but still not able to deal the casualty. NXP with a kill, but TNC with the objective.
Okay, so they trade, right? Kill, objective. And right now, it's not going to be that big of a thing at this point because NXP that first blood also went to Ding. Now, big part is TNC. They just got to be able to allow Hesu not to lose this matchup at this point, right? Ding grabbing that first kill. We have seen in the past where Ding is specifically playing this hero. He's playing the Yuzhong. He gets early kills.
Right.
Again, he can carry games. That's something that's kind of happening. A trend for these XP laners is how commanding they can be. So as long as Hesu kind of plays safe, doesn't die, Ding doesn't get this crazy lead, TNC should be all right here.
It seems like for TNC, the call is trust in King Kong. The way that the teamfight exploded to their face. In fact, TNC were really getting pummeled by NXPE. It was just when it comes to like the value of the spells that they're doing. And it was interesting that Escalera copied the Black Dragon form instead. They didn't have the damage because of that. I would assume that TNC will not need any more control from the Valentina because they already have the Arla, they already have the Kaj as well as the Akai. What they need afterwards is raw damage. So I think that when it comes to the next turtle fight, which is going to happen in 30 seconds from now, Escalera might consider like copying Doming or Goyong. Goyong is the priority for sure.
Look at that. Though Brusco DR taking a lot of damage, and the copy is not going to be with the magic damage, but with the setup as Brusco DR will be going down. Boyet and Goyong now joining the party here, but they're missing a lot of members, so they will retreat and reinitiate or rethink their strategy. They might go for Hesu next. Hesu, aware of it, he will be able to get out, but taunt is about to happen as well, but Hesu dancing away, but not going to be alive for another day as Ben Things catches the Upracer's Wrath. Escalera committing that flicker to be able to get away. Boyet and King Kong, same teleserie all over again. It's making it happen for the rest of the members of TNC and NXPE, but King Kong, just like another antagonist for NXPE, catches the turtle, but another kill goes to the side of the Neon Tigers.
King Kong keeps doing this, man. He's going to be earning that title, King of the Jungle himself, or at least be a contender for it, because so far, he's on point, right? And it's only he's just now beginning to make a name for himself, but it's definitely there. And so they grabbed this objective, not to mention Innocent is sitting on 2 kills. This is exactly what I was saying TNC needs, right? Innocent needs to have this kind of shining game for himself. He's on this carry pick. And so with him having these early kills, he's getting the items that he needs early on. He's going to be kind of a big obstacle that NXP has to deal with. So now it's Brusco's job, right? Brusco actually has to be able to find Innocent to pick him off. And that's exactly kind of why NXP is making their way bottom side. The question is, do they know that Escalera and Ben Things are here as well?
Might be the case here, as Nibiru's Passion is going to be popped off here by Doming DR. Still not making a move just yet. CNC standing their ground. NXPE unaware of it, they will retaliate or retreat.
Oh, so much time spent into the bottom lane by the supports TNC. They had to force Innocent out of there. So still, even game for both teams when it comes to the kills. But as Nice have said, there's a lot of freebies that Innocent was able to get. Now, the concealed play will be coming from Nexplay. EVOS, they might be head-on colliding against TNC into this bottom lane.
That's a very interesting concealed play. It was away, very much away from that bottom side wherein the rest of the 3 members of TNC are. And they were kind of doubting themselves on whether they would go to the mid lane or to the bot lane, which is why there was a little delay in terms of the movement. So now, there's a lot of moves that NXPE has made, but because there weren't any kind of objective takes to be specific, Now NXPE is just holding at least 300 gold lead.
Yeah, it's funny too because they're still down there. Look, they're making a play.
They're making a play right now, which is actually going to be that kick and a kickback as well. You're talking about one-hit KOs. How about a one-hit KO with the bullets? In addition to that one, King Kong is going to be using the extra heavy spin to make it happen for himself. Federer Airstrike is also going to be committed here, and the Bracer's Wrath is going to eliminate the Panda. And Ben Things is now on to the bottom side, but it seems like Boyet, DR, and Ding has all the turtle to themselves.
Oh man, you can see Nexplay EVOS managed to, well, not yet secure the turtle, but they now troubleshoot what TNC was doing. You can see that King Kong in the turtle number 2 didn't have the level advantage over Boyet, so what he did was to use the heavy spin this time. They forced the heavy spin early and then they didn't hit the turtle. That meant that the turtle wasn't in retry range.
This is very dangerous for Brusco DR, cut into half of his health. Now, we're starting to see TNC become a little bit more aggressive because Escalera is starting things off with that Way of the Dragon combo.
Yeah, not only that too, again, the fact that Innocent's having a way better time here. You can see him already locking in. He's got 2 of the items that he needs. He's got the Scythe, he's got the Golden Staff. Even Escalera, right, now has 2 items himself. So TNC is actually in a good position to get the momentum that they need, even though technically if you look at it here, that gold lead isn't that big for NXPE. And the fact that Innocent is where he is great. Now Ben Things and Escalera can look for pickoffs if they want to. And that's why, for now, TNC is actually finding these objectives around the map to open it up for themselves, leading up to the point where in about a minute they're going to have to deal with this Lord fight. So they're in a great position to actually contest that one. And if they can get the tier 1 turret in the mid lane next, that's big.
Oh, final slash there though. Black Dragon for making it happen as well, but Brusco DR will be the one to go down first. This time it's Boyet DR onto the backside. Actually, it's Ding and King Kong going down as well. Ding zoning everybody else off. And there's 4 heroes alive for Nexplay. 3 now for the side of TNC, and that momentary lead will no longer be in the hands of the Phoenix Army because the aggressiveness coming in, making the final slash as well. Boyet DR is going to stay alive. No Appraiser's Wrath needed. Destiny Beerus Passion to take him all down.
Massive plays coming out from Nexplay EVOS as they did find enough kills to fend off TNC, pushing a turret in the middle, then getting another kill afterwards, putting Hesu 0 and 3. You're gonna have to hand it to Ding, finding Innocent into the backlines. This means that Nexplay will now get the control of the map against TNC.
And that's crazy, right? In the snap of a finger, now NXPE has 3K gold lead. They've pretty much evened out the turret number here. But still, TNC knows that they can actually hopefully hold them off, right, from just giving up this Lord here. They should still be in a good position. King Kong, too, it's going to come down to him if he can actually get this the Lord stolen here. So NXP, they've got to either get King Kong to use the heavy spin, get that out of here, or even just find a member to lock down. They have great tools. Brusco can do that for them. Ding has been massive up to this point. Has that Black Dragon form, has the Petrify available to him. So those are all things TNC's really got to be careful for, because even though they're setting up in this bush, they're waiting for their own moment, probably Ben Thing's going to go in with a pull, they could get collapsed on really quickly.
Yup, but Brusco makes the first move, and he will go down in the process first. There goes Hesu, tries to assist and help them, but the bullets coming in from Doming DR is simply a problem that they could not address just yet. As NXPE and TNC, at least one member is down. It's a roamer for an XP laner. This is slightly becoming a little too dangerous for TNC. The longer they stay here, the longer Doming is going to have a sniper round.
Oh, look at that, TNC losing Hesu after already taking out Brusco and committing so much onto the enemy roamer. Losing their explainer is really bad, and that meant that they had to pause for this Lord dance.
Woo. Ow. That's a double whammy over there, Wolf.
Oh my god. And this means that TNC will have to back down once again. They're losing their HPs. King Kong still managed to get a hold of the Lord this time, but he is a level down compared to Boyet DR. Nexplay, they have the advantage for sure, but TNC will not falter. They will still try to fight this, Sona.
Yep.
Biggest thing here, too, is the fact that 2 flickers are down for TNC. If they continue on with this, even with this conceal play, they got to be careful not to get cut off in a bad position Another conceal from NXPE. They're pressing the situation.
Now this is the next play coming in from Nexplay, but that is actually not going to happen just yet. What will be the next play, this time for TNC? As now the Lord is actually cut off to half health. Both conceals have already been committed, but there is a wave onto the bottom side that is being pushed through by TNC. So slowly but surely, they're getting grasp and equalization in terms of what they have with the map control. 3 turrets are down.
Yep.
A turtle is going onto the side of TNC, but because of the extra kills that was brought about by NXPE, they are now on the lead. The Phoenix Army, though, surrounding this Lord. Bentings tries to look for everyone. Boyet tries to reach for it as well. The sniper hits Escalera just like he always does. In the very first few minutes for Boyet DR. And Dominic DR is going to be going down Escalera too. And Innocent is going to be caught in the crossfire on the middle. There goes Bentings and the rest of the members. King Kong desperately using the heavy spin to be able to escape. But the Neon Tigers are out and they are looking for blood. Nibiru's passion to make it happen. Brusco is just an inch away from that fight. Unfortunately, that sniper won't hit, but this just means one thing. The Lord is going to the side of Nexplay.
That was an amazing job from NXPE. The way they played around that initiation from Ben Things, really punishing that decision. And not only did they get kills out of that, they get the Lord as well. That was very extended in terms of a Lord dance. And now it's NXPE, once again, in a similar fashion. 7K gold ahead. They're going to go ahead and knock down some more turrets, playing around this Lord, marching down the mid. And TNC back in this position on the defense. Oh, my.
You can see Nexplay EVOS are doing the right things. And when TNC tried to go for the cheeky play, understandably so, it was a really great snag from Ben Things, but everybody else collapsed as Nexplay EVOS punished them. Now when it comes to the defense, TNC will have not much, in fact.
Speaking of collapse, though, the inhibitor from the middle has finally been shattered by Nexplay. They're still trying to knock on the different doors to the house of TNC. Dragon form has been committed here by Ding. King Kong onto the front lines. Dragons everywhere. My goodness. Escalera tries to go for it. Conceal. Confusion.
Oh, no.
Going into the hands of TNC. They don't know if they should attack or not.
The word is really confusion coming out from TNC and indecisiveness. What happened was copied the ultimate coming out from Ding once again, and the conceal play did not put anything for TNC. So far, all of the conceal plays of TNC, in fact, were effective, even under their turret. And now, Ben Things, however, will have to flicker at the rest of the gang. So maybe this is something that can work with. But I would stand by my opinion about what the Valentina should be copying. I don't think that it should be the Dragon form.
Right.
Feathered Airstrike still is a very important need for TNC.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, even look at the items, right? Specifically the 2 gold laners. The fact that, yeah, there's a difference there in gold, but again, the way that Innocent has to play around this is he's pretty much got the flicker available to him and also the Wind of Nature, right?
Oh my god.
Whereas Domeng doesn't have to do much. This is why that Beatrix was locked in, right? Even looking at the gold here, and you're going to see the damage in a second too. Domeng is able to shine because, yeah, he doesn't have to be as defensive, and if he does, it's much easier for him to work around, right? Now, the biggest initiator from TNC is obviously, like Wolf said, when you have that copied version of the Black Dragon form, it might not work as well as copying that Feathered Airstrike from Goyong, right? Because the value of it is, again, when you see that Black Dragon form, you just disengage.
Oh, this is scary, though.
So that's kind of what we're seeing here. And also, this is where that carry aspect comes into play.
Yeah.
The range, the fact that you really, you have a couple defensives at your will here, but still the way that NXP is playing around that is quite punishing. So that's why, again, Ben Things is probably one of the biggest components here to find the lockdown, and that's why we see these forced conceal plays coming out.
Oh, they're actually going to go for it, but again, they just miss on all but one hero here. Nexplay EVOS completely aware that almost all of the members of TNC are now on through that river bush. So instead, they will go for this Lord Dance once again.
This time, though, TNC will have equal levels between the junglers. However, no immortality up for King Kong. The rest of TNC will not have the conceal as well. Where, in fact, next by EVOS, they are now prepping up. They are actually in a very advanced position around the right side bush in the middle. which means that they can contest. Look at the taunt.
Actually don't bend things though, and bend things has been compromised here in terms of his area of effect, and King Kong is the only one that is going to be left here. The Lord resets once again. It's the calm before the storm, Naisu.
So we're back at this position, right, with the Lord dance here between these two teams. They really love to drag these out because even given this lead that NXPE has, there's still some form of respect, right? They know TNC could pull a go.
They're actually going to go for it right now. Nibiru's passion by doming DR is still at the back lines, but the kick coming in from Escalera, he will be the one to go out, but Ding DR's Dragon is just about to commence. Fortunately for them, almost all of the damage dealers coming in from the side of TNC are now slow into his health. All but Escalera will be back and out, and again, we're still in the same scenario. This is deja vu moment for both of the teams.
Oh, very, very close. Nobody just letting anyone to get anything for free, I mean. But that means that Bentings and Innocent will not have their ultimate, as well as Escalera. That's massive, as well as the Flickers, right? When he comes to NXP, Ding will have his ultimate soon.
Oh, there's still some time for Escalera to join the party, but they go for King Kong first. This time, Brusco has been caught a lot of damage, but Escalera goes down as well. King Kong using the spin to be able to get away from that fight, and that is going to be the end of it all. TNC loses one magic damage dealer, and NXPE takes the lore for themselves.
Okay.
Oh, definitely Doming playing well.
So we find ourselves back in this position, right? TNC lost a member. It was an initiation from NXP, but like I said, even given this lead here at this point, TNC actually can hold their own in most cases, right? As the game progresses on, especially even Ben Things, if he can get a couple more items that he needs, be a little bit more tanky, be able to survive, you know, those lockdowns he's doing with the Divine Judgment here. But now, the biggest thing they have to take care of is this wave that's going to push in mid lane, stay alive. They're most likely going to lose all their inhibitor turrets, but if they can stay in the game here, they should be able to have some hope for this game.
No runner's apathy for the Beatrix. Escalera finally copying that feathered airstrike to at least lock it all in. They will be able to defend this Lord given the amount of wave clear they have, as Innocent is almost at an entirely full build already. NXPE still not letting up. They have the advantage in terms of the gold. The Renner still won't be able to hit anyone just yet, as Brusco DR final slash making it happen once again. Feather airstrike landing onto Brusco, but a fight's about to ensue, and Doming is still alive. Boy at DR catching a lot of the Feather airstrike as well. Ben Things caught up in the process, and still no one is backing down. No one is letting out. This is a bloodbath that is all blood, but no casualty is actually happening.
Oh, no commitment from, well, little commitment from both teams, because both of them just understanding that there should be no mistakes at all. You see the Nexplay EVOS, after great jumps and great punishes, they don't overextend. That's also true with TNC. Comfortable defending under their base. Gonna be trailing by 9.8k. But at 19 minutes, it might not matter as much.
Yeah, it's not gonna matter so much now, but the apparent thing between both is the fact that they're disciplined enough and technically respect each other enough too, that a lot of these fights happen to the point where no one falls, right? And now the case of having these immortalities available to you, having those item swaps available to you at some point is going to play a big part in some of these last team fights, right? Because now, if they decide to just wait it out for the next Lord, kind of how this game specifically has been going now that we're at the 20-minute mark, TNC can actually still win these team fights, right? Especially if they can actually shut down Brusco. He doesn't have the immortality available to him. And if they can pick him off, then at least they take out one. Even the previous fight, they were really close to getting Domeng. Now, he does have that immortality, but they were very close. So that means TNC is getting closer to that threshold once again where they could turn the tide of these team fights. And it looks like that's the plan, right? Both these teams are just going to hang out until this Lord comes up. That's where we see the possibility of, does NXPE push it into this top lane? Do they look for that pressure point top side to at least get that inhibitor turret down, maybe even push in for the win here? Because now TNC, they're thinking the same thing. They've got to actually get in position for this Lord and not give it up.
What's up with these ambush plays coming out from TNC in a very, very far spot? We know for sure that they have conceal eventually. They spotted out where Doming is,
They're
kind
on
of
the way,
prompted
though.
them to make this play and inch their way closer. No more minions out there. Could be the no conceal whatsoever.
There you
Just
go.
walking in.
Ben thinks from the backside though. Innocent has
Wow.
been compromised in terms of the attack as well. Ding DR launches that Black Dragon form, but the main fight, the main event is the Lord, and it has been reset to at least 65% of his health. King Kong and Boyet DR. There is no longer a concealed play coming in from the Phoenix army, but they will reposition themselves in the same spot that they've been before the start of this Lord skirmish. So the Federal Airstrike also committed here by
Oh my
Goyong.
God.
I don't know if it's a misclick or whatsoever. They're trying to figure things out, but
Innocent.
now there's not a lot of, skills available for the side of NXPE, and now Hesu and King Kong will be taking a lot of damage from
Oh, what a
Ding.
kick.
Final slash making it happen as well. Heavy spin is going to be onto the backside, and King Kong trying to just get it all in, but Boya DR gets it for the side of NXPE, and Doming DR has been caught, but not for long because he still has the immortality, and it all goes down. Innocent from the backside though, he's trying to put everything onto full effect, and Innocent against everybody. Goyong DR, and Innocent has been brushed off the map. Godlike for Doming DR. It's Doming Nation in the 22nd minute of the map, and King Kong and Hesu the only one standing.
2 left alive here for TNC against a full force of NXPE. This is looking very, very grim here. It's only King Kong and Hesu. Can they extend the game?
Doing their best. Hesu has been kicked here, and it seems like it is all over. Hesu is just trying his best to buy some time, and King Kong, after all the patient games, it's NXPE roaring loud and saying Nexplay roar to TNC.
A great gamble coming out from TNC as they tried to outwit Nexplay EVOS and win the map. It did not work. Nexplay EVOS were solid on holding those objectives. Boy, just showing up in this game. Game number 2 was all about King Kong and him securing all of those Lord objectives, but this time, game number 3, it was all his. You can see Nexplay EVOS finding comfort in their chemistry, and we did see that. It will not be a complete history repeat in this series as TNC showed some grit, but nevertheless the same result. Nexplay still takes the series.
Hey man, we start off the second half of the season, day number 1, with 2 series going 3 games.
Yep.
And this is just, again, kind of that reiteration of the fact that this is very crucial, a crucial point in the regular season where, yeah, they should go 3 games, right? Because teams obviously fighting for that spot in the playoffs, weeks away still, but you'd be surprised at how fast time goes here. And a team like TNC that has found life, but they also could be running out of time. So they've got to gather themselves and hope for better outcomes in the future, right? Because NXPE here, it's weird because even with the massive lead in gold, it was like the team fights could have gone either way.
I agree.
I'm just kind of scratching my head at the decision at the end there to park Innocent to push. When, yeah, that could work. We've seen it work before, but I would have liked to see Innocent in those team fights more.
It could have been a totally different story, right? We saw that the timing was also off. I think they're also relying on the fact that King Kong can use the headbutt, the dash.
Right.
That was it was the headbutt, the dash, and then the heavy spin to put the Fredrin away. But he was kicked beforehand, so that was also massive coming out from Brusco, committing that kick coming out from the Cho. Eventually, you can see the TNC had a plan, had a game plan, but it didn't work. And in the end, it looked really unclean, I'd say. I guess that's what we're looking for.
We're going back to
Cleanliness.
that again, huh?
Talking about cleanliness, but yeah, it was unclean. So maybe that is one thing that they have to fix. Yeah.
Oh man, can you even imagine the number of team fights that were about to happen during that moment, but they just wouldn't do it. There's like a certain conscience in their mind that would always tell you, do it, just do it. Shia Labu.
Just do it.
Yeah, the just do it meme.
I'm
think,
up to date.
I think they need to watch that a little bit more.
Yeah.
This is going back to the point where both these teams have kind of been there's been constructive criticism for both of them that it seems like sometimes there's hesitation, and it seems like a lot of in some of those scenarios it would just work better if they're just go for it.
Yeah.
Because, a lot of the times, even in those Lord dances, those Lord fights, it was like you're waiting there for the team to pull the go, and then neither of them do, and then they kind of like fumble around a little bit, and then, the Lord is taken. But then like a crazy fight will happen, and that was kind of what happened throughout the entire series. And that's, again, why we're talking about, being clean. If the gameplay was clean or not, because sometimes you see those decisions from other teams too, where they make those decisive decisions, and it might look a little chaotic, but it's actually clean the way they pull things off and then execute them. So I feel like that's where specifically NXPE and TNC are kind of in this moment of like discovery, like how do we pull this off? How do we refine things? How do we clean things up?
It's all about indecision that really started what happened to TNC. They were not on point with their concealed plays, and on the flip side, Nexplay EVOS were very, very much on point in this game. They know what they wanted to do. It wasn't the cleanest, but it's only because of the fact that TNC still fights back. But at least for Nexplay EVOS, you can say that they really did know how to win this game, and they were executing properly. That maybe is one thing that TNC should be working on. It's not a good sign to lose twice against the same team in one season, but it is what it is. They have to move on. For now, I think we are going to be joining Marikino up on the stage for our post-game interview.
Hindi nagbago ang resulta. Nexplay EVOS successful against TNC. Congratulations! May sinabi ka sa akin kanina. I mean, yung game 2 could have been easily yours. Pero may sinabi ka in terms of nagbago yung maturity nyo. Kwento mo sa lahat.
Yung mga nakaraang laban po kasi namin na pag natalo kami ng game 2, parang nahihirapan kami bumalik ng game 2. Pero this time na workout namin siya. Napanalo namin yung game 3 kaya sobrang saya din namin.
And now, regardless if you're down, you were able to successfully flip it around. You won the series. Now, you defeated TNC first time. You defeated them again. Pero kung meron kang gustong baguhin sa resulta, now this time, second time around, paano nyo gagawin yon at sino that you're looking forward to bumawi?
Sa team po ba namin? Sa team po ba na mga kalaban?
Yes, kalaban.
Siguro sa Echo kasi medyo nag-struggle din kami doon sa comms dance and sa mga clash. Mas magaling kasi sila sa mas malinis sila gumalaw kumpara sa amin. Kaya pag nakalaban namin sila, mas bibigay pa namin yung mas malinis na laro namin para matapatan namin yung lakas nila. Yan.
Oh my God, Goyang, we're really looking forward to that. We're waiting for that. Now, okay, ito, mahilig ka sa mic, alam ko, Boyet. May pinush ka kasi sa Facebook. Ikaw daw talagang magaling kang manghamon. Ala flip top. Actually, in fact, meron kang binago sa, may inap ka sa Facebook mo.
Oh.
Sabi mo, ibabalik ko na ba? Yung bad boy Boyet, ibabalik mo na ba? Ibabalik mo na ba yan ngayon?
Pwede po pag si Rene J nakalaban ko.
O yun ang hinihintay ko. Okay.
Kaso di siya nakapaglaro lagi.
Okay. So, si Rene J ang gusto mong hamunin.
Oo.
Bakit siya ang pinili mong hamunin?
Parehas na kami mayabang dati.
Oo, okay. Friends ba kayo?
Oo.
Okay. Message mo kay Rene J.
Sana makapaglaro ka na. Huwag ka na maging dyan. Huwag ka nang taga-cheer.
Okay, all right. Okay, now, we're gonna give this, gawin nating wholesome itong interview na to. Ding! Nandito si Mommy, si Sister. Sobrang proud nila sa'yo. Lagi pa silang nanonood sa mga games mo?
Opo, every week po. Kapag wala po silang day off nila, ganun.
And I hear kanina nga doon, naghihintay sila sa labas. So this is your chance. Go ahead. Do you want to say a message to your mom and your sister?
Thank you sa palaging pagdalo niya sa akin sa laro ko tapos sa suporta niyo. Every time na kahit natatalo kami, chine-cheer up niya pa ako na mas lalo ko pang galingan. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng support.
And Mom, thank you for supporting Ding dahil malaking bagay talaga na nandito ang suporta ng pamilya. Once again, congratulations! Nexplay EVOS!
1, 2, 3, go.
Go ahead, you may now take your walk. Aba? Itong Boyet, ha? Ibang klase pala si Boyet. Yan ang interested ako sa kanyang comeback. And they say nga, gusto niyang harapin si Rani J. At sabi din ni Goyong, Echo, ang gusto niyang bawiin for next time, bawian. Now we're gonna take a look at that game even more and we're gonna go back to our casters. Pasok.
All right, boys, on 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right.
All right.
Oh, lovely the chemistry, though. They were so on point next play EVOS. Obviously, they weren't able to like cross off a lot from their hit list that we have aside for them, but at least they're getting the W's and they're looking really wholesome in that. And I'm sure that we have a lot to say for this team. However, we have to give it to my personal favorite today. My personal favorite event of the day.
Me too. It's everyone's favorite.
It's everyone's favorite here in the English broadcast. The Big Damn Report will come from the guy over there on the left side.
The man
I'm
himself.
very excited about it. Prediction on point with a lot of the heroes that we have. And of course, the analysis will be there coming out from Mr. Naisu himself.
Welcome to the last ever Big Day Report. No, jokes aside, welcome, guys. It's the way to end day number 1 and of week 5. Like we mentioned, you know, it's the second half here of the regular season, and it's crucial for a lot of these teams to get the points that they need. Now, this matchup specifically alone, I got to say, it wasn't the cleanest of all, right? It was quite scrappy. It was a brawl. I'm sure a lot of people like watching this type of, style of play, too, between these two teams that are really brawling it out in the standings. So the thing is, though, NXPE controlled the majority of this game, right? TNC, now early on, and you'll see it from the highlights later, Innocent actually had a great start this time. It was kind of opposite from the previous games, right? So you would naturally think Innocent, specifically on this carry pick, which we talked about in the draft, too, would kind of have a difficult time. Now, I don't know if that's the reason at the end of this game they decided to send Innocent to the top lane to try to push and win that way. But again, I would have much liked to see Innocent use that kind of lead and everything that he had in the team fights. Right now, look at Doming. This is Doming Nation on the Beatrix, right? 9-1-0. The guy was massive. He was finding every pretty much play that he needed to. And even looking at the stats here for the post-game, it's very similar, right? Doming dominating in the department that he had to, and this is someone to keep your eye on, specifically for NXPE, and I'm sure a lot of you have, because, again, these guys have been playing together for quite some time, and there is still this expectation for NXPE, and I feel like they're slowly starting to get that, because across the board, they all played their part. Ding, once again, on this Yuzhong pick, who has had a great track record on this hero alone. And Brusco even being able to find the targets that he needed to lock down with that Way of the Dragon, allowing the rest of his team to shine, right? And you can see it right here. This is Goyoung that got the shine in this game as he gets the MVP for game number 3 on his Farsa. The guy didn't die at all. But like I was saying with Doming, it's very similar. When you have that confidence and that momentum in your favor, and you have Brusco and Ding, that front line setting up, your carries pretty much get to shine at that point, right? You have your carry in the mid lane, you have your carry in the gold lane, and they all get to really shine and just kind of profit off of that. And that's what we're seeing from the highlights, too. As you look at this, now Goyoung, the setup from him, a lot of the times when he sets up that feathered airstrike, it's so well put together. And even like this, right? Those were the early kills, like I was saying. Innocent does manage to get, but you can see here, right? The team play from NXPE was put together so well that even when TNC was able to find the wins in this part of the early to mid game, NXP was actually able to punish them back, right? Now, Innocent still, like I said, was something that they had to worry about, and you can see that. Ding, right on target, making a beeline for Innocent to give him his first death of the game. And this is where Ben Things was punished, right? NXPE, very good at punishing mistakes. And, you know, they make some of their own, the same thing, right? That's why we're saying that it wasn't necessarily the cleanest of series, actually, not just the game, but the series. But really, the people that needed to shine, like Domeng, like Goyoung, it's apparent here. And even Boyet, right? Boyet was just solid in the jungle. So even though he's dealing with King Kong, who typically has a pretty good track record with everything, but there, Domeng, how does he survive that, right? How does he stay alive half the time? So overall, it's just NXPE surviving on the momentum that they have set up across the board from all of their members pulling their weight here. And what can I say about it, right? That's why they had such a big lead, and they were able to get to this point where now the hit list has started again, right, boys? I mean, it's obviously something they want to go and do again. They want to knock people off their hit list. They got 2 last time out of the 7 in the first half, and now they're on it again. Thank you very much.
Yes,
The
you deserve.
last one ever.
You only say that today. Never say something.
Never say never.
Never say never. Any final thoughts, Sona, before we close it in this series?
This is honestly probably going to be the story of the second round. I mean, it's all been 2-1s. It's going to be closer than ever. All teams are very much aware of each other, and I'm pretty excited for the next games.
Hopefully that will be the trend. We're going to be seeing a lot of closer matches, maybe a different result, at least as far as series wins will be concerned. And this has been an amazing day. We've had a lot of musical chairs. Enjoy the time of the play-by-play in the middle. Of course, out there. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the show. Let's close it all out with Mara Aquino on the stage.
How's that to kick off the second half of a regular season? Same results pero ramdam na ramdaman ang pagtaas ng lakas. We started with Echo defeating Blacklist International. The reigning world champions defeats the defending MPL champs thanks to Lancelot. Finally, nag-give in si Carl TZ sa thanks a lot and gave a spin to it. And finally, NXPE gets a chance to redo their hit list all over again and starts off with a win against TNC. Bukas, back-to-back ang inyong matutunghayan sa pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Once again, ako po si Mara Aquino. You've been watching MPL Philippines Season 11 at laging tandaan, sa harap ng pagsubok o tagumpay, huwag kalimutan, itaas ang lakas. Thank you, John Joseph Laina, for this outfit, and keep it good vibes, everybody. See you tomorrow. The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.